The last time Jian Wushuang entered the abyss was to escape the haunt of the Blood Feather Tower. He had no choice but to jump in the abyss for survival. Now Jian Wushuang looked at the dark abyss that appeared so deep that he could not see the bottom. Streaks of cold wind swirled inside the abyss, fierce and strong. He jumped off without hesitation. As he jumped into the abyss, a chilling wind swept over him. At once, a layer of spiritual shield emerged from his body, blocking the cold wind with easiness. He kept hurtling downwards and eventually landed at the bottom of the abyss. After regaining his balance, Jian Wushuang looked up dizzily. The abyss is badly perceived by many, but in fact, I meet no danger except for the chilling wind. Perhaps any void expert is able to easily come here, Jian Wushuang murmured. Just as he finished speaking, a cold sneer rang out abruptly. The next moment, Jian Wushuang saw the honest strong man who had given him the selfless sword technique at the sword tomb and a beautiful woman who stood next to him. The woman was beautiful but kept a cold face. The two people walked towards him slowly. Thanks to the triple kill sword, you didn't meet any trouble along the way in the abyss. As for others, even a young Void Realm warrior would find it extremely dangerous to get to the bottom. Even if they got here, we would kill them right away, the Absolute Beauty said in a cold voice. Seeing the stunning beauty and the strong man, Jian Wushuang bent himself a little. Glad to meet you again. Little boy, you've come here again? The woman looked over at Jian Wushuang indifferently. I remember telling you to come back only if you break through to the Yin-Yang Void Realm. But now you are only in the exceptional Gold Core Realm. So what are you doing here? Said the strong man. The beautiful woman and the strong man were a little frustrated. Previously when Jian Wushuang was here, he was quite weak, only in the initial Gold Core Realm. Since he came to the abyss with no other choice, they did not hold it against him and even gave him some gifts. However, they warned him the last time not to come back until he reached Yin-Yang Void Realm. But Jian Wushuang came here with only exceptional Gold Core Realm. I come here to take the trial of the ancestors' land, Jian Wushuang said directly. Take the trial? You? The beautiful woman looked down at him with a hint of scorn in her eyes. Boy, don't you know that only an expert of the Yin-Yang Void Realm was qualified to take the simplest first trial of the 3 trials of the ancestors' land? The strong man yelled. I know. Jian Wushuang nodded. But I also know that my father took the trial with the exceptional Gold Core Realm, and he passed it. You are not your father. He was extremely talented, and he had extraordinary strength in battle at that time. That's why we broke the rule and let him take the trial. But you, do you think you can compare with your father? The beautiful woman said in a low voice. I can. Jian Wushuang nodded without hesitation. Chapter 221, Demonic Puppet. Chapter 221, Demonic Puppet. His answer was so powerful and determined that the Absolute Beauty and the strong man were a little shocked. The Absolute Beauty looked Jian Wushuang deep in his eyes and roared in a low voice, Demon 13. Clang. The ground in front of Jian Wushuang suddenly tore open. Then a human-shaped demonic puppet wearing a greenish-black battlesuit appeared. The demonic puppet held one sword in each hand, but he didn't give out any breath. You said you can match your father, but it's easier said than done. This demonic puppet is the weakest one among all the demonic puppets in the ancestors' land, so as long as you defeat it, I will approve of your strength and allow you to take the ancestors' land's trial. But if you can't beat this demonic puppet, you'd better get your ass out of here, said the Absolute Beauty in a cold tone. Defeat it? Jian Wushuang looked at the demonic puppet in greenish-black armor. Since it didn't reveal any aura, he didn't have a clue about the puppet's strength unless they were to start fighting. I will have a try. A touch of battle intent emerged in Jian Wushuang's eyes as the triple kill sword appeared in his hand. The demonic puppet didn't possess any wisdom, so as the Absolute Beauty ordered, it stamped on the ground and then dashed towards Jian Wushuang, piercing through the air along the way. Swoosh! The demonic puppet appeared in front of Jian Wushuang, and then waved the 2 long swords in its hands, chopping at Jian Wushuang in succession. With no sword essence and no majestic swordsmanship, it only attacked with pure physical power. However, this power was unexpectedly threatening. Jian Wushuang's triple-kill sword cut out immediately, but when it clashed with the two long swords, clang, Jian Wushuang couldn't help but be forced back rapidly. Such strong power, it might be stronger than those experts at the peak of the Yin Void Realm, or even not far from those in the initial of Yang Void Realm. Jian Wushuang was secretly astonished. The absolute beauty sneered at him. Boy, though Demon 13 is the weakest among all the demonic puppets in the Ancestors' Land, it is at the peak of the Yin Void Realm. Moreover, as a demonic puppet, despite it knowing nothing about sword technique and sword essence, its power, speed, and defending ability are far beyond an average human warrior at the peak of the Yin Void Realm, and possibly not much weaker than people in the Yang Void Realm. When your father came here, he also fought with Demon 13. At that time, your father was already in the extreme of exceptional Gold Core Realm, and he combined 3 special essences, Dark, Light, and Thunderbolt. Though he had mighty battle strength and brutal swordsmanship, it took him no less than 20 breaths' time to beat the demonic puppet down. And you'll be lucky to last for 20 breaths, not to mention defeating it. When the absolute beauty finished her words, the demonic puppet rushed out again. Swoosh! A horrible wind swept out. The demonic puppet carried out its simple chopping attacks. However, the power given out by the 2 long swords was terrifying. 20 breaths? Jian Wushuang laughed. Then he thrust out his triple-kill sword, demonstrating the 3rd move of the selfless sword technique, Sky Isolating Form. At the same time, for sword essences were combined, and the power of his swordsmanship burst out. A mighty and golden flowing light clashed directly with the 2 swords. The shock wave spread out, forcing the demonic puppet backward. Jian Wushuang's figure moved swiftly like a ghost, and then appeared next to the demonic puppet. Shua! A sparkling sword shadow cut towards the demonic puppet's waist. The demonic puppet's strength was brutal indeed, but it knew no fighting skills and its body was clumsy. It couldn't escape the sword shadow from Jian Wushuang. But it seemed that the demonic puppet didn't plan to dodge. It's useless. The demonic puppet was made by special materials, and the greenish-black armor on its body is extremely firm and tenacious. Even a normal warrior at the peak of the Yin Void Realm cannot hurt it easily, and before finishing her words, the absolute beauty was stunned. The sword shadow given out by Jian Wushuang was heading toward the demonic puppet as if it could rip everything apart. When it chopped at its waist and scratched out, shwa, the entire stomach of the demonic puppet was cut open. Since it was a puppet, neither blood nor organs rushed out. How could this be possible? The absolute beauty and the strong man were both shocked. Origin? The absolute beauty looked over at Jian Wushuang immediately. She sensed the mysterious power in Jian Wushuang's sword. It was undoubtedly the origin. No wonder you are so confident to compare yourself with your father. You should have mastered the origin. The absolute beauty stared at Jian Wushuang. The origin you mastered includes the 4 essences of earth, gale, fire, and water, so it should be the combined origin of the world. Origin of the world? Jian Wushuang was surprised. Though he knew he had mastered an origin, he didn't know which type it was. Now he knew that what he comprehended was the origin of the world. Fine. Since you can comprehend origin at the primordial gold core level, your battle strength is certainly more powerful than your father's. I admit that you're qualified to take the trial of the Ancestors' Land, said the absolute beauty. Jian Wushuang, however, just slightly smiled. Boy, although you can take the trial, I shall warn you that the trial of Ancestors' Land is not easy at all. It's great if you pass it, but if you don't, you will die in the trial, so you need to be prepared, the absolute beauty said. If I can't pass, I will die? Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes. My father also knew the danger of the trial, but he took it without hesitation because he was confident of his strength. And now I am even stronger than my father was. Jian Wushuang clasped his hands, and a hint of determination rose in his eyes. Fortune comes with danger, and Jian Wushuang knew this very well. Since he came to the ancestors' land to improve his strength, he had been ready to take risks. "Let's do it," Jian Wushuang looked at the absolute beauty and said in a low voice. "Okay, come with me." The absolute beauty looked back and led the way with the strong man. Before long, guided by the absolute beauty, Jian Wushuang arrived at a pitch-black palace whose gate was closed. "The first test of the ancestors' land is in the palace," the absolute beauty said. Chapter 222, Kill. Chapter 222, Kill. Jingle. The gate of the pitch-black palace suddenly opened. Jian Wushuang immediately looked inside, but there was only darkness. "Go in," the absolute beauty said. Jian Wushuang breathed deeply and then entered the palace without hesitation. The absolute beauty and the strong man followed him. The palace was still in total darkness and nothing was visible. "What is the test of the ancestors' land?" Jian Wushuang frowned and looked around. "Little guy, are you ready? The test is coming." The voice of the absolute beauty came from behind him. Although Jian Wushuang heard her voice, he couldn't see her. However, as the absolute beauty finished it, suddenly, "Kill, kill, kill." 3 roars reverberated in the palace. Jian Wushuang felt an unprecedented and horrible murderous gaze coming toward him. Rumble. Jian Wushuang's brain roared instantly. "Damn it! All of the people belonging to Blood Feather Tower have to die. Kill them. All of you have to die." With eyes instantly turning ruddy, Jian Wushuang roared and his face awfully contorted. "Ah!" A deafening sound echoed and Jian Wushuang's mind was imbued with killing intent. The killing intent was extraordinarily huge. This time, it was engulfing Jian Wushuang's heart and seemed to have covered his whole heart and body. At the moment when the terrific killing intent burst out, Jian Wushuang was still forced to retain a vestige of awareness. He continued to roar with his head in his hands. His veins were accentuated, but his eyes still showed a vestige of awareness. It was this vestige of awareness that allowed him to keep a cool head. Otherwise, he would become a demon. However, at this point, "Kill, kill, kill." Another 3 roars echoed in the palace. The 3 roars contained more terrific killing intent than before. Jian Wushuang's eyes grew scarlet, but at this point, he bit the tip of his tongue and dug his fingernails into his palms. The sharp pain generated by the flowing blood made his fading awareness appear again. Zoom. Everything disappeared suddenly. The killing intent which filled his brain and engulfed everything disappeared. Jian Wushuang's sight slowly became clearer, but his body was bent with his head down as he breathed deeply. Although it was very transient, Jian Wushuang felt that he had died twice. The killing intent was incredibly terrifying and occupied his body and heart. Fortunately, after so many years of experience, his heart was stronger than warriors at the same level, thus he could keep himself awake. Otherwise, if his whole body and heart were occupied by the killing intent, he would become a bona fide madman who only knew how to kill. At this point, it would be hard to awaken again. "Little guy, how about that?" A figure emerged at Jian Wushuang's side. It was the absolute beauty. Was this the first test of the ancestors' land? Jian Wushuang slightly raised his head and looked at the absolute beauty. No, it wasn't. I would not require you to come until you reached the Void realm if that was the first test." The absolute beauty sneered. "What you suffered was the first step of the first test. It was only the beginning. If you couldn't pass it, you would be unable to take the real test." Hearing this, Jian Wushuang frowned instantly, but the determination in his eyes was no less than before. "Haha, your temper is the same as your father's. Both of you are indomitable." Seeing Jian Wushuang's eyes, the absolute beauty smiled slightly. Then she appeared in a corner of the palace and waved, causing a door to appear in the dark palace. "This is the real first test of the ancestors' land. Get in," the absolute beauty said. Jian Wushuang stood up. After his state had slowly recovered, he entered the door. As soon as Jian Wushuang entered, the door closed instantly. This time, the absolute beauty and the strong man did not follow Jian Wushuang. However, in fact, he was still in the palace and in front of the absolute beauty and the strong man, but he was oblivious to this. This guy has entered the illusory realm of slaughter. Seeing Jian Wushuang looking around ignorantly in front of her, the absolute beauty said seriously. Once entering the illusory realm of slaughter, what he sees is an illusion. I don't know whether he can distinguish this, the strong man said. The absolute beauty said coldly, he may lose himself anytime for what he feels is very real, and he has to stay in the illusion for a long time even if he knows that it is an illusion. What is most important is that the aim of the test of the illusory realm of slaughter isn't whether he can distinguish between reality and illusion or not. He has great talent, but it'll be hard to pass it. According to the rule of the ancestors' land, if he doesn't pass it, what we should do is kill him. The ancestors' land had its rule. In the 3 tests of the ancestors' land, the first one was the most rigorous. You must die if you took it but failed. However, the second and the third test were not rigorous like the first one. If someone did not pass them, he would still be alive, although he would not have another chance to take them. It's highly possible for him to pass it because he has comprehended the origin, the strong man said. Maybe, the absolute beauty said, and then they silently waited for Jian Wushuang. As for Jian Wushuang, upon entering the door, he was in the illusion. What he found was that he was in a paradise. He was in a quiet and peaceful village. There was no discord nor slaughter, but peace. The sun was setting, and the smoke curled slowly from the chimney in the village. Jian Wushuang appeared in the gate of the village. He was ignorant and looked around. Where am I? Jian Wushuang frowned. He didn't know where he was, but he knew his identity and that he took the first test in the ancestors' land. The quiet and peaceful village should be the testing scene. This is an illusion? Jian Wushuang thought secretly. Chapter 223, The Illusory Realm of Slaughter, Part 1. Chapter 223, The Illusory Realm of Slaughter, Part 1. Although he knew that it was an illusion, what he experienced was so real. With the breeze blowing, Jian Wushuang felt refreshed. After looking at this quiet and peaceful village, Jian Wushuang slowly approached it. In the village, there were a lot of people. When Jian Wushuang was walking on the street, the passers-by were all looking at him. Oh, a foreigner? Hi. A hunchbacked old man with gray hair smiled and said. Carrying a sword, he seems to be a strong man. Is he stronger than those strong men in our village? A stout man with black skin, wearing hides, said. The foreigner is handsome. A loving girl looked at Jian Wushuang and then left with alacrity. Jian Wushuang was walking in the village and saw some people greeting him, which made him look queer. Hey boy. A crude voice sounded out. Jian Wushuang turned his head to look at the house. In front of the house, a stout man sitting on the ground casually and holding a pot of wine, said with a smile, Foreigners hardly come here. Come over, just have a drink. Saying that, the stout man threw his pot to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang held the pot, pulling the plug. He smelled and drank it. The wine contained much alcohol. After drinking it, Jian Wushuang felt a pungent feeling running through his whole body. It's an illusion, but the feeling is real. The taste of the wine is also the same as in reality. Looking at the pot, Jian Wushuang formed an odd expression. He threw the pot to the stout man and kept on going without stopping. Be careful. A man, carrying a huge piece of wood, passed by Jian Wushuang. The huge wood was very long and thick, so it was easy for it to strike people. As a result, the man warned Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang stepped aside from the man. But at this point, a child who seemed to be 5 or 6 years old, holding a drum-shaped rattle, appeared in front of Jian Wushuang and hopped toward him. When the child approached Jian Wushuang, he stopped and raised his head, staring at Jian Wushuang with his big eyes. Brother, are you a foreigner? The naive child asked. Jian Wushuang looked at this child before he smiled slightly and then nodded. You are a real foreigner. It's my first time seeing a foreigner. The voice of the child was filled with surprise. Who's he? A middle-aged woman came over. Mom. The child ran toward the woman instantly. The woman held the child in her hands and then walked to Jian Wushuang. Are you a foreigner? The affable middle-aged woman asked. Yes, Jian Wushuang said and nodded slightly. For a long time, no foreigner has come to our village. Come on, I can cook noodles for you in my shop. The middle-aged woman was enthusiastic. Jian Wushuang lifted his brows. Nodding his head, he followed the woman without hesitation and then arrived at the woman's shop. Jian Wushuang sat down in front of a square table. The woman was cooking noodles, and the child was playing alone in the shop. Here, Jian Wushuang looked around and a smile grew on his face. This village was a real paradise. The village was quiet and peaceful, and the people here were hospitable as well as amiable. It would be nice if the village is real, Jian Wushuang thought secretly. But he knew that an illusion was an illusion and reality was reality. The law of the jungle was real and a powerhouse was respected in the reality. A place, like this village, would probably not exist. What is the test of the ancestors' land? Jian Wushuang was confounded. By now, what he saw was really nice. He suspected that the aim of the test was letting him sink into this fantasy. But this might be too easy. Although everything here was nice, it was in the illusion. Even if he had stayed here for decades, he could still distinguish reality from this illusion. Brother. When Jian Wushuang was thinking, the child came over. Jian Wushuang looked at the child casually, and the child rose his head. But just then, the naive child's eyes flashed a coldness and then a dagger appeared in his hands. The dagger was proceeding toward Jian Wushuang's heart at this moment. What? Although Jian Wushuang was shocked, his reaction was very fast as he quickly held the child's arms. Compared to Jian Wushuang, the child was very weak, so the dagger was suspended in the air and could not continue forward. The child's face was contorted and imbued with madness. Jian Wushuang's pupils shrank. At this moment, a supersonic voice sounded out. Jian Wushuang glanced at the child's side and found that the middle-aged woman who was previously enthusiastic was dashing toward him. The middle-aged woman held a kitchen knife and chopped toward Jian Wushuang's head. Jian Wushuang shifted his body and he appeared outside as the kitchen knife chopped on the square table. My spiritual power! The complexion of Jian Wushuang was serious. When he dodged the attack from the middle-aged woman, he perceived that at that moment he should not use any spiritual power. Although he was in the exceptional gold core realm and he could void walk, at this moment he could not use any spiritual power just like a normal person. Whoosh! With the majestic wind blowing, Jian Wushuang lowered his head subliminally, and then a huge piece of wood ran over his head. Jian Wushuang turned and found that the stout man previously holding the huge piece of wood was staring at him crazily. These people are all mad? Jian Wushuang frowned. This frenzied scene stood in sharp contrast to the previously quiet and peaceful image. Whoosh! A cold light emerged and Jian Wushuang stepped away to dodge it. He saw that the stout man who drank with him before was filled with huge, killing intent. Rumble! The whole village was immersed in the tumult. A cascade of people walked out and held arms. Someone held a kitchen knife. Someone held a hoe. Someone held a sickle. There was a wide assortment of arms the people were holding. Jian Wushuang was surrounded by hundreds of people. Everyone was crazy. They were all staring at Jian Wushuang, their eyes filled with killing intent. Chapter 224, The Illusory Realm of Slaughter, Part 2. Chapter 224, The Illusory Realm of Slaughter, Part 2. What on earth happened? Jian Wushuang looked at the crowd while frowning. Among the crowd, there were many people who had treated him enthusiastically, such as the humpbacked elder with gray hair, the stout man who wore an animal skin, and the young girl who praised his handsomeness. Now they were gazing at him with killing intent. Die! Die! Go to hell! Kill him! Low growls sounded from the crowd, and then people crazily dashed toward Jian Wushuang. Kitchen knives, hoes, sickles, and even butcher's knives were thrown at Jian Wushuang. Shit. After noticing it, Jian Wushuang's face changed. Ordinarily, he would walk on the air to leave when encountering such a situation, but now, he was unable to use any spiritual power, so he could not void walk. Seeing the crowd dashing toward him, Jian Wushuang's expression turned cold, and he abruptly drew his triple kill sword. Bye. After being drawn out of the sheath, the long sword transformed into a flowing light, instantly sweeping through 6 people who were rushing toward Jian Wushuang. Although Jian Wushuang now was unable to use his spiritual power, his swordsmanship and comprehension of the sword essence could be used. Now Jian Wushuang faced the situation his father had encountered. When trapped in the 9 Emperors sect, his father didn't possess any spiritual power because of his broken dantian, but he killed an expert of the initial void realm with merely 1 stroke. Without using spiritual power, Jian Wushuang could easily deal with those ordinary men by means of his swordsmanship and comprehension of the sword essence. Qi, 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 qi. 6 sounds sounded out simultaneously. At that moment, the 6 men's wrists were pushed away by Jian Wushuang. Despite all this, those 6 men still crazily pounced on him and violently attacked him. Jian Wushuang's face turned dark. He realized that he should absolutely show them no mercy, otherwise, he would be killed eventually. After thinking carefully, Jian Wushuang no longer hesitated. Go to hell. The triple kill sword was wielded, and instantly, the sharp sword light cut through the throats of several people around him. Slaughter. Crazy slaughter. Only streaks of unbridled sword shadow could be seen. These ordinary people didn't have any ability to resist, and were thus killed one by one. While Jian Wushuang was slaughtering crazily wielding his long sword in the palace, the absolute beauty and the strong man retreated to the corner and looked straight ahead at Jian Wushuang. Streaks of sword light actually chopped through the void. But for Jian Wushuang, every sword wielded by him was stained with blood. He has totally sunk into the illusory realm of slaughter, the strong man said in a low voice. The absolute beauty said seriously, the illusory realm of slaughter is an endless slaughter. Whoever he meets in the illusory will be desperate to kill him, and he has to force himself to keep slaughtering. The more people he slaughters, the stronger his killing intent will be. In the end, he will be numb in slaughter. Once he is numb, his mentality will change. It depends on whether he is able to follow his heart to carry on. In this world, killing was not a big deal. It was tough to change one's mentality by killing 1, 10, or even 100 people. However, when one killed thousands of people or even more who just were ordinary people, regardless of who they were, their mentality would change or become distorted. As for the illusory realm, there were 2 kinds of trials. One was changing mentality. If under the circumstances of being forced to slaughter, Jian Wushuang changed his mentality to one of a great devil who was addicted to slaughtering and was indifferent to others' lives, he would have failed in the trial. Unless he retained his original mentality and carried on bravely from the beginning to the end, he would then be able to arrive at the end of the illusory realm of slaughter. There was a long way to go. It all depended on Jian Wushuang himself. Within the illusory realm, the tranquility and quietness of the original village had disappeared. The whole village was covered in blood, like it was an entire sea of blood. Numbers of corpses lay in a state of disarray in the street, including the elderly, children, and women. All of them were ordinary people. To Jian Wushuang, an expert of the sword principle, they were physically weak. But now, they were all killed by Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang was standing up in blood, while trembling slightly. Even though he knew that everything merely was illusory, he felt unnatural. After taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang managed to calm himself down as he looked around. Previously, the village made me feel peace and warmth. Shortly afterward, all of the villagers began attacking me ferociously. Jian Wushuang shook his head slightly. What on earth is the first trial of the ancestors' land? Jin Wushuang couldn't understand it. He followed his original mentality, the same as in the illusory realm. In the beginning, he showed mercy to those villagers who were proactive in trying to kill him. He didn't kill them until he found that it was useless to show them mercy. What he did shook him, but he soon calmed himself. He didn't feel remorse. After he left the village, Jin Wushuang kept moving forward. He didn't know where to go, but he was guided by a will of the unseen world, which led him to keep moving forward. As time went by, Jin Wushuang had no idea how far he had already traveled in the illusory realm. Similarly, he couldn't remember how many people he had killed. In short, whoever saw Jin Wushuang pass by would dash toward him crazily to kill him, while he reacted against them with slaughter. He had to protect himself. Going so far and killing thousands of people, Jin Wushuang had already become numb. Momentarily, he arrived at the edge of a majestic mountaintop with a bottomless cliff at the front. Beside the edge of the cliff, a stone tablet was erected, which had 3 scratched words carved into it. Cliff of Repentance. Jin Wushuang stopped to look at the 3 words on the stone tablet. In repentance, there is a salvation. A resonating voice sounded suddenly. When Jin Wushuang turned his head, he saw a green-clothed elder who wore a straw hat, standing barefoot beside a huge stone. The green-clothed elder was covered with dirt, but his eyes were sparkling, staring at Jin Wushuang. Seeing him, Jin Wushuang was a bit surprised. Warrior. Jin Wushuang felt spiritual power from the green-clothed elder. Although his spiritual power was not so strong and only reached primordial gold core realm, he was the first warrior who Jin Wushuang had met after arriving in the illusory realm. Chapter 225, The Illusory Realm of Slaughter, Part 3. Chapter 225, The Illusory Realm of Slaughter, Part 3. I'm Wu Xian, the guardian of this world. Staring at Jin Wushuang, the green-clothed elder said coldly, Sir, it's enough that you, an outsider, has intruded into this world. Why must you slaughter here? How long have you been in this world, and how many people have you killed? Why did you kill them? Who you are to kill them? Did you know that they were all ordinary beings, among which were old and young, but they all died in your hands? Do you think that it is pleasant to kill them, or are you high on killing? Tell me why. Tell me. As the green-clothed elder finished speaking, his voice almost became a roar. Why? A slight surprise flashed through Jin Wushuang's eyes as he took a breath and turned to the green-clothed elder. I will not attack unless I'm attacked. If I'm attacked, I will certainly counterattack. They wanted to kill me, so I killed them. If you're going to kill me, I will kill you too. This is the way of killing that I've always been following. Jin Wushuang's voice was cold, and when he was talking, the firmness in his eyes did not waver at all. What kind of way of killing? In my eyes, you are keen on slaughter. No matter what you say, today I must kill you with my sword, the green-clothed elder said loudly, and then stepped out suddenly. Just with 3 consecutive steps, he arrived before Jin Wushuang. Demon, go to hell. Staring at Jin Wushuang, the green-clothed elder hacked out with the heavy sword in his hand. The sword edge cut through the void and directly hacked toward Jin Wushuang's head. Jin Wushuang's eyes turned cold, and he suddenly raised his head. Boom! A terrifying killing intent instantly swept out. Suddenly the world changed color, and the entire space completely froze at this moment. The killing intent could frighten the heavens and move the earth. This killing intent was condensed through Jin Wushuang's slaughter of many people ever since he had stepped into this illusion. He had killed so many people in this illusion that his killing intent would increase by 1 point every time he killed one more. After such a long period of time, his killing intent had reached an alarming point. Even if it was only an outbreak of killing intent, it could easily make warriors of the primordial gold core realm lose their minds. However, in the illusion, although the green-clothed elder in front of Jin Wushuang was at the primordial gold core realm, he was born from the illusion. So no matter how strong Jin Wushuang's killing intent was, it could not, in fact, affect this green-clothed elder at all. But suddenly the triple-kill sword on Jian Wushuang's back was unsheathed and turned into a cold flowing light that directly hacked out. Bang! With a loud blast, the ground below Jian Wushuang's feet cracked suddenly and his body sank. As soon as he fell into the illusion, he could not use his spiritual power or even the world origin that he had comprehended. It would be hard since he could only rely on the combination of the 4 sword essences and swordsmanship to fight against the green-clothed elder, who was in the exceptional gold core realm. However, he still had the strength to attempt it. Go to hell. The green-clothed elder's eyes were crimson and full of murderous intent. The heavy sword struck again and again, and Jian Wushuang tried his best to fight against it. Just like a wooden boat falling into a storm, he could be destroyed at any time. When the fierce fight started, Jian Wushuang found that the sword essences he had comprehended were gradually disappearing. I can't use spiritual power nor world origin, and now can't I even use the sword essences? Jian Wushuang frowned tightly. He could barely contend with the green-clothed elder if he only relied on his comprehension of the sword essences. But now that his comprehension of the sword essences was also disappearing, and the rate at which this was happening was so fast that in moments, Jian Wushuang found he could not sense any sword essence. Boom! A towering sword light suddenly struck down. The power of the sword light was not very strong. If it was in the outside world, it was just close to the strength of warriors on the earthly dragon list. Normally, such a sword light was nothing to Jian Wushuang. He could smash numerous such sword lights just by raising his hands. But now, he could not use spiritual power, world origin, or sword essences. This sword light became a deadly sword. Go to hell, demon. The green-clothed elder was still crazily roaring. Jian Wushuang's eyes also turned crazy, and his killing intent seemed to form the essence. Endless killing intent converged at one point, and then burst out suddenly. Whoever wants to kill me, I will kill him. Go to hell. Jian Wushuang also roared crazily, and the triple-kill sword in his hand directly stabbed out. Still lacking any spiritual power or sword essence, the moment this sword stabbed out, it was covered by perpetual killing intent. Meanwhile, an extremely violent power mixed with the long sword and turned into a terrible sword light that was capable of piercing through mountains. Bang! The heavy sword in the green-clothed elder's hand directly flew out, but the power of the sword light did not abate at all. Rushing towards the green-clothed elder with irresistible force, the sword light directly penetrated through the elder's body and left a huge hole in his chest. The green-clothed elder had a feeling of incredible disbelief before he died, and then his body powerlessly fell to the ground. The moment the green-clothed elder fell down, the endless heavens and earth began to suddenly collapse. Mountains, rivers, trees, the sky, and the earth all completely disappeared at this moment. Everything was peaceful again. In the pitch-black palace of the ancestors' land, Jian Wushuang looked at the darkness around him. He knew that he had broken through the illusion. The absolute beauty, who had been waiting quietly in the palace to watch everything, arrived before Jian Wushuang with the strong man. She took a deep look at Jian Wushuang and said, "Boy, congratulations! You have mastered slaughter origin and have stepped onto the path of slaughter." Slaughter origin? Jian Wushuang's expression changed, and the towering killing intent in his body suddenly swept out. Although it was not as violent as in the illusion, it was still unusual. Meanwhile, Jian Wushuang also sensed the new power that he had mastered. This power was very similar to world origin that he had mastered. Slaughter origin? Similar to the sword essence, the origin had different types. The reason why he had been able to kill the green-clothed elder with one sword move was that he understood slaughter origin at the last moment. In the illusory realm of slaughter, world origin he comprehended could not be used, but slaughter origin he had just understood could be used to its fullest extent. Slaughter origin blended into swordsmanship, which caused the power of his swordsmanship to rise suddenly and sharply, thus allowing him to kill the green-clothed elder of the exceptional gold core realm with one sword move. Is the test of the ancestors' land to comprehend slaughter origin? Jian Wushuang asked. Yes. The absolute beauty nodded. The first test of the ancestors' land can be divided into 3 steps, but all these steps are focused around slaughter origin. Slaughter origin is an extremely violent origin that is difficult to control. A warrior who is lucky to understand slaughter origin, if his mind isn't firm enough, is very likely to be directly controlled by slaughter origin and become a mad demon that only knows how to kill. As a result, the first step to this test is your ability to master it. So you went through 6 roars of killing at the beginning. Chapter 226, The Bloodline of Sword Ancestor. Chapter 226, The Bloodline of Sword Ancestor. Jian Wushuang was a little bit surprised. Different types of origin had different properties. World origin was naturally comprehended by Jian Wushuang after he combined the 4 sword essences. World origin contained everything in the heaven and earth. It was a source of energy that was perfect in all aspects and without flaws. However, slaughter origin was an origin that was extremely cruel. Slaughter origin was specialized in attacking and killing. In terms of killing power, it was much stronger than world origin. But in all other aspects, it was no better than world origin. It was extremely cruel and focused on the offense, so it was very hard for people to manage it. The Absolute Beauty said, the second stage of the test was to test your mentality. Although slaughter origin is mainly on killing, the decision to kill must be followed by the conscience. Even if you need to commit a murder, you need to be reasonable and have a clear conscience. You killed many people in an illusory realm of slaughter, but you still held your original mind and was not lost in the killing, so you passed the second stage. Then you entered the final stage of the dreamland, Cliff of Repentance. The third step was the most important one as it was a test of comprehension of the origin. Slaughter origin was originally comprehended gradually through killing. The purpose of the second stage was not just testing, but it also allowed you to slowly store up the killing intent at the same time. In the third stage, the killing intent would suddenly be activated when you confronted a guardian in the dreamland. The moment when the killing intent broke out was the best time for you to fully comprehend slaughter origin and hopefully succeed as well. The Absolute Beauty was smiling. However, hearing this, Jian Wushuang had an odd expression on his face. He did not expect that the first test on the ancestors' land included so many complicated steps, and all with astonishing difficulties. The tests of the mind and mentality were very difficult for him. Any hesitation could bring him into a disastrous state. The final stage was even more difficult to overcome. It was known that origin was extremely powerful, so it was not something that can be easily comprehended. After he got the 4 sword essences combined step by step, Jian Wushuang luckily comprehended a slight fraction of origin. However, he had never learnt about slaughter origin, neither did he comprehend the killing sword essence. Therefore, it would be even more difficult for him to comprehend slaughter origin through the first test. Fortunately, the dreamland had been gradually enhancing his killing intent. He finished all the steps except the last one. The last one was the most important. Jian Wushuang made it in the end. Were the tests that my father passed before similar to mine? Jian Wushuang looked towards the Absolute Beauty and asked. Yes. The Absolute Beauty nodded. He comprehended slaughter origin in the illusory realm of slaughter, same as you did. The difference was that he spent 4 months on it, while you just spent 3. To a certain extent, you are even stronger than your father. 3 months? Jian Wushuang's face changed. Did I stay in the dreamland for 3 months? He knew that the amount of people he had killed in the dreamland was considerable, but he didn't know how exactly many people he had killed and how long he had been there. Now he knew. Young man, since you have passed the first test of the ancestors' land, you have become a disciple of the bloodline of Sword Ancestor since today, the Absolute Beauty said. Bloodline of the Sword Ancestor? Jian Wushuang was shocked. Let's talk about it outside. The Absolute Beauty walked outside the palace with the strong man. Jian Wushuang followed them at once. The Absolute Beauty led Jian Wushuang to an altar. The altar looked old, and nothing could be seen there except fused steely. In the right front of the altar, there was a chain bridge. The iron bridge was extremely long, and it extended to the deep into the ancestors' land. Standing at the altar, Jian Wushuang overlooked the far end of the chain bridge, without any objects obstructing his sight. "Young man, what's your name?" The absolute beauty looked towards Jian Wushuang and asked. "Jian Wushuang," Jian Wushuang replied. "Jian Wushuang? I am Jinling." Then the absolute beauty pointed to the strong man next to her and said, "This is my second brother, Mushan. I believe you've already known that my brother and I are not humans." Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. Since Jian Wushuang entered the ancestors' land for the first time and glanced at the strong man Mushan, he had already known that Mushan was not a human being. "Actually, we are puppet fighters," said Jinling. "Same as what I expected." Jian Wushuang took a deep breath. Though he had guessed Jinling and Mushan's real identities long time ago, yet now he was still shocked lightly after Jinling confirmed it. It was known that normally puppet fighters never had intelligence. They just obeyed their master's orders unconditionally like tools. However, despite being puppet fighters, they were no weaker in intelligence than humans. He had never heard a puppet fighter like this before. Needless to say, such puppet fighters should be of extremely high level. Not sure about the level of their fighting capabilities, Jian Wushuang pondered. "I can tell that you have a lot of questions right now. Go ahead to ask me. Now you are the disciple of the bloodline of Sword Ancestor, so you are qualified to know some things," said Jinling. "I want to know what the ancestors' land is, and what is the relationship between it and me?" Jian Wushuang asked. "The ancestors' land is the cemetery for the Sword Ancestor." Jinling looked at Jian Wushuang. "As for the relationship between you, it is simple. You are the descendant of the bloodline of Sword Ancestor." "The descendant of a Sword Ancestor?" Jian Wushuang was stunned. Jinling explained, "You are indeed the descendant of the Sword Ancestors. Your identity can be reflected through your awakening of the Sword Soul, so you don't need to doubt it. Many years ago, there was a person of tremendous power existing both in the heaven and earth. He was the Sword Ancestor, the ancestor of the Sword Principle. He was the recognized number one in terms of the Sword Principle comprehension. Sword Ancestor built the bloodline of Sword Ancestor and made it into a super powerful force. At the peak of the bloodline of Sword Ancestor, the strength they had far exceeds your imagination. However, 1,000 years ago, Sword Ancestor suddenly died without a reasonable explanation. After Sword Ancestor died, the bloodline of Sword Ancestor collapsed instantly. It was uprooted by another force, and the disciples there suffered cruel treatment from their enemies. Finally, only a few disciples survived, and they fled here later on. But they were unable to bring back the bloodline of Sword Ancestor again, so finally they were just killed. And afterwards, the mansion of Sword Marquis emerged. Actually, the predecessor of the mansion of Sword Marquis is the bloodline of Sword Ancestor. The disciples of the mansion of Sword Marquis are all descendants of the bloodline of Sword Ancestor. Chapter 227, 3 Opportunities. Chapter 227, 3 Opportunities. Is it like this? Jian Wushuang secretly nodded. He was born in the mansion of Sword Marquis, but he never knew such history there. At the same time, he was saddened by the current situation of the mansion of Sword Marquis. After all, it had been a powerful sect before. What is Sword Soul? Jian Wushuang looked at Jinling and asked, "Why have people been trying to assassinate me ever since my Sword Soul was awakened?" Jian Wushuang had been eager to know this for some time. Blood Feather Tower never stopped attempting to assassinate him. What's worse, now the Holy Emperor Palace had taken part in the assassination. It was known that among the assassinations he suffered, several had made him nearly die. That was why he was so eager to know the reason. "I know this as well," Jinling said. "Sword Soul is the soul of the Sword Principle. It can only be awakened by the geniuses who are born with astounding talent. Even when the bloodline of Sword Ancestor was at its peak, only 2 or 3 geniuses awakened their Sword Soul over several decades. Even though the bloodline of sword ancestor has declined, your father and then you awakened the sword soul, which could only be called a miracle. As for the assassination, that was because the transcendent forces which toppled the bloodline of sword ancestor knew the existence of the mansion of Sword Marquis a long time ago. However, powerful as the forces were, they were unable to completely eliminate the mansion of Sword Marquis and finish the bloodline of sword ancestor due to some special reasons. Although they weren't able to completely destroy the bloodline of sword ancestor, they could stop it from re-emerging. Therefore, the transcendent forces had been sending people to watch the mansion of Sword Marquis. The ordinary disciples in the mansion of Sword Marquis wouldn't threaten them. Even if one or two disciples became geniuses, the forces wouldn't attach much weight to them. However, the sword soul, even in the bloodline of sword ancestor when in its peak time, the ones who are able to awaken the sword soul can be called the super geniuses. Such geniuses will gain great achievements in the future, as long as they do not stumble midway. The ones who are more powerful can be absolute experts. Only such geniuses can attract the force's attention and make them fear. So, no sooner had the mansion of Sword Marquis possessed a super genius who awakened the sword soul, than the violent force immediately took actions to eliminate him. That's why your father and you became their assassination targets. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang was stunned. Is this the reason? Unbelievable, he muttered. The people who had awakened the sword soul were all super geniuses. They would make the transcendent force fear the repercussions. That was why the force wanted to kill them. But the ordinary disciples in the mansion of Sword Marquis did not attract the transcendent force's attention at all. You just said that the transcendent force is unable to destroy the mansion of Sword Marquis due to some special reasons. What are the reasons? Who is the violent force? Is it the Holy Emperor Palace? Jian Wushuang asked without stopping. Jianling furrowed her brow slightly, shook her head and replied, "The questions you are asking are beyond your authority. I can't tell you." What? Jian Wushuang was astonished. Jianling continued, "The 3 tests in the ancestors' land represent 3 kinds of identities and authorities. You just passed the first test. So being an ordinary disciple in the bloodline of Sword Ancestor, you are just authorized to know some basic questions about the bloodline of Sword Ancestor. The questions you just asked belong to the scope of the core disciple. Only they are authorized to know. To become a core disciple, you need to pass the second test. However, you are not qualified to challenge the second test at all with your current realm." Jian Wushuang's expression changed, but he soon calmed down by taking a deep breath. "Do you have any other questions?" Jianling looked towards Jian Wushuang and asked. "No," Jian Wushuang shook his head and replied. He already knew a lot. At least he knew the reason why he had been chased. He also knew the relationship between him and the ancestors' land. It was already enough. For the other questions, he had to put them aside and figure them out later. "Good then. You are too weak right now, so it's pointless even if you know a lot. Your current priority is to try your utmost to increase your strength," Jianling said with a smile. "You passed the first test of Ancestors' Land. As per the rule, you can get 3 opportunities." 3 opportunities? Jian Wushuang immediately looked towards Jianling and asked with excitement. Opportunity and danger often accompanied one another. During the first test, he'd almost found himself dead several times. Finally, he passed it, which meant he got 3 opportunities. It's just he did not know what they were. 3 opportunities total. The first one is that you may freely ask for 3 things. They can be nature treasures, manuals about cultivation method, or rare elixirs. But the condition is they must apply to the authority of the ordinary disciples. "Tell me, what is it you need?" Jianling asked. Jian Wushuang at once set himself into thinking. He could only ask for 3 things, so he must think about it carefully. "I've made up my mind," Jian Wushuang suddenly looked up and said. "Tell me," Jianling replied. "I need a treasure that can help me to recover the Dantian and strength," said Jian Wushuang. "Recover the Dantian?" Jianling looked at him in surprise. "My father's Dantian was destroyed," Jian Wushuang explained. "I see. Jianling nodded slightly and then immediately said, there are two kinds of treasures that can recover the Dantian. One is seven-colored soul-seizing vine, and the other is reversal red scorching elixir. Both can recondition the broken Dantian. However, their disparity in effect is enormous. The colorful spiritual vine is a kind of nature treasure, which is extremely rare and precious. It can not only help someone to recondition the Dantian, but can also make the Dantian be more vast after the reconditioning. The vast Dantian will greatly enhance a person's strength in activating and storing up spiritual power. With the seven-colored soul-seizing vine, your father's broken Dantian could be reconditioned, but he has to rely on himself to accumulate the spiritual power. That is to say, his recultivation must be started with the spirit path. Of course, his recultivation speed will be extremely fast. It won't take long for him to reach the realm he was at before. In the future, he will have more opportunities to challenge the higher levels. However, the reversal red scorching elixir is a little bit extreme. It can recondition your father's Dantian as well. The difference is that after the reconditioning, your father's strength can be immediately recovered. At the same time, the reversal red scorching elixir will substantially extract your father's potential and then make his strength directly ascend to a higher level. Needless to say, the extraction of the potential is helpful. However, it has a disadvantage as well. The disadvantage is that once your father greatly enhances his strength, his realm will be hindered. In the future, he will barely be able to improve his realm. Speaking of this, Jianling paused and looked towards Jian Wushuang one more time. Between the two treasures, the seven-colored soul-seizing vine has a higher value, but you are not qualified to get it yet with your current authority, so you can only choose the reversal red scorching elixir. Chapter 228, The Rainstorm Palace. Chapter 228, The Rainstorm Palace. Hearing what Jianling said, Jian Wushuang felt a little bit disappointed. Between the seven-colored soul-seizing vine and the reversal red scorching elixir, Jian Wushuang was inclined to the former. Although his father needed to recultivate his spirit path after the Dantian got reconditioned by the seven-colored soul-seizing vine, he had potential to keep enhancing his strength in the future. Meanwhile, the reversal red scorching elixir was too extreme. Though it could help his father greatly enhance his strength, his potential would be greatly consumed. In the future, he wouldn't be able to enhance himself further at all, which meant it would be impossible for him to be a top expert. It was a shame that Jian Wushuang's was unable to get him the seven-colored soul-seizing vine due to his current level of authority. Then I'll take the reversal red scorching elixir. Better than nothing. After I get my father out, I will give the elixir to him. He will need to decide if he should take it, said Jian Wushuang. Jianling nodded slightly and said, what about the remaining two items? What you want? I want two sword skills. One applies to world origin, and the other one applies to slaughter origin, replied Jian Wushuang. He had just comprehended world origin and slaughter origin not long ago. Having comprehended the origin, he naturally needed the corresponding original sword technique to perfectly display his origin strength. It is easy to get a sword skill that applies to world origin. The selfless sword technique I gave you before is a kind of original sword technique, and it is intended to be directed towards world origin. However, you only have the first half of the volume, and now I will give the second half of the volume to you. What do you think? Jianling said. That's fine. Jian Wushuang nodded. He had been studying the selfless sword technique. However, the best he could do so far was the third movement, Sky Isolating Form. However, he knew clearly how fierce the selfless sword technique had been a long time ago. Previously, he had succeeded in combining 3 sword essences and then 4 sword essences, but neither could completely activate the real power of the sword skill. The power of the sword skill could only be perfectly displayed by comprehending the origin. What's more, the origin must be world origin. Even more, the first half volume of the selfless sword technique contains 6 movements. It should be the same for the other half, so there would be a total of 12 swordsmanship types for the whole volume, which was plenty for Jian Wushuang to study. As for the sword skill that applies to slaughter origin, Jianling frowned slightly. What's wrong? You don't have it? Jian Wushuang asked with doubt. No, we have it. The problem is we have too many, Jin Ling replied. Too many? Jian Wushuang was stunned. Young man, you should know that the bloodline of Sword Ancestor specializes in Sword Principle, and that the Sword Principle is a way of killing. The warriors who study the Sword Principle can only completely display their killing abilities by comprehending Slaughter Origin. Therefore, when the bloodline of Sword Ancestor was at its peak, plenty of experts chose Slaughter Origin to comprehend. Sword Ancestor is an example. His best skill is Slaughter Origin. In the bloodline of Sword Ancestor, a great number of experts chose to comprehend Slaughter Origin. That's why the sword skills that apply to Slaughter Origin are more than that of other origins. As per your current authority level, you can get more than 100 sword skills that apply to Slaughter Origin. Let's do it this way. I'll give you a sword skill list, and you can take your time to pick one you want, Jin Ling uttered while giving Jian Wushuang the list. Jian Wushuang gave a glance at the list. Numerous sword skill names, and their descriptions were immediately visible. Jian Wushuang started to review them at once. In a second, he fixed his eyes on a sword skill. Blood Emptying Technique. It was a sword skill with extremely potent and monstrous power. There were 3 sword movements for the Blood Emptying Technique, which was obviously too few compared to the Selfless Sword Technique, as there were 12 for the latter. However, in terms of value, the Blood Emptying Technique was better than the Selfless Sword Technique. Though there are only 3 sword movements for the Blood Emptying Technique, every movement was super powerful. What's more, each movement is a killing move. Jian Wushuang's eyes were shining. Killing power was the most important characteristic to Slaughter Origin, so he should cultivate the killing move with that startling power and get the best use out of it. That way, he could completely activate his killing power. I've decided. I'm going to choose the Blood Emptying Technique. Jian Wushuang told her his decision. Blood Emptying Technique? Jin Ling was surprised, but nodded. A moment later, Jin Ling took out the 3 things that Jian Wushuang wanted. They were Reversal Red Scorching Elixir, the other half of the volume of Selfless Sword Technique, and Blood Emptying Technique. I've given your first opportunity. As for the second one, you can stay in the Rainstorm Palace for a month. Jin Ling gave Jian Wushuang a glance and then continued, Follow me. Rainstorm Palace? Jian Wushuang looked a little excited. Soon after, he moved his paces and followed Jin Ling. He came to a corner in the Ancestors' Land under the guidance of Jin Ling. By then, what appeared in front of him was a huge mountain with a cave underneath. Is this cave the Rainstorm Palace? Jian Wushuang asked. Yes, said Jin Ling. Don't look down on this cave. You will find the inside is amazing when you go in. But remember that you can only stay here for 1 month. How much strength you can enhance in this time frame will depend on you. Jian Wushuang nodded continuously and soon after stepped inside the cave. The inside of the cave was enormous, and the entire cave was filled with a gloomy draft. Jian Wushuang looked around carefully. Suddenly, a huge painting that was surrounded by the gloomy draft was dimly visible. Painting? Jian Wushuang was a little bit excited. At the same time, he was a little bit nervous. He couldn't see the painting clearly until he got closer. This was a rainstorm picture. The rainstorm picture was filled up by a large number of raindrops. Jian Wushuang counted them carefully and found the quantity was about 1,000. These raindrops, Jian Wushuang couldn't help looking at the raindrops carefully. In Jian Wushuang's eyes, the raindrops turned to a myriad of sword light. In a little while, they turned to numerous violent sword essences and flew to the 9th heaven. With the perspective of world origin, Jian Wushuang found that the sword light looked so miraculous, embracing everything in the heaven and earth, as if inside each of them was the core of the world. Through the sword light, he even saw the scenes when he displayed the 4th, 5th, and 6th movements of the Selfless Sword Technique. However, with Slaughter Origin perspective, Jian Wushuang found that the sword light contained brutal killing essences. They seemed to be slashing, or hacking. All of them looked fierce and invincible. Different origins afforded him different scenes. However, both ended up at the same point. Jian Wushuang immersed himself in the raindrops. He couldn't help pulling out the triple kill sword from the back and then started to display the movements. He totally forgot the existence of time and himself. The entire Rainstorm Palace was actually the Rainstorm picture. Furthermore, this Rainstorm picture was aimed at the origin. In terms of value, the Rainstorm picture was much better than the sword tomb where Jian Wushuang had stayed for 2 years. His meditation at the Rainstorm picture totally consumed Jian Wushuang, so much so that he didn't notice how time flew at all. A month has passed. Come out. Jinling suddenly shouted. She had been waiting outside the Rainstorm Palace the entire time. Come out. Come out. Come out. The shouting reverberated in Jian Wushuang's head, and it got louder and louder. Finally, he woke up. Soon after, Jian Wushuang bounded up and in no time landed outside the Rainstorm Palace. Chapter 229, Purple Crystal Lake. Chapter 229, Purple Crystal Lake. How are you feeling? Jinling and Mu Shan rushed over to take a look. With a tint of regret, Jian Wushuang sighed, not bad, but it's a pity that the time is so short. Indeed, it was only a month's time, way too short. He was too engrossed in the meditation of the Rainstorm picture and had already long forgotten that time existed. He felt like he was only inside for a short while, but a month had passed just like that. Curiosity brought Mu Shan to ask, surely your skills have improved by a lot. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. Although the meditation only lasted for a month, he was able to understand the sword light and sword essence of the origin even deeper from the raindrops. It elevated his skills in world origin and slaughter origin. He even mastered the 4th and 5th moves of the selfless sword technique. It seemed like it would not be long before he mastered the 6th one as well. He has also mastered the 1st move of the blood emptying technique. That all happened within a month only. If he did not close himself away from the world, it would have taken him more than half a year to master the 4th and 5th moves of the selfless sword technique completely. It was even more amazing that he managed to get the hang of the 1st move of the blood emptying technique so quickly. It was meant to take ages for one to comprehend, but he managed to do it within a month, thanks to the Rainstorm picture. Staying in the Rainstorm Palace for a month has helped me to understand the origin and master my swordsmanship greatly, said Jian Wushuang. Jinling replied, the Rainstorm Palace was your 2nd opportunity. Now, your 3rd opportunity is here, and that's the Purple Crystal Lake. Purple Crystal Lake? Jian Wushuang repeated with a tint of expectation. He did not know what this Purple Crystal Lake was all about, but from what he had gathered during his stay at the Rainstorm Palace, he can be certain that this lake was like none other. At least, it would be of huge benefit to him. Jinling glanced at Mu Shan and ordered, Mu Shan, you bring him there. Yes. Mu Shan nodded upon his orders and proceeded to lead the way. Under Mu Shan's guidance, Jian Wushuang arrived in front of a purple lake. The lake is neither big nor small. The water is as clear as crystal, emitting a faint fragrance. It was like a good old wine, waiting to lure others into its beauty. This is the Purple Crystal Lake, Mu Shan said. This lake is made from purple crystal spiritual liquid. Purple crystal spiritual liquid? Jian Wushuang's gaze was broken, and he had a dumbstruck expression. Purple crystal spiritual liquid had characteristics similar to the primordial spiritual liquid. They were both the purest energy sources in the mortal world. What was different was that the primordial spiritual liquid only works for the beginner warriors in the spirit path and level of transforming sea. On the other hand, the purple crystal spiritual liquid was greatly beneficial even to the experts of the Yin-Yang Void Realm. In fact, there were many experts in the Yin-Yang Void Realm that transact using purple crystal spiritual liquid instead of wealth. In the Tianzong dynasty, an expert of the initial Yin Void Realm whose value was worth 100 drops of the liquid was considered impressive. But right now, what was with this lake full of the powerful liquid? Amazed, Jian Wushuang proclaimed, I'm sure all of the purple crystal spiritual liquid in the Tianzong dynasty combined would not make up even a tenth of this lake. Mu Shan replied, Jian Wushuang, you can cultivate at the lake for 2 months. During this period, you can do whatever you want with the liquid. 2 months later, I hope your realm can greatly improve. Mu Shan took a glance at Jian Wushuang and walked away. Jian Wushuang was left alone by the purple crystal lake. 2 months? I can cultivate as I like for 2 months? There was a glow of excitement in his eyes, and he jumped in without hesitation. Plop! Jian Wushuang had landed in the lake. His head resurfaced above the waters, and he eyed his surroundings. Let me see how much I can gain from a huge lake like this in 2 months? Jian Wushuang summoned his heavenly creation skill immediately without hesitation. While the effects took place, the waters of the lake stirred like a tornado. The waves were raging wildly, while Jian Wushuang remained on the water surface. A tremendous force that swallowed from within arose, and the purple crystal liquid gushed into his body at the speed of lightning. This is the furthest the heavenly creation skill could do. Crazy swallow. Taking in everything, the spiritual power inside him started to rise at a puzzling speed. After sending Jian Wushuang to the purple crystal lake, Mu Shan left and came back to Jinling. I have already sent him to the lake, Mu Shan said. Okay, Jinling nodded and continued, 2 months is not long, neither is it short. I wonder how much his cultivation of spiritual power can improve by then. He has already reached exceptional gold core realm. Although it happened not long ago, as long as he absorbs the purple crystal spiritual liquid as much as he can, then the initial void realm is not far away. If he is lucky, he might just reach the profound void realm. Mu Shan said. Profound void realm? Jinling frowned and said, I remember Jian Nantian also cultivated at the purple crystal lake for 2 months before hitting initial void realm. He even hit the peak, falling short of the profound void realm by a tiny bit. This fella is even more outstanding than his father, being able to break through the completion of the void realm. He has a lot of potentials. Jinling and Mu Shan were busily engrossed in their discussion and were oblivious to whatever was happening in the lake. If they were to take a look at what was happening, they would want to take back their words, because the purple crystal lake had gone haywire completely. Jian Wushuang had unleashed his heavenly creation skill to its extreme, and the wolfing speed was unbelievably fast. After all, he had cultivated the heavenly creation skill. It was just like back in the days when he was still on the divine path level, drawing power from the primordial spiritual liquid at Nine Wolves Mountain. He was doing it at a speed much faster than any other normal warrior. A regular elixir that raises spiritual power needs a couple of months to be completely digested, but Jian Wushuang only needs a day. Naturally, the speed at which he was harnessing the liquid would be noticeably faster than normal people's. This was the heavenly creation skill, a cultivation method that was against the natural order. Both Jinling and Mu Shan agreed that Jian Wushuang would surely reach the initial void realm in his 2 months at Purple Crystal Lake. They were even hopeful that he can reach the profound void realm. But in reality, on the 3rd day, by the 3rd day of his cultivation, Jian Wushuang's spiritual power in his gold core has reached its extreme. After harnessing enough power, he tried to make a breakthrough to the void realm directly. With such a powerful liquid as his foundation, Jian Wushuang seemed confident. He did not require any external help and went straight ahead with the majestic spiritual power stored in him. He succeeded. By his 3rd day of cultivation, he reached the initial void realm. After that, he continued to gain strength. By the 10th day, he once again outdid himself and reached the profound void realm. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. Chapter 230, Scary Improvement, Peak of the void realm. Chapter 230, Scary Improvement, Peak of the void realm. In the ancestors' land, Jinling and Mu Shan stood together. 2 months have passed. Let's go and look at how that fella is doing, said Jinling. I bet that he has already reached the profound void realm. Mu Shan laughed. Maybe, but maybe not. Jinling smiled. The duo walked side by side towards Purple Crystal Lake and arrived not long after. But when they truly saw what was going on in the lake, both of them were beyond shock. What's this? Jinling widened her eyes, staring into the lake. The endless lake before their eyes was as vast as before, but Jinling could tell with a glance that the waters had clearly sunk more than a meter. Back in the days when Jian Nantian cultivated here for 2 months, there were no significant changes to the lake. But now, 1 meter. Just how much purple crystal spiritual liquid had been lost for such a vast lake to fall by a meter? It has only been a mere 2 months. How is it possible for him to absorb so much of the purple crystal spiritual liquid? Jinling was shocked. This is impossible. How is this big difference possible? Mu Shan was also taken aback. Even if Tinine Void experts tried to absorb the same amount in the same duration, it would still be an impossible feat. This fella's strength. Jinling quickly turned towards Jian Wushuang, who was in the middle of the lake. At this moment, Jian Wushuang had stopped absorbing the liquid. His eyes were both opened and emitted a sparkling light. There was a suffocating aura coming out from his body. Rumble. This aura turned into raging wild waves that swept across the purple crystal lake. Upon sensing his aura from the release of spiritual power, both Jinling and Mu Shan seemed to have blanked out. Peak of the Yin Void Realm? He has actually reached the peak of the Yin Void Realm. In just a mere 2 months, he went from achieving the exceptional Gold Core Realm to breaking through 4 realms, and now actually reaching the peak of the Yin Void Realm. How is this possible? The duo may have seen and heard many great things, but they were stunned. Indeed, Jian Wushuang's mad accession in power was puzzling. It would not be possible for any normal person to do the same, even if they were to cultivate in the lake itself. However, the duo was unaware that the cultivation of Jian Wushuang is a heavenly creation skill. It is a cultivation method against the natural order like no other. Poof! Jian Wushuang resurfaced above the waters and appeared in front of the duo. He shrugged his shoulders, which upon usage of force, caused all bones of his body to snap one after another. He then held both of his hands together tightly, allowing an explosive force to gather in his hands. Peak of the Yin Void Realm. Jian Wushuang's eyes emitted a strong ray of light. That's a pity. If you gave me half a month more, I would be confident of harnessing enough spiritual power to forcefully break through and reach the Yang Void Realm. He may have said the words himself, but he did not feel that it was a pity at all. After all, his power has risen like crazy the past 2 months. If he were to reach the Yang Void Realm, that would be quite awesome. Right now, I am already at the peak of the Yin Void Realm. In fact, the tip. My spiritual power has clearly improved so much more compared to during the exceptional Gold Core Realm. I should count my blessings. Jian Wushuang laughed. Moreover, his cultivation is a heavenly creation skill. Each step was against the natural order, but yet unique on its own. A normal warrior would reach the Yin-Yang Void Realm, while a heavenly creation skill would cause the Yin and Yang to break. Naturally, it was bound to be different. However, this difference could not be further delved into in the ancestors' land. He can only do it after leaving. Fella, I am very curious. What is your secret? If it is not a huge secret, it would not be possible for you to absorb that much purple crystal spiritual liquid in such a short time. Neither would your spiritual power improve tremendously. Jinling stared into the eyes of Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang's gaze did not waver. There was indeed a huge secret of his, which was the heavenly creation skill. But this secret would remain a secret under all circumstances. Forget it. Everyone has their own secrets. I'm too lazy to dig deeper into this, Jinling said casually and added, the third opportunity has already been given to you. Now, you can leave the ancestors' land. Leave right now? Jian Wushuang touched his nose and asked, can't I accept the second test after all this? Second test? Jinling smirked. Fella, I am not looking down on you. Although your spiritual power might have improved tremendously these 2 months, you are still not qualified for the test. The second test of the ancestors' land is targeted at experts of divine transcendence. Furthermore, the first and second tests are largely different. The first is much more relaxed. Hence, even though you only reach the exceptional Gold Core Realm, you would have equal chances of passing it as long as you can go against the natural order. But there is no way you will pass the test without divine transcendence. Is it really like this? Jian Wushuang frowned. He initially thought that he could be considered qualified to accept the second test, especially after his improvement. But it seemed like he had underestimated the difficulty of the test by this ancestor's land. If the second test requires experts of divine transcendence, then what about the third one? Jian Wushuang asked out of curiosity. Fella, you should prepare to leave. But before that, hand me the triple kill sword, Jinling said. Triple kill sword? Jian Wushuang retrieved the sword from this back and held it in his hand. After a moment of hesitation, he handed it to Jinling. Jinling received it and touched it gently. She shook her head and laughed. Indeed, you had a peerless killing sword in your possession, but you did not know how to incur its power. Peerless killing sword? Jian Wushuang could not help but look at Jinling. This triple kill sword was the first sword of killing from the mansion of Sword Marquis. It was also the only pledge of entry into the ancestors' land. Jian Wushuang had had the sword for ages, but never had any queries about it. At most, the sword edge was sharper and the aura was stiffer. Regarding its power, he had no idea that the triple kill sword had other uses. Fella, wait for me here for a while. I will return it to you later, Jinling said. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded. Jinling left with the sword in her hand, and Jian Wushuang stood there, waiting in silence. Not long after, Jinling returned and threw the sword at him. When he held on to it, Jian Wushuang felt a burst within his heart. He found out that the triple kill sword now contained much more hostility than before. Chapter 231. Weapons divided into 3 grades. Chapter 231. Weapons divided into 3 grades. Jian Wushuang stirred the body of triple kill sword with his fingers. Yet the triple kill sword, seeming to possess a soul, was trembling slightly. Simultaneously surprised and delighted, he felt waves from the triple kill sword. It seems that the triple kill sword is different from before, Jian Wushuang couldn't help saying. Of course it's different now, Jinling answered while snorting. How could it just be a normal weapon if it is used to enter the ancestors' land? Because it hasn't been involved in battle for several years, its sword spirit was already asleep. I only just woke it up. Sword spirit? Jian Wushuang winced. Little guy, you don't know what sword spirit is? Jinling said, and looked to Jiang Wushuang. Jian Wushuang nodded. Aren't you ignorant? Jinling smiled and shook his head. Ah yes, the bloodline of sword ancestor is on the decline, so their horizon has lowered. Listen up, the triple kill sword is not a normal weapon, but a magic weapon. The weapons are divided into 3 grades. The 3rd grade is normal, the 2nd grade is spiritual, while the 1st grade is masterful. Each grade is divided into 3 levels: inferior, medium, and superior. The triple kill sword in your hand is a superior 2nd grade magic weapon. Normally, it possesses a soul, but it has fallen asleep. This happened because when your father fought with the experts, it got hurt. Alas, its power got buried. I have woken up its sword spirit and its power has recovered. But the triple kill sword hasn't completely recovered. It fell down to superior 3rd grade. I see, Jian Wushuang murmured while nodding. Feeling the power of the triple kill sword, he could not help but be shocked. He felt that the triple kill sword was so powerful now. Has it not completely recovered? How can I make it recover to its optimum power? Jian Wushuang asked. I have said that the triple kill sword is a sword of killing, eager for blood. If you want to recover its power, you have to kill others with it as far as possible. The more kills, the more powerful man you kill, the faster it recovers. Even when the triple kill sword recovers to its optimum in the future, continue to use it for kills to improve its grade, Jinling said. I see. Jian Wushuang nodded seriously while holding the triple kill sword tightly, with a glimmer of expectation. Jiang Wushuang imagined a scene of the triple kill sword at its optimum and stronger than ever before. In fact, not only the magic weapons are divided into 3 grades, but also origin manuals, Jinling suddenly said. Oh, Jian Wushuang looked towards her. Jinling continued, the origin manual is also divided into 3 grades, while each grade is divided into 3 levels: inferior, medium, and superior. Just like the 2 original sword techniques you got, the selfless sword technique and blood emptying technique. The selfless sword technique is the medium 3rd grade manual. The blood emptying technique is superior 3rd grade. Jinling stopped and looked at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang had a serious look on his face. He didn't know that the magic weapons and origin manuals were divided into 3 grades until now. In my opinion, the selfless sword technique and blood emptying technique are very powerful. The blood emptying technique is a sword skill on the 3rd grade. What about the 2nd grade sword technique or the 1st grade sword technique? Jian Wushuang said with shock. The 3rd grade sword skill was also powerful. Wouldn't the power of the 2nd grade sword technique and 1st grade sword technique be more shocking? If a manual is the 3rd grade, its power is incredible. In fact, many origin manuals are of low quality. The selfless sword technique and blood emptying technique you have are very good and useful enough for you. Even the elders of divine transcendence can't possess the 2nd grade or 1st grade sword skill. Of course, if you reach the level of divine transcendence, come back to the ancestors' land and pass the test. Then you will get a chance to gain the 2nd grade sword technique. Jinling smiled and said. Jian Wushuang fell silent. Divine transcendence? His strength was enhanced by the cultivation of spiritual power from Purple Crystal Lake, but he just reached the peak of the Yin Void realm. There was a long way for him to reach divine transcendence. The level was hard to break out of. Okay, I have already said what I have to. You may leave. When you've reached the level of divine transcendence, make your return, Jinling said. Thank you. Jian Wushuang expressed his gratitude and was led away by Mu Shan. He then left the ancestors' land by wormhole. In dark forest, a figure abruptly shot up to the sky while the strong air swept across, breaking up the silence of this place. Half of a year. Jiang Wushuang clenched his fists, curling up a smile. Previously, when he stayed in the ancestors' land for 2 years, he made great progress. Although he stayed only half a year this time, his progress was more apparent. His cultivation of spiritual power was directly stepped into the peak of the Yin Void realm from the exceptional Gold Core realm, which was breaking through 4 realms. At the same time, he also understood slaughter origin and entered the way of killing. Having meditated for a month in Rainstorm Palace, his world origin and slaughter origin had greatly improved. The same went for his swordsmanship. It was certain that his strength had experienced a radical improvement within half of a year. Half a year ago, I went to the ancestors' land directly after returning from the easternmost hunting. I don't know how the Tianzong dynasty has been like in the half-year, Jian Wushuang murmured. I must be steady. I am cultivating the heavenly creation skill. When I step into the yin-yang void realm, I would meet with the yin and yang breaking. But how am I to break it? Immediately, Jian Wushuang found a place in the dark forest, sat down, and then began to operate the heavenly creation skill. All the movements of the heavenly creation skill were unbelievable and different. As for the 9th heaven of divine path, the ultimate spiritual sea, and the supreme golden pill realm, each step was much powerful than a common warrior. As a counterpart to the yin-yang void realm, the yin and yang breaking naturally was bound to be different. Jian Wushuang sat and studied for a long time. Finally, he understood the yin and yang breaking. Jian Wushuang operated his spiritual power. As it went on, there was a strong spiritual power that gradually broke out from his body. In the spiritual power, there was a shadow. The shadow was like a baby, but its volume was small. As the shadow appeared in the void, the vast expanse of spiritual power of heaven and earth gathered toward it, swaddling it like a baby. As more spiritual power gathered together, a figure whose bodyline or appearance was the same as Jian Wushuang appeared next to him. Jian Wushuang opened his eyes. Looking at the other man who looked just like him, his lips could not help but curl into a smile. The yin-yang doppelganger is here. Chapter 232, Yin and Yang Breaking. Chapter 232, Yin and Yang Breaking. The way of martial arts, the seventh realm of spirit path, transforming C from spiritual power, primordial golden pill realm, yin-yang void realm, and divine transcendence. In the yin-yang void realm, there would be a change from the original primordial golden pill realm to a nascent soul. The nascent soul would then absorb spiritual power, the core of a warrior. The way that heavenly creation skill reached the yin-yang void realm was to change from gold core to nascent soul. There were not one but two nascent souls. One of them dominated the self, and the other reconstructed the body, making up the yin-yang doppelganger. This was the yin and yang breaking. Jian Wushuang already forged his yin-yang doppelganger. Not only the body and appearance, but the cultivation of spiritual power was exactly like him. The only difference was their thoughts. Even though the yin-yang doppelganger was dominated by the self, each persona could possess an independent consciousness. In other words, the doppelganger was able to get out, experience and train independently or meditate the sword essence and the origin, which would never bother the self. This meant that a person became two persons. For the yin-yang doppelganger, the self was a root. As long as the self was alive, the doppelganger never died. Even if the doppelganger was killed, it still could be forged again by the self. A frightening ability. The frightening supernatural skill. Jian Wushuang looked excitedly to his yin-yang doppelganger with eyes full of wonder. Doppelganger. An independent consciousness. The doppelganger could understand the origin and have an adventure by itself. Previously, a person would meditate and cultivate alone, but it was two people doing the job at the same time now. Thus, the speed of cultivation naturally doubled. The doppelganger and the self could be divided and also reintegrated with each other. After Jian Wushuang used his mind to give an order, his yin-yang doppelganger began to slowly approach him. It merged with him and then separated from him. The separated yin-yang doppelganger became increasingly ruthless and brutal, emanating a scary killing intent. Conversely, Jian Wushuang's aura became easygoing and tolerant. The self stood with the yin-yang doppelganger. One embraced everything. The other killed the world. They had completely different aura. If not the same appearance, they would not be considered the same person. From today, the yin-yang doppelganger will focus on meditating slaughter origin, while I meditate world origin. We work in cooperation with a division of labor, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. The yin-yang doppelganger could separate his meditation into two parts. Now, the self of Jian Wushuang had no meditation over slaughter origin, merely the meditation over world origin. The self meditated world origin, while the doppelganger meditated slaughter origin. They each had a task to do. However, if the two are integrated, the self could perform both meditations. The special ability made Jian Wushuang greatly surprised. With the yin-yang doppelganger, it would be much more convenient for him in the future. Not only was it useful in meditating the origin, but also many other things that the self failed to do. With the doppelganger, he could even explore some risky place. After all, if the doppelganger died, the self could forge another one. It all needed just some time and energy. It was a pity that if Jian Wushuang broke through the yin void realm, his supreme gold core realm strength would be substantially weakened. His supreme gold core allowed his spiritual power to improve 100-fold. However, after supreme gold core became the nascent soul, the outbreak of spiritual power only improved by a dozen. Jian Wushuang could also do nothing about this. It was similar to the situation when he broke through the transforming sea realm and reached the gold core realm. While he was in the transforming sea realm, he was a warrior with ultimate spiritual sea. His spiritual power was endless. When he reached the supreme gold core realm, his spiritual power was just weakened to 10 times of normal warriors. When I reached the peak of the yin void realm, my outbreak of spiritual power is 10 times of the counterpart. It is equivalent to the top of initial yang void realm, even stronger and comparable with the profound yang void realm, Jian Wushuang said to himself. Only the outbreak of power is comparable to the profound yang void realm. Adding to the meditation of the sword essence and origin, he was far stronger than the one in the profound yang void realm. As for how strong it was, he did not know. He needed to fight with a suitable expert. Only then would he find out the strength. Go back to the Tianzong dynasty. Jin Wushuang moved his body and then went forward to the other side of the dark forest, at Tianan province. In a short moment, he set off. Zoom! Jin Wushuang suddenly stopped on a void and looked down. There was a fierce battle taking place on the ground. It was normal to battle in a place like the dark forest as it had many spirit beasts and was suitable for warriors to train. Jin Wushuang was not concerned over the battle, but he chose to stop because he recognized the uniform worn by one of the experts that he once saw at the Nine Emperors sect. The Nine Emperors sect? Jin Wushuang mumbled and raised his eyebrows. It was a fierce battle on the ground. Haha, little girl, come with us. If I catch you, I don't think the fat guy in the pavilion of raindrops wouldn't surrender to us. A purple-haired elder gave an insidious smile and said coolly. In front of him, there was a coquettish lady with the graceful figure. The coquettish lady's beautiful face looked chilling at this moment, and she clenched her teeth, thrusting at her enemies with a blood-red spear. The coquettish lady was attacked by the three men whose cultivation of spiritual power was not weaker than her. Although the coquettish lady gave all her might, she was still completely suppressed by them. She would fail sooner or later. There were multiple corpses laying next to her. The corpses were the lady's teammates. Chi! A sword flew past, and the coquettish lady was cut with a bloody gash on her arm. A sharp jabbing pain of her arm made her palm loose. The blood-red spear fell to the ground, but she still desperately continued fighting back. Jejia, you are really tenacious, the glum elder smiled coolly and said. Several experts of the Nine Emperors sect stood beside him, watching with interest. For them, the coquettish lady was already doomed. However, at this point, whoosh, a figure appeared suddenly in front of the coquettish lady. The three men were shocked, but their power was unabated. Jin Wushuang looked coolly. Seeing the three forces move fiercely toward him, he did not react. Suddenly, his body formed a strong wind, sweeping from the ground. The three forces immediately fell apart, and even the three experts of the Gold Core realm who jointly attacked the coquettish lady were forced to fall back due to the puff of wind. Who is it? You are courting death. Where did the boy come from? You dare to meddle in the affairs of the Nine Emperors sect? With several snapping sounds going off, the glum expert and his people charged forward and attacked Jin Wushuang without any words. Jin Wushuang did not show his move. The moment he raised his head, a terrifying killing intent gushed from his body. Chapter 233, Pavilion of Raindrops. Chapter 233, Pavilion of Raindrops. A sinister killing intent filled the air. Transparent blades made of pure spiritual power suddenly emerged from the air in front of Jin Wushuang. These transparent blades flew out swiftly and smoothly across the void, appearing in front of the glum elder. What? The glum elder could not react in time at all. Chi, 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 chi. The transparent blade easily penetrated body after body. The glum elder and his people widened their eyes and then fell to the ground. In just a moment, the experts from the Nine Emperors sect were all killed. The coquettish lady was stunned. But Jin Wushuang did not care at all. Turning around, he looked at the coquettish lady and asked, I overheard from these people that you are from the Pavilion of Raindrops? Yes. The coquettish lady nodded. Then let me ask you, what is your relationship with Tang Wuji from the Pavilion of Raindrops? Jin Wushuang inquired. Tang Wuji? He is my brother. He is now the pavilion master of the Pavilion of Raindrops, answered the coquettish lady. You are the sister of Tang Wuji? Jin Wushuang's face had unbelief written all over it. Tang Wuji was a person Jin Wushuang met during the easternmost hunting. Back then, he knew that Tang Wuji was from the Pavilion of Raindrops. He had also heard that the place had been destroyed by the Nine Emperors sect. Tang Wuji was definitely a big, fat, ugly man. Therefore, it was hard to imagine that his sister could be so beautiful with a figure that was even more enchanting. Now, things are getting interesting. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. The Pavilion of Raindrops was well known all throughout the city. A few years ago, the Pavilion of Raindrops held a lot of influence in the Tianan province. They were especially outstanding in the providing information. However, later news spread that the Pavilion of Raindrops angered the Nine Emperors sect who later destroyed it. Just half a year ago, the Pavilion of Raindrops' young master Tang Wuji returned and spent a great deal of money to rebuild the pavilion. The newly constructed Pavilion of Raindrops was much stronger than before. In the headquarters of the Pavilion of Raindrops lay a secret chamber. Gentlemen, the Nine Emperors sect are invading fiercely. We must use all our might to deal with them. Otherwise, if we are careless, the Pavilion of Raindrops will die an irrevocable death, the stocky, middle-aged man Tang Wuji said in a low tone. Pavilion Master, in my personal opinion, let us accept the Ouyang clan's request. With the Ouyang clan supporting us, we do not have to worry at all about the Nine Emperors sect, a man with dashing eyebrows said in a low tone. Agree to the Ouyang clan's requests? Impossible. Tang Wuji shook his head decisively. If it was only a matter of listening or following their orders, I would still consider. But to admit the Pavilion of Raindrops into the dark hall of the Ouyang clan is out of the question. Even if the Pavilion of Raindrops were to disappear right at this moment, I still would never agree to the Ouyang clan's conditions. Tang Wuji's eyes flickered seriously and his voice was as strong as steel. He had no trace of indecisiveness. At this precise moment, the door to the secret chamber suddenly opened. A servant of the Pavilion of Raindrops walked in and greeted respectfully. Pavilion Master, Miss Schwer has returned. She mentioned that a man has come to find you. Previously, when Miss Schwer was in the Dark Forest, she was attacked by experts from the Nine Emperors sect. It was this man who saved Miss Schwer. Huh. Tang Wuji tremored, his gaze burning with irritation. The Nine Emperors are so despicable. They even dared to send people to catch my sister. Let Schwer and her savior in. Yes, master. The servant promptly retreated to complete his order. Not long after, the coquettish lady and Jian Wushuang walked into the secret chamber together. Schwer. Tang Wuji could not help but smile upon seeing the coquettish lady. Brother, the coquettish lady ran hastily to Tang Wuji and said, I almost fell into the hands of the Nine Emperors sect this time, but he saved me. You have to thank him as well on my behalf. Is it so? Tang Wuji said with a smile, casting his gaze on Jian Wushuang. Taking a look, Tang Wuji could not believe his eyes. You are elder brother? Tang Wuji's voice was so agitated that he started stuttering. Tang Wuji, long time no see. Jian Wushuang's face cracked into a smile. Haha, boss, it really is you. Tang Wuji laughed heartily and embraced Jian Wushuang. He subsequently pulled Jian Wushuang to sit in front of the wooden table in the secret chamber. With a wave of his hand, the table was filled with delicious wine and food. Boss, we haven't seen each other in more than half a year. I think about you even when I'm dreaming, Tang Wuji said. Can you not be so mushy? Jian Wushuang winked at Tang Wuji. Haha, let's have a drink first. Tang Wuji began to pour Jian Wushuang some wine. Tang Schwer and the guests of Pavilion of Raindrops watched this scene unfold with shocked incomprehension. Boss. Tang Wuji looked like he was at least 40 years old, yet Jian Wushuang looked like he was in his 20s. The age gap was so large, yet Tang Wuji called Jian Wushuang his boss. This form of address inevitably made them feel quite weird. Tang Wuji, it seems like you're doing quite well, aren't you? Jian Wushuang drank a cup of wine and cast an interested glance at Tang Wuji. Haha, all thanks to you, boss. Tang Wuji smiled. Back then when we parted at the easternmost plain, didn't you give me a bit of money, boss? That much of money was an enormous amount compared to the wealth accumulated by the Pavilion of Raindrops. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. When he parted with Tang Wuji at the easternmost plain, he did indeed give Tang Wuji an amount of money which he won from killing numerous Void experts at the easternmost plain. As for the exact amount of money he gained, he did not count, but he was sure it was not a small sum. I took that bag of money, returned to the Tianzong dynasty, and returned to Tianan province. I immediately gathered all the old departments in the Pavilion of Raindrops and used only half a month to reconstruct the place. Subsequently, I spent another substantial amount of money to invite a few Een Void guests whom you now see before you. Tang Wuji pointed to the Een Void experts. With the help of these guests, my Pavilion of Raindrops rose to power again. Within the short span of 2 months, the Pavilion of Raindrops now holds an influential position in the Tianan province. In the future, I have plans to establish contact with the Ouyang clan. With the backing of the Ouyang clan, the growth of my Pavilion of Raindrops will naturally speed up, Tang Wuji said. It looks very impressive, but when I first arrived, everyone seemed very worried. Jian Wushuang smiled. Alarmed, Tang Wuji looked awkwardly inside. My Pavilion of Raindrops may have risen, but the 9 Emperors sect that destroyed the Pavilion of Raindrops in the past now has plans of attacking us. Over the past 6 months, my Pavilion of Raindrops has never had any conflicts with the 9 Emperors sect. As we have the support of the Ouyang clan, we are on an equal footing with the 9 Emperors sect. But yesterday, the 9 Emperors sect seemed to have gone crazy. They actually dared to spread the news that they will destroy my Pavilion of Raindrops in 3 days. Chapter 234, I Will Help You. Chapter 234, I Will Help You. Oh, Jian Wushuang couldn't help but be surprised. Back then he led many Golden Dragon ambassadors to attack the 9 Emperors sect, wounding it heavily. It had not even been a year. It was impossible that the 9 Emperors sect recovered now. Even as the 9 Emperors sect knew of the Ouyang clan's support for the Pavilion of Raindrops, they still had the guts to claim that they would destroy it within 3 days. If it was not for the Blood Feather Tower's involvement, the 9 Emperors sect would not be so daring themselves. Tang Wuji said in a low voice, initially, we were not bothered that the 9 Emperors sect were about to attack. As our pavilion had the backing of the Ouyang clan, there was nothing to worry about. But we did not expect that just when the 9 Emperors sect announced their plan to attack, the Ouyang clan receded their support. The Ouyang clan said that unless my Pavilion of Raindrops merges with their Dark Hall, they would not help us block the 9 Emperors sect's attack. They may say it is a merger, but they actually meant to swallow my Pavilion of Raindrops as a whole. Is that so? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. Then what do you plan to do now? We will play by ear. Regardless of what happens, I will never agree to the conditions raised by the Ouyang clan. Pavilion Master, a guest by the side furrowed his eyebrows. I understand. Jian Wushuang nodded his head slightly and looked at Tang Wuji with a smile. Tang Wuji, you don't have to worry about the Ouyang clan. The might of the 9 Emperors sect cannot be underestimated. Even if the Ouyang clan were to turn up, there is still a chance that they cannot stop them. Huh. Jian Wushuang winced. But don't worry. I happen to have a bit of a grudge against the 9 Emperors sect and I wish to seek revenge, so I will help you, Jian Wushuang said. Boss, you will help me? Tang Wuji rejoiced. Back then, during the easternmost hunting, Tang Wuji could attest to the strength of Jian Wushuang. In addition, his Pavilion of Raindrops' successful reconstruction was also due to his relationship with Jian Wushuang. So Tang Wuji had absolute faith in Jian Wushuang. Rest assured that with my help, that 9 Emperors sect would definitely be unable to snatch your Pavilion of Raindrops away from you, Jian Wushuang said with a confident laughter. Just when he finished speaking, the guests at the side were immediately dissatisfied. Thud. Oh, what an arrogant tone. A black-clothed elder smacked the table, stood up, glared at Jian Wushuang and said in a low tone, Kid, although I don't know what your relationship with our Pavilion Master is, but what you've just made clear is as good as sending the Pavilion of Raindrops to death. With your young age, how can you understand the power of the 9 Emperors sect? Forget the others. If we only talk about the experts of the Een Void realm, the 9 Emperors sect will have less than 5 people. In addition, their upper elder recently surpassed their level and attained the Yang Void realm. Such tyrannical strength is enough to sweep the Pavilion of Raindrops away. At this moment of life and death, what my Pavilion of Raindrops needs to do is to craft ways to secure the Ouyang clan's support again. It is only with the Ouyang clan's support that we can promise safety and peace for the Pavilion of Raindrops. Although the Ouyang clan's condition is slightly harsh, merging with their Dark Hall, in my opinion, is not necessarily a bad thing. Now you dare to advise the Pavilion Master to abandon the Ouyang clan and completely believe in you. You're just an insignificant fellow. How can you be capable enough and boldly say that the 9 Emperors sect will not conquer the Pavilion of Raindrops? What a joke, what a... Before the black-clothed elder could finish speaking, Jin Wushuang, who sat peacefully at the side, raised his head suddenly. The moment he looked up, rumble, slaughter origin exploded, and a fearful killing intent swept out. Immediately, the entire secret chamber became dead silent. Not only was it dead silent, but the atmosphere was as chilly as winter. The black-clothed elder at this moment stopped speaking. He widened eyes and stared at Jin Wushuang in shock. It was not only him. The other guests at the Pavilion of Raindrops were also gazing at Jin Wushuang with an extremely frightened expression. Jin Wushuang had comprehended slaughter origin, the way of killing, so his killing intent was quite strong and frightening. Although the guests were all Void experts, they were only in the initial Void realm. With the explosion of Jin Wushuang's killing intent, they immediately felt suffocated, as if there was a sword pointing at their throats. The black-clothed elder felt a swelling in his throat. The words that have reached his mouth were swallowed back at this moment. Horror, fear. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Jin Wushuang. Just faced with the outburst of killing intent, they all felt genuine fear in their hearts. If this black-clothed young man were to really fight, then what would happen? Boss, Tang Wuji looked at Jin Wushuang in shock. Jin Wushuang still held his bowl of wine and swirled the wine gently. The explosive killing intent slowly withdrew. Someone has come, Jin Wushuang said peacefully. Huh. Jin Wushuang winced. The doors of the secret chamber suddenly opened. A man wearing a luxurious robe walked in with a big smile. Mr. Ouyang. Mr. Ouyang. Once the guests in the Pavilion of Raindrops saw this middle-aged man, they immediately greeted him humbly. Pavilion Master Tang, how is your consideration process coming along? The middle-aged man did not bother with the guests. After entering the secret chamber, he went and sat down on a chair, showing signs of familiarity. Tang Wuji smiled and looked at him. Mr. Ouyang, my word still remains. If you want my Pavilion of Raindrops to submit to your Ouyang clan, that isn't a problem at all. But if you want my Pavilion of Raindrops to merge with the Ouyang clan's Dark Hall, then that is impossible, Tang Wuji said coldly. The middle-aged man's grin immediately fell after hearing Tang Wuji's words. Tang Wuji, I take you as Pavilion Master, so I just call you Master Tang. But you don't cherish the chance. Submitting to our clan? Huh. My Ouyang clan is one of Tianzong Dynasty's 7 sections. Even the most powerful sect would compete to submit to us. With our powerful status, do we even need your pavilion? To tell the truth, my clan's initial support for your pavilion was because we affirmed your pavilion's intelligence capabilities. Without our clan, you think with your own measly muscles, your Pavilion of Raindrops could be so successful within the short span of 6 months. Listen, you'd better obediently merge your pavilion with the Dark Hall. Then you will have a chance to live. If not, Tang Wuji had an uneasy expression. Jin Wushuang, who stood by the side, began to laugh. Ha ha, the Ouyang clan, one of the 7 sects in the Tianzong dynasty, takes advantage of others' precarious situation? The middle-aged man cast a cold glance at Jin Wushuang. Where did you come from, kid? I was speaking to Tang Wuji. How dare you interrupt? Get out of my way. As he finished speaking, the middle-aged man waved his hand, a gust of spiritual power gathering in his palms. Then he directly struck a blow to Jin Wushuang. This middle-aged man had a cultivation of the profound Void realm. Under his attack, even a man like Tang Wuji, who was in the exceptional Gold Core realm, would have died. At this moment, Jin Wushuang still held his bowl of wine, but his gaze became cold. Chapter 235. He moved? Chapter 235. He moved? Thud. With his right hand still lightly swirling the bowl of wine, Jian Wushuang reached out to the middle-aged man's wrist with his left hand. It was like a huge pair of pliers in action as Jian Wushuang exerted significant strength. Crack! Sounds of bones cracking traveled through the air. The middle-aged man's face turned red, like the color of a pig liver. His mouth was opened as if he wanted to say something. Jian Wushuang gave him a tight slap. Slap! Bang! The crisp sound resounded, and the middle-aged man was seen flying through the air. He crashed painfully against the wall of the secret chamber. The walls trembled for a while, and the man slowly slid off the wall. Tang Wuji and the guests at the pavilion were standing at the side, shocked by the sight that just unfolded before their eyes. This middle-aged man was Ouyang Shito. He is an expert of the Ouyang clan who had reached the profound Yin Void realm. Notably, the guests in attendance were the most powerful ones of Pavilion of Raindrops, who reached the initial Yin Void realm. They treated Ouyang Shito with the highest respect. But what about now? With a single stroke, Ouyang Shito had been seen sent flying through the air like a dead dog. The guests were shocked and looked at Jian Wushuang in disbelief. The black-clothed elder was even more grateful that Jian Wushuang did not pick on him earlier. If not, Ouyang Shito was completely blown away. Jian Wushuang stood up and walked towards Ouyang Shito stealthily, casting a cold gaze at him. When you go back, tell your clan leader that from today onwards, the Pavilion of Raindrops will no longer associate with the Ouyang clan. If your clan is unhappy, come and find me. Or maybe when the experts of the Nine Emperors sect fight 2 days later, your clan can attack too. I do not mind clearing this mess altogether. Get lost. Jian Wushuang waved his hand. Ouyang Shito stood up and glared at Jian Wushuang with his fists clenched. His gaze was full of spite. Good. What Pavilion of Raindrops? Wait, just you wait. 2 days later, I want to see your pavilion will kneel before the experts of the Nine Emperors sect and beg for mercy. Ouyang Shito cursed as he left. Mr. Ouyang. The guests were worried, trying to retain him. Tang Wuji was the only one with furrowed eyebrows, keeping silent from beginning to the end. Just after Ouyang Shito left, a few guests began to sigh. We're doomed. This time, it's the end for my Pavilion of Raindrops. Not only did we not get the help from the Ouyang clan, we even harshly offended them. How am I supposed to fight against the experts of the Nine Emperors sect 2 days later? The guests had all lost hope. Tang Wuji remained silent, but he was staring at Jian Wushuang with a bright gaze. Tang Wuji, do you believe me? Jian Wushuang looked at Tang Wuji and asked. Yes. Tang Wuji nodded without hesitation. That's enough. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly and sat down to continue drinking without saying much. That night, a stealthy black shadow took advantage of the darkness and crept into the Nine Emperors sect. Even though the security was tight, sneaking in was no kick for Jian Wushuang's ability. Hidden within the Nine Emperors sect was the courtyard near the mountain. Jian Wushuang appeared in the void above the courtyard. Overlooking the emptiness, his facial expression remained. Indeed, father is no longer here. Jian Wushuang had predicted this, but could not help but be disappointed. The courtyard was once used to imprison his father. Jian Wushuang had brought a group of Golden Dragon ambassadors to destroy the place but was unable to save him. Since his father's location was exposed, seeing as to how the Blood Feather Tower valued his father, they would have naturally moved him elsewhere immediately. But Jian Wushuang had no idea where they moved him to. After confirming that his father had been moved, Jian Wushuang turned and left. When he passed by the meeting hall of the Nine Emperors sect, he stopped moving and looked inside. That person. Jian Wushuang saw a weathered elder who was leaning on a dragon-headed crutch and had smiling eyes. This weathered elder was not an expert of Nine Emperors sect, but now he was treated with unwavering attention, being surrounded by many experts themselves. Even Imofeng, the upper elder who had already achieved the initial Yang Void realm, was sitting beside the weathered elder. He looked very respectful. To be respected by the experts like this means that this is a big character. It could be one of the experts from the highest level. Jian Wushuang guessed silently. In that instant, the weathered elder who had been quietly sitting down in the meeting hall suddenly opened his smiling eyes and disappeared without a trace. The next moment, he appeared in the void that Jian Wushuang was at, but it was so quiet with not a single trace of human touch. Was it an illusion? The weathered elder murmured and returned to the meeting hall. In a void not far away, Jian Wushuang witnessed this with furrowed brows. Not bad, this old guy could detect my presence. 2 days later, also the day the 9 Emperors sect mentioned. Early this morning, when the sun first broke into the sky, a large number of experts from the 9 Emperors sect swarmed into action. Foreign void experts and the upper elder, who had reached the initial Yang void realm, were in action. Other than that, there were also a huge number of disciples of the primordial gold core realm. It can be said that almost all of those in the 9 Emperors sect were out in action. My 9 Emperors sect has suffered from depletion of strength ever since Jian Wushuang's previous attack. My position in the 3 sects and 4 schools has not been stable. Various sects of the Tianan province are now waiting to replace us after we have fallen. Too bad that their dreams will soon be shattered. Today's battle is key in proving the strength of the 9 Emperors sect. There is no room for mistakes. We must cleanly wipe out the pavilion of raindrops and let everyone know we cannot be challenged by just anyone. Are you clear? Mo Feng, upper elder of 9 Emperors sect, howled at the surrounding elders. Yes, they replied in unison. Mo Feng nodded slightly and looked towards the weathered elder who was standing in the crowd and leaning against his crutch. The elders of the 9 Emperors sect were all hyped and ready to fight. Only this elder remained as calm as usual. Mr. Ku, we will need you to stay back and be the backup, Mo Feng said. The weathered elder looked up at Mo Feng and said hoarsely, I will only fight against those from the Ouyang clan that may show up. As for that pavilion of raindrops, I will leave it to you all. No problem, it is only the pavilion of raindrops. They are no match for our 9 Emperors sect. Mo Feng grinned and waved. Set off. The experts of the 9 Emperors sect immediately set off. Chapter 236, Getting into Action. Chapter 236, Getting into Action. The headquarters of the Raindrop Pavilion is located in the ancient heart city of Tianan Province. The 9 Emperors sect had already spread the word. In 3 days, they would destroy the Raindrop Pavilion. Today is the day. The whole of ancient Heart City, including the various sects of Tianan Province, had their eyes on the Raindrop Pavilion. Inside the pavilion, the atmosphere was strangely dense. Many warriors had come together to receive orders from Tang Wuji, with the guests earlier as a secondary authority. And as for Jian Wushuang, his presence was only known to a few in the whole Raindrop Pavilion. This dense atmosphere was broken by a sudden gust of wind sweeping towards them from far away. They're here. Tang Wuji had a stiff expression as he stood on the roof and gazed forward, off into the distance. In the distance, a large number of black dots began appearing in quick succession. The warriors from the 9 Emperors sect mostly rode on griffins. Only 5 people were able to void walk, arriving at the headquarters of the Raindrop Pavilion in an instant. This lineup, seeing the warriors from the 9 Emperors sect right before their eyes, everyone in the Raindrop Pavilion became distressed. Only 5 people in the 9 Emperors sect had reached Yinyang Void Realm, and they were all here. Not only that, more than half of the warriors who had reached the exceptional Gold Core Realm were here as well. They brought everyone they could. Quite a few warriors from various places were hidden in the surrounding area. Seeing this scene unfold before their eyes caused them to sigh. 3 people stood on top of a tall building that was close. They were also aware of what was happening at the Raindrop Pavilion. These 3 people were from the Ouyang clan, and one of them was Ouyang Xiao, who had previously been reprimanded by Jian Wushuang. The 9 Emperors sect has gone all out. They are determined to destroy the Raindrop Pavilion, so I really want to see if they can survive past today. Ouyang Xiao had a cold expression as he stared at the warriors of the Raindrop Pavilion with hatred. Ouyang Xiao, which one injured you? An elegant man peacefully asked. That man is not amongst these warriors. He should be hiding somewhere nearby. Or maybe he has already left, Ouyang Xiu replied. You have reached the profound void realm, but that man could still injure you so easily. He must at least have reached the exceptional void realm, or maybe even be a void champion. According to your description, he is very young. Even I am curious about this young and forceful warrior, the man smiled and said. It was only because I underestimated him, giving him the chance to attack. If we were to fight one-on-one, he might not be my opponent, Ouyang Xiu whispered. Oh. The elegant man raised his brow and smiled, not saying anything else. The warriors of the Nine Emperors sect had all arrived before the headquarters of the Raindrop Pavilion. Mo Feng, the upper elder of the Nine Emperors sect, cast a glance at the numerous warriors and waved his hand. From today onwards, there will no longer be a Raindrop Pavilion in Tianzong Dynasty. Kill. There was not any trash-talking. The purpose of the Nine Emperors sect's attack this time was to claim authority once and for all. The warriors of the Nine Emperors sect were all ready. Upon Mo Feng's orders, each of them turned into hungry wolves and headed towards the warriors of Raindrop Pavilion. Fight! Tang Wuji let out a hungry cry. Although the warriors of Raindrop Pavilion were not as good as those from the Nine Emperors sect, they still fought with their lives. Once both sides met each other, the battle truly began. However, there was such a huge difference between their strength. The end result was visible right from the start. Those from the Raindrop Pavilion were not good at defending and were overwhelmed by their enemy. This scene caused those warriors from the various sects who were hiding to let out sighs of despair. The difference is too big. There is a clear loser. They cannot defend at all. The only reason the Raindrop Pavilion was able to stand against the Nine Emperors sect in the past was because of the Ouyang clan's support. But 2 days ago, for some unknown reason, the two had a dispute. Without the Ouyang clan, how is the Pavilion of Raindrops going to fight against the Nine Emperors sect? Indeed, the Nine Emperors sect is a top sect in the Tianzong dynasty. Although they previously suffered and had a loss in strength, a starving camel will always be bigger than a horse. They are still not someone to mess with. At least, someone at the level of the Raindrop Pavilion is not strong enough to mess with them. Upon hearing these words, the warriors pitted the Raindrop Pavilion. They could see that both parties were vastly different in strength. Unless a miracle occurred, the Raindrop Pavilion would meet its end here. But miracles do exist. When the fight broke out, Jian Wushuang, who was also watching from nearby, twitched at a thought. This Nine Emperors sect sure is vigilant. Even now, Mo Feng has yet to move, despite many warriors doing so. With a single glance, Jian Wushuang spotted the upper elder of the Nine Emperors sect, Mo Feng. Mo Feng was standing off in the distance, with no intention to intervene. He seemed to be waiting around only as a backup. Aside from Mo Feng, the old guy I saw 2 days ago at the Nine Emperors sect has not appeared either. Jian Wushuang's eyes smiled. He was not worried about Mo Feng, who had just reached the initial young void realm, but the weathered elder that he previously saw at the Nine Emperors sect was undeniably strong. He deserved Jian Wushuang's respect. And that weathered elder had yet to appear, which led Jian Wushuang to suspect that he was hiding nearby. Screw it, there is no way the Raindrop Pavilion can withstand this attack. If I don't intervene now, the loss will be huge. Jian Wushuang lightly smiled and flew forward. The battle was still progressing. Those from the Raindrop Pavilion were retreating on their own. Damn it! What to do? What to do? Pavilion Master, we must immediately think of a way to retreat. Loud voices rose one after another, and Tang Wuji frowned deeply while listening to them. Then, he heard a light voice. You need to be careful. Whatever happens next, leave it to me. Boss? Tang Wuji was startled and quickly looked up. On the battlefield, he saw a void warrior from the Nine Emperors sect that was recklessly killing his opponents. Suddenly, a shadow with a black robe stealthily appeared beside him. Then, he saw a cold, sharp blade emitting sword light. Shua! The sword light cut through the warrior's neck easily and a human head was sent flying into the sky. After that, the black-robed shadow vanished and appeared again in front of another Void warrior. Shwa. The same scene reenacted itself. In only a moment, 2 Void warriors from the 9 Emperors sect had been killed. Damn it! Standing on the edge of the battlefield, Missouri Feng saw the scene unfold and was furious. Chapter 237, Kill. Chapter 237, Kill. Mo Feng could no longer sit still. Power at the Yang Void realm radiated from him as he immediately rushed toward Jian Wushuang. The 9 Emperors sect was heavily weakened by Jian Wushuang half a year ago. However, after recovering for half a year, there were now 5 warriors from the 9 Emperors sect in the Yang Void realm. But, just now, 2 of them had been killed by Jian Wushuang in the blink of an eye. This would cause anyone to feel the heartache. Whoosh! Jian Wushuang moved like a ghost, quickly drifting through the area and killing those 2 warriors in succession. Then he flew towards a purple-robed middle-aged man, who was the current sect master of the 9 Emperors sect, Chu Nan. That ice-cold sword light flashed again. What? Chu Nan was shocked. Stop right now. Mo Feng, who was rushing there, shouted. But Jian Wushuang didn't stop. The ice-cold sword light, containing a humongous power, pierced forward with a burst of killing intent. Chu Nan realized his intent and tried his best to defend. But, because of the huge gap in their strength, he was only able to slow him down a little. Young man, you dare. Mo Feng raged. In the next moment, he could only watch as the sword light passed through Chu Nan's neck, cutting off his head. You're dead. A second later, Mo Feng's expression twisted and the look in his eyes became cold. While staring at Jian Wushuang, a huge hammer instantly appeared in his hand out of nowhere. At a glance, the huge hammer seemed to weigh 1,000 caddies, but Mo Feng easily held it and swung it. At the very moment, he swung it, creating ripples that contained a terrifying power and spread out in waves, forcing the warriors who were fighting in the area to retreat. Rumble. The hammer roared and appeared beside Jian Wushuang. Ridiculous. Jian Wushuang sneered without glancing at Mo Feng. Then he adjusted his grip and hacked out with his sword. It was a normal move, but it used his full strength. The power of this move almost reached the profound Yang Void realm, which was definitely more powerful than Mo Feng, who had only recently reached the initial Yang Void realm. Bang! With a thunder sound, the huge hammer trembled. Then a strong force passed through the hammer to Mo Feng. Mo Feng's eyes widened with shock and his face turned pale. He couldn't help looking at Jian Wushuang while he retreated. He saw Jian Wushuang's figure fly up and rush toward him. You thought you could kill me? Jian Wushuang sneered and said, I killed Chu Nan, and I can kill you too. After he finished speaking, a terrifying killing intent radiated from him, filling the area. Even Mo Feng had never seen such a strong killing intent. When Jian Wushuang looked at him again, Mo Feng couldn't help feeling terrified, as if the one he faced with was not a human being but an Azura from hell. At this moment, Jian Wushuang hacked out with his longsword again. This weightless move, which seemed weak and feeble, but the slaughter source contained in it was enough to freeze the entire area. As it moved toward Mo Feng, his eyes widened and the feeling of an unprecedented and deadly crisis struck him. He had no doubt that this weightless and seemingly weak move could kill him in an instant. Help me, mister. Ku, help me. Mo Feng called out with a sad and shrill voice. Hearing that, the weathered elder on crutches who had been hiding suddenly moved. He moved at a speed that was much faster than Jian Wushuang. Before the sword light fell on Mo Feng, the weathered elder appeared. His eyes flashed with a sharp look as he stretched out his dry and yellow palm, covered in a flowing stream of spiritual power, then turning into a sharp claw as it caught Jian Wushuang's long sword. Crack! The sharp claw caught the sword and prevented it from moving. Arrogant! Jian Wushuang suddenly shouted as the power contained in the sword surged. At the same time, the killing intent formed into a flowing light and rushed towards the weathered elder's forehead. Hum! Surprise flashed in the weathered elder's eyes as he immediately released the sword blade in his hand, slamming down with the crutch in his other hand to defend. As the crutch smashed down, the fleeting sound of a thunder crash was heard. Bang, 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 bang. Crashes sounded, with each collision creating a small blast wave. Several moments later, a large blast wave formed and swept out in all directions. Rumble. The whole area trembled, with both Jian Wushuang and the weathered elder being forced backwards. As they separated, the whole battlefield turned peaceful. Many warriors from the Nine Emperors sect and the Raindrop Pavilion were shocked. Even the warriors in hiding were aghast. Too fast. What happened just now was so fast. From the moment Jian Wushuang began moving, he had killed 2 warriors from the Nine Emperors sect in succession, as well as killing their sect master, Chu Nan, and then forced Mo Feng back. At that point, the weathered elder appeared to save Mo Feng, and a fierce exchange happened between Jian Wushuang and the weathered elder. So fast, it all happened suddenly and ended just as quickly. Before the warriors in the area could even react, Jian Wushuang and the weathered elder had already moved away from each other, and 3 bodies lay on the ground. Among them, 2 were elders of the Nine Emperors sect, and the other was the sect master of the Nine Emperors sect. In such a short time, they were all killed by Jian Wushuang. How terrifying was his strength! That man is from the Raindrop Pavilion? No, he must be a helper that was hired by the Raindrop Pavilion. Haha, there is still hope. Many warriors from the Raindrop Pavilion suddenly seemed to be infused with excitement. Boss, Tang Wuji also looked at Jian Wushuang excitedly. Those guests of the Raindrop Pavilion who were becoming desperate before suddenly became hopeful when they saw Jian Wushuang's strength, and their hope continued to increase. On the other side, the people of the Nine Emperors sect did not look happy. Up in the air, Jian Wushuang and the weathered elder stood facing each other, and Mo Feng had already moved back out of the way. Although he was a warrior in the Yang Void Realm, he understood that he was not qualified to join this fight. Old man, you stayed hidden for such a long time. Now you've finally decided to show yourself? Jian Wushuang asked and smiled. I was only hidden for a short while, but you? The weathered elder looked over at him coldly and said, We have been searching for you since the easternmost hunt ended, but you seem to have disappeared from the face of the earth for the last half-year. Today, you finally reappeared. Jian Wushuang, it was not easy to find you. Chapter 238, Kuya. Chapter 238, Kuya. As soon as the weathered elder finished speaking, especially since he mentioned Jian Wushuang, all the people in the surrounding area broke out into heated debates. What did he say? Who was he referring to? Jian Wushuang? That young warrior with the sword is Jian Wushuang? Jian Wushuang, the strongest person on the earthly dragon list? The strongest genius, beyond dispute, since the Tianzong dynasty was established. A myth, a legend. Everyone looked at Jian Wushuang, with eyes full of panic and shock, as well as blind worship. Jian Wushuang was so famous in Tianzong dynasty. Before attending the easternmost hunt, he was the strongest on the earthly dragon list and the most talented genius in the Tianzong dynasty. But after the easternmost hunt, as soon as the easternmost hunt ended, everything that happened on the battlefield spread. Naturally, news of his shocking battle results during the easternmost hunt spread. He defeated 2 large empires alone. One sword move killed 14 geniuses of the Cosmos Empire, each of which could be ranked top 5 on the earthly dragon list. Finally, Jian Wushuang led the Tianzong dynasty, a small empire, and trod over the other 11 northwestern dynasties. In the end, the top 6 ranks of the easternmost hunt were all taken by warriors from the Tianzong dynasty. The Tianzong dynasty had really performed a miracle in this easternmost hunt, and Jian Wushuang was the leading hero. They heard that Jian Wushuang had also confronted and killed many assassins from Blood Feather Tower during the easternmost hunt, including an expert in the Yang Void Realm. The news was spread, but it was not confirmed. These battle records basically made him a legend. The Millennium Chronicle, written by the Gladiator Arena, had long recorded a dozen pages about Jian Wushuang, identifying him as the most talented genius in the Tianzong dynasty's history. Now, the legendary hero many warriors worshipped was standing in front of them. He is. On a high building nearby, Ouyang Xiao of the Ouyang clan was staring at Jian Wushuang wide-eyed. He was unconvinced before and thought he was heavily hurt by Jian Wushuang 2 days ago because of his carelessness. But now, after learning about Jian Wushuang's identity, he didn't have anything to say. The gentleman standing beside Ouyang Xiao seemed a little weird now. Is he Jian Wushuang? Haha, interesting, that's why he was able to defeat Ouyang Xiao so easily. He is much stronger than half a year ago when he was in the easternmost hunt. I suspect he has reached the Yin Void realm. The gentleman was curious about Jian Wushuang's cultivation. Everyone who was watching was curious as well. At this moment, the weathered elder spoke again. Your strength has improved so much in just a year's time? I fought with you in person and still couldn't easily defeat you. Your cultivation. The weathered elder's face was grim. Looking carefully, though Jian Wushuang had concealed his strength, the weathered elder was able to tell because of how close they were standing and because his own cultivation was higher. The peak of the Yin Void realm? The weathered elder suddenly stared with his eyes wide open and said in a deep voice, in half a year, you broke through from the exceptional gold core realm to the peak of the Yin Void realm. Jian Wushuang, I was contemptuous of the rumor that you were the most talented genius of the Tianzong dynasty. But now, it seems that I have underestimated you. His words, husky and low, were heard by everyone in the area. Peak? Yin Void? Can he really be at the peak of the Yin Void realm? How can that be? God, it's only been half a year. He was just in the gold core realm when he attended the easternmost hunt half a year ago. He improved from the exceptional gold core realm to the initial Yin Void realm, then the profound Yin Void realm, the exceptional Yin Void realm, and finally to the Yin Void champion in half a year. My God! Amazing! Everyone on the battlefield and in the surrounding area was shocked. Everyone stared at Jian Wushuang with shocked expressions. They couldn't help thinking that he was truly a monster. Breaking through from the exceptional gold core realm to the peak of the Yin Void realm within just half a year. No one could imagine that. Even though everyone else was shocked, Jian Wushuang was calm. It was normal for the weathered elder to recognize him, since he wasn't wearing anything to hide his face. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly, looked over at the weathered elder, and said, You really are from Blood Feather Tower. May I know your name? Kuya, the weathered elder said. Kuya? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and said, I've never heard of you. Warriors in Blood Feather Tower are as numerous as clouds in the sky. How could you know them all? Kuya said with a snort. That was true. As an overlord of the Tianzong dynasty, Blood Feather Tower did have a lot of warriors. Grerobe, who was in charge of the intelligence network in Blood Feather Tower, might be one of the top 3 influential figures, but his cultivation was only at the initial Yang Void realm, which was quite normal. There should be others in Blood Feather Tower who were much stronger than him. Such as this man, Kuya. He was much stronger than Grerobe. It doesn't matter whether you know me or not. From today on, you will never be able to forget me, because you will die while filled with resentment towards me, Kuya said while staring at Jian Wushuang with a cold expression. Die. Jian Wushuang's expression was cold as he said, Grerobe tried to assassinate me several times. But what was the result? It turned out that he died by my hand. I'm not the same as that idiot. I will not underestimate a peerless genius like you, so I'll use all my strength to kill you once I take action. Kuya slightly raised his palms, and a surge of spiritual power gathered in them. The level of power was much greater than the initial Yang Void realm, or even the profound Yang Void realm. Kuya, he should be an expert in the exceptional Yang Void realm. The exceptional Yang Void realm? Jian Wushuang squinted. When he first saw Kuya in the 9 Emperors sect 2 days ago, he knew that his strength was extraordinary. And the quick fight he just had with Kuya was only for show. Neither one of them used their full strength. Only now did Jian Wushuang realize what level Kuya's cultivation was at. While radiating a strong aura, Kuya tightly clenched his fists and slowly stepped forward. With each step, his aura became stronger until it finally reached his limit. Then Kuya immediately made his move. Jian Wushuang, prepare to die. Chapter 239, 100 Beasts, Essence Realm. Chapter 239, 100 Beasts, Essence Realm. Boom! The air suddenly trembled. An invisible wave rippled outwards, but Kuya had disappeared from where he had been before. Where are they? Numerous warriors, including those who were hidden, all focused their gaze. They just barely noticed a ray of light slicing through the air. Shua! The space in front of Jian Wushuang suddenly erupted as a yellow shriveled palm, which changed to resemble an eagle claw, grasped at Jian Wushuang's throat. So fast! A trace of surprise flashed in Jian Wushuang's eyes. While observing the shattered space in front of him, his body retreated. At the same time, he grasped his longsword and sliced through the air with a horizontal sword light that headed directly towards Kuya. Although Kuya's initial claw attack failed, the power collected at his fingertips caused the area to tremble until it was on the verge of collapse. Then he changed forms from the claw back to an opened palm, then thrust towards Jian Wushuang again, with a gust of terrifying spiritual power concentrated in his palm. 3 beasts killing fist, ape killing fist. Kuya let out a low howl as a towering shadow suddenly rose from his back. It was the shadow of a giant ape that seemed to have come here from ancient times. When the giant ape formed, a gust of ancient yet chilling air radiated out. At the same time, the giant ape ferociously pounded its own chest before morphing into a fist an instant later. This fist was as big as a mountain, and it directly exploded outwards. Rumble whoosh. This monstrous fist rushed through the air and immediately shattered the ray of sword light that was flying towards it before continuing to fly towards Jian Wushuang, who was quickly retreating. Jian Wushuang's eyes squinted mildly and sparkled with light. Break? With a low growl, Slaughter Origin exploded and a shocking gust of killing intent filled the area. Then, Jian Wushuang's ferocious long sword surged with Slaughter Origin as it charged out like a falling meteor towards the giant ape fist. Pong! As the two forces met, a loud bang was heard, and a hole appeared in the giant ape's fist. The hole gradually increased until it caused the fist to shatter. A magnificent spiritual power flowed out in every direction and dispersed. You can actually fight back against this move head-on? Kuya stared at Jian Wushuang with a cold expression on his face. Then he suddenly leapt forward. The moment when he leapt forward, the shadow of the giant ape behind him also immediately changed. What was originally an ancient giant ape had become a fierce tiger that was in the prowling position and ready to attack. This fierce tiger was also massive beyond comparison. 3 beasts killing fist, tiger killing fist. Kuya summoned his strength and struck out with his palm once again. Roar! Along with a roar, the prowling tiger shadow behind him instantly exploded with power. Its huge body leapt and lunged directly towards Jian Wushuang. As it lunged forward, Jian Wushuang felt a heavy pressure weigh down on his heart that he did not dare to take lightly. As the long sword was thrust forward, Slaughter Origin was harnessed to its extreme. Boom! A collision occurred once again, but this time Jian Wushuang was forced to retreat in a shameful manner. Not bad. You are indeed Tianzong Dynasty's most talented genius. The first 2 moves of my 3 beasts killing fist could not stop you. But let's see how you fare against the third move, Kuya said in low and emotionless voice. As his voice fell, he suddenly moved, causing a gust of spiritual power to begin swirling. As he bent his body, the shadow tiger began to transform once more into a long meandering dragon. Even stationary, this dragon was already more than 30 feet in height. This enormous dragon scanned the surroundings below with its eyes, and everyone felt a chilling aura from the body of this enormous dragon. 3 beasts killing fist, dragon killing fist. Kuya suddenly let out an explosive roar as the dragon straightened its meandering body. Its body looked like an arrow that had locked onto its target and was ready to be released. Then the enormous dragon shadow behind Kuya instantly shot forward. Immediately the world became gray. The massive dragon flew through the air, leaving the sound of thunder wherever it passed. It only took a moment for the dragon to appear in front of Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang's pupils contracted slightly as he did everything he could to resist the attack. But when Jian Wushuang truly collided with the massive dragon, the dragon exploded. Boom! Jian Wushuang's body shot backwards like a cannonball, crashing down towards the rooftop of the Raindrop Pavilion. Even though the house could be considered big, it was immediately shattered by the massive force. As for Jian Wushuang, he continued falling toward the ground, creating a gigantic hole where he landed. After falling and creating the gigantic hole, Jian Wushuang was silent for a moment. Is he dead? Kuya floated in the air while looking at the giant pit with slightly squinted eyes. To die under the dragon-killing fist of my three beasts killing fist can be considered an honor, Kuya said proudly to himself. But just as he finished speaking, a rumble was heard. In the giant pit, rocks started to float toward the sky and morphing into rays of flowing light, which flew towards Kuya at a visible speed. Kuya's expression sank. With a wave of his hand, the floating rocks were smashed. But Jian Wushuang climbed out of the pit and reappeared once again. He quickly leapt into the sky and stopped in front of Kuya. You didn't die? Kuya looked at Jian Wushuang and asked. His expression changed slightly and said, Not only did you live, you didn't even get injured? Kuya naturally felt a bit uneasy. Kuya knew that he had already used his full strength, even using the most powerful move of the three beasts killing fist. But in the end, he didn't harm Jian Wushuang at all. Jian Wushuang looked at Kuya with a strange expression and thought, this old guy's essence realm really is quite special. After a few confrontations, Jian Wushuang understood Kuya's strength. The exceptional young void realm was indeed impressive, and Kuya's essence realm was also very unique. Jian Wushuang could tell that Kuya had comprehended two essences. One was Thunderbolt, but the one with greater mastery was the 100 Beasts essence. The 100 Beasts essence. If he persisted in comprehending it, there was a chance he would comprehend the origin of all beasts. There were many origins in the universe, and the origin of all beasts was one of the extremely powerful origins. What a pity. Although Kuya understood these two unique realms, he had not merged them. If he had, then he would have been able to kill this slaughtered doppelganger of mine. Jian Wushuang shook his head secretly. That's right. Kuya had displayed his awesome power, and the exceptional young void realm was indeed very impressive. But it was still not good enough to be praised by Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang stood in the air. With a flip of his hand, an explosive long sword beyond comparison flew out from his palm. As for the original long sword, he kept it in his interspatial ring. Looking at the triple kill sword in his hand, he spoke with a tone of expectancy. Kid, this is your first fight after your awakening. Don't let me down. Chapter 240, The Unparalleled Sword. Chapter 240, The Unparalleled Sword. The triple kill sword is a killing sword and a superior third-grade magic weapon with extraordinary power. Therefore, when Jian Wushuang returned from the ancestor's land, he kept the triple kill sword in his interspatial ring. Instead, he carried an average longsword on his back. Usually, he used this average longsword. It was only when he met real experts that he used the triple kill sword. In the current battle, he killed 3 Void warriors from the 9 Emperors sect in succession and even battled fiercely with Kuya, but he had never once used the triple kill sword. PSH, trying to play tricks now? Kuya noticed when the long sword in Jian Wushuang's hand changed, but he did not care. With one stride, he once again appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. Although I couldn't kill you instantly, it doesn't matter. I only need one more shot, Kuya spoke in a chilling tone. His body bent forward as a massive meandering dragon reappeared. 3 beasts killing fist, dragon killing fist. With Kuya's explosive shout, the massive dragon, covered by a layer of thunderbolt essence, roared and slammed itself directly towards Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang's expression was as peaceful as water, but the triple-kill sword in his hands started pulsating crazily as if it was shouting with excitement. Jian Wushuang then grabbed the triple-kill sword, raised it high above him, and released a horrifying surge of killing intent. This surge of killing intent, strong beyond comparison, shot into the sky. The sky, which was originally vast and clear, became dark, with stormy clouds crowding the sky. A vague figure appeared behind Jian Wushuang. It was a 50-foot-tall giant. The giant stood straight and appeared like a god of war. For the countless warriors that were watching the battle, they could not help but look terrified. Everybody was looking at the giant with a horrific expression because the giant was exerting an enormous amount of pressure on them. As Jian Wushuang's triple-kill sword was slowly raised over his head, the long sword in the giant's hand was raised simultaneously. Rumble, the whole earth seemed to be trembling as killing intent permeated the air. Blood-emptying technique, the first move, all-smashing stroke. The light in Jian Wushuang's eyes exploded and seemed to take form as it swept everything away. The triple-kill sword that was raised high above his head fiercely hacked down. The magnificent giant behind him also swung his sword down. An unparalleled sword strike. Sword of killing. It was finally here. The world roared, and the air seemed to solidify. All light immediately disappeared, leaving only a majestic bloody sword shadow. The bloody sword shadow was huge beyond comparison, and its power was even more monstrous. It immediately slew the massive dragon which was charging towards him. Facing this unparalleled sword, the massive dragon seemed like a small insect without the power to resist. Shua! The sword light landed on the massive dragon's body and hacked the dragon into two halves. The power of this unparalleled sword was only slightly weakened. Then it continued to charge towards Kuya. Kuya's pupils, which had always been contracted, opened wide. A trace of shock could be detected in his gaze, as if he could not believe this attack came from Jian Wushuang, Ain Void Champion. In the next moment, the unparalleled sword pierced through him mercilessly. Kuya's body split apart, then the sword strike frantically vibrated and tore his body to pieces, only leaving behind a blood drizzle. Exception Yang Void Realm expert Kuya, dead. Silence. Whether it was the surrounding battlefields or the hidden warriors from the different sects, all of them were silent at this moment. What just happened? An exceptional Yang Void Realm warrior, a top expert in the Tianzong dynasty, was directly killed by a single sword strike. Killed so swiftly, with no resistance at all? And Jian Wushuang was so young. 6 months ago, when he participated in the easternmost hunt, he was only 19. Now, half a year later, he might be 20. A 20-year-old killed someone in the exceptional Yang Void Realm? How was he so powerful? Unbelievable, that was the word in everyone's mind at the moment. As for Jian Wushuang, he was still holding his long sword as usual. He floated in the air, looking at the bloody haze on the ground as he shook his head and said, "Being in the exceptional Yang Void Realm, you might have been a top warrior in the Tianzong dynasty, but you were still no match for me." As far as everyone knew, in the easternmost hunt, Jian Wushuang had been in the exceptional Gold Core Realm when he fought against Greyrobe, who was in the initial Yang Void Realm, and he even had a bit of an upper hand. Although only half a year had passed, within the span of 6 months, he had obtained a great amount of luck from the ancestors' land. His strength was way too strong. His cultivation alone, he had risen 4 levels, and he had comprehended the slaughter origin. He had made accomplishments in both the slaughter origin and world origin. The sword skill he displayed, the blood-emptying technique, was also of the superior 3rd grade. And he had the legendary triple-kill sword, which was also a superior 3rd grade magic weapon. Kuya was only stronger than him in cultivation. In other aspects, he could not compare with Jian Wushuang at all. The 3 beasts killing fist that Kuya prided himself on wasn't even at the origin level. As a whole, Jian Wushuang's real strength exceeded the exceptional Yang Void Realm. This allowed him to easily kill Kuya with his slaughter doppelganger, Without ever having to fight in person, Jian Wushuang had comprehended world origin first. After a month of meditation at the Rainstorm Palace, his improvement in world origin was much greater than that in slaughter origin, so his own battle strength was definitely higher than his slaughter doppelganger. With the death of Kuya, no one could stop Jian Wushuang anymore. Wang Jian Wushuang's triple kill sword was vibrating crazily as his body floated out. Mr. Ku was killed? Mo Feng, the upper elder from the Nine Emperors sect, was in a state of shock. Suddenly, he felt a wave of threat seeping into his heart and instantly sensed a chilly sword light by his side. Not good. Mo Feng panicked and desperately tried to resist, but it was to no avail. Shua. The sword light brushed past Mo Feng, and his head flew off. After killing him, Jian Wushuang felt that the vibration strength of the triple kill sword increased, as if the triple kill sword had an innate desire to kill. Little guy, don't be impatient. I'll give you one more. Jian Wushuang flashed a chilly smile. His body floated off once again and reappeared in front of the last Void warrior of the Nine Emperors sect. His sword light similarly brushed past him, and this Void warrior was instantly killed, with no chance to even resist. As of now, the 5 Yang Void Realm warriors, including the Yang Void Realm Upper Elder, Mo Feng, had all died. Chapter 241. The Nine Emperors sect is finished. Chapter 241. The Nine Emperors sect is finished. Run. Run now. The forlorn, shrill voices rang out in succession. The surviving Gold Core Realm experts of the Nine Emperors sect madly ran away like extremely frightened birds, while the experts of the Raindrop Pavilion seized the opportunity to hunt them down. Haha, where are you going? Since you have come, stay here. You said you would make our Raindrop Pavilion disappear. Haha, I think your Nine Emperors sect should disappear now. The experts of the Raindrop Pavilion were excited and unwilling to give up the opportunity to trample them. The Nine Emperors sect was a top sect, but with their 5 Yang Void Realm experts killed by Jian Wushuang, the Nine Emperors sect lost their battle strength and could no longer stand up to the Raindrop Pavilion. The battlefield was a mess. After he killed the last Void expert, Jian Wushuang stayed suspended in the air but stopped attacking. He had no interest in warriors at the exceptional Gold Core realm. After a while, the whole battlefield went still. More than half of the experts of the Nine Emperors sect had been killed. Although a small number of them were lucky enough to escape, it would not change anything because their top experts had all been killed. After this fight, the Nine Emperors sect would fall into decline. The Nine Emperors sect is finished. A green-robed elder, who hid in the dark, was sighing because of what happened. Why? A teenager beside the green-robed elder asked in surprise. Because of Jian Wushuang? Just him? Just him. The green-robed elder nodded. Recently, the Nine Emperors sect had suffered a lot because of Jian Wushuang. They had just recovered, but bumped into Jian Wushuang again. This time they lost their strongest warriors. The Nine Emperors sect doesn't have a single Void expert anymore. How could they rank in the 3 sects and 4 schools of Tianan province? Even without the attack from Jian Wushuang and the Raindrop Pavilion, it wouldn't have been long before the Nine Emperors sect disappeared. After hearing this, the teenager said, with a flicker of complex emotion in his eyes, "It turns out that it's possible for someone to trample a large sect if he is powerful enough." These 3 from the Ouyang clan still stood nearby, above the tall building. Kuya of Blood Feather Tower. The elegant man looked serious. Kuya had reached the exceptional Yang Void realm, close to the peak, and was almost strong enough to be on the Heavenly Dragon list. In our Ouyang clan, there are less than 3 people who are qualified to fight against him. Only our clan leader could defeat him. Jian Wushuang killed Kuya with only 1 stroke after that surge of power. The elegant man squinted and pondered over it for a while. Then he suddenly looked at Ouyang Xiu and said, "Ouyang Xiu, tell me what Jian Wushuang said when you fought with him." Ouyang Xiu had already fallen into shock. He did not recover from it until the elegant man called him. When he saw the hint of coldness in his eyes, Ouyang Xiu was scared and immediately spoke. Jin Wushuang said that from now on the Ouyang clan has nothing to do with the Raindrop Pavilion. If our Ouyang clan is not convinced, you can go find him. That's it. The elegant man looked awful. He said that if the Ouyang clan wanted to help the Nine Emperors sect in this fight, he would not mind slaughtering the Ouyang clan. Ouyang Xiu replied with a slight sense of terror. The elegant man breathed a sigh of relief. Jin Wushuang does not like our Ouyang clan, but he will not attack us, the elegant man said in a low voice. The Ouyang clan had a grudge against Jin Wushuang. In the Tianzong dynasty selection battle, Jin Wushuang had killed Ouyang Haoyan and Ouyang Haoyue, the two geniuses of the Ouyang clan. So the Ouyang clan had harbored hatred towards Jin Wushuang. Now the elegant man was not thinking about how to fight Jin Wushuang, but he was deliberating about whether Jin Wushuang really hated and would attack the Ouyang clan. He did not dare to think about how to deal with Jin Wushuang. Jin Wushuang's strength had reached a terrifying level. He was only 20 years old, yet he already had such achievements. If given several years, he could easily slaughter the Ouyang clan. Ouyang Xiu. The elegant man stared at Ouyang Xiu with wide eyes and coldly said, "Listen, from now on, treat the people of the Raindrop Pavilion politely. Recently, it is not peaceful in the Tianzong dynasty. If you piss off a powerful opponent, you will definitely be punished by the clan." Yes, yes. Ouyang Xiu nodded, without hesitation. The battle was over. The Nine Emperors sect was defeated. Although they suffered a great loss, the Raindrop Pavilion had gained more because they became famous throughout the whole Tianzong dynasty. In a secret chamber of the headquarters of the Raindrop Pavilion, Jin Wushuang sat by the round table with the excited Tang Wuji. The several foreign experts respectfully stood behind them while glancing at Jin Wushuang from time to time. Their eyes were full of admiration and worship. This black-robed youth killed the strongest warriors in the Nine Emperors sect by himself and even killed an expert in the exceptional Yang Void realm. He saved the Raindrop Pavilion. Now they understood why Jin Wushuang dared to say such words 2 days ago. How many did we lose? Jin Wushuang glanced at Tang Wuji and asked. Not bad. I lost quite a few Gold Core realm warriors, but none of the guests in the Yin Void realm died. Tang Wuji smiled and said. In spite of these losses, our Raindrop Pavilion became famous through this battle. Especially with you, boss, it's only a matter of time before we take the place of the Nine Emperors sect and became a top force in the Tianzong dynasty. Don't count on me. Jin Wushuang rolled his eyes towards Tang Wuji and continued, I just helped you this time. I don't care what level your Raindrop Pavilion reaches. Tang Wuji could only shrug his shoulder. He really wanted Jin Wushuang to stay in the Raindrop Pavilion. He was even willing to give him his position as Pavilion Master. If he stayed here, the Raindrop Pavilion would become more and more powerful. Nevertheless, Jin Wushuang had no such plan. On that day, Jin Wushuang left the Raindrop Pavilion and went to the Golden Dragon Palace. Chapter 242, The Furious Bloodfeather Tower. Chapter 242, The Furious Bloodfeather Tower. In the cellar of a Golden Dragon subsidiary palace, a purple-clothed middle-aged man respectfully stood in front of Jin Wushuang. Sir, this is the most detailed information we have regarding each stronghold of Bloodfeather Tower in the Tianzong dynasty. Palace Master White ordered me to give this to you. Palace Master White? Jin Wushuang glanced at it and began thumbing through it. It didn't take him long to finish reading it. Bloodfeather Tower keeps a low profile. Even Golden Dragon Palace, the best at collecting information, could only find 38 strongholds? Jin Wushuang squinted. Of the 38 strongholds, 11 were large ones, and the others consisted of insignificant small ones. Sir, Palace Master White asked me to remind you to be careful, the purple-clothed middle-aged man said with respect. Jin Wushuang could not help smiling and slowly moved his hands towards his interspatial ring. The sword spirit of my triple-kill sword has just awakened, and its power hasn't reached the peak, so it needs to kill. I'll start with the strongholds of Bloodfeather Tower. Using the remaining part of the day, Jin Wushuang traveled to one of the large strongholds of Bloodfeather Tower. He spent less than 15 minutes at the first stronghold and then moved on to the next one. The strongholds Golden Dragon Palace found were spread throughout the whole Tianzong dynasty. Although some of them were far away from each other, Jin Wushuang was an expert at the peak of the Yin Void realm. He could void walk at an amazing speed and travel through the provinces. 3 days. Jin Wushuang had destroyed 13 of the Blood Feather Tower strongholds in the last 3 days. The 5 large strongholds and 8 small ones practically disappeared. Most of the assassins in the strongholds were killed by Jin Wushuang, except the few that ran away. Jin Wushuang even had killed 7 Yin Void Realm experts in these 3 days. Just 3 days. It was a horrible massacre. It was a crazy massacre. Blood Feather Tower became furious. The lair of Blood Feather Tower lay in an unknown great canyon. In the center of the canyon stood a grand blood-red tower. The tower had 9 splendid floors. At the top of the tower, a figure who wore a blood-red robe and a wicked blood-red mask stood in front of a fence with his hands behind his back. He looked out towards the boundless sky. 2 elders stood by the 2 sides of the figure, one with white hair and a beard, while the other had black hair and sword-like eyebrows. Jin Wushuang killed Kuya. The figure in the blood-red robe slowly opened his mouth and spoke in an evil tone. No one could tell if this person was male or female. Jin Wushuang. When I gave the Scarlet Kill command, he was just a boy who was not even in the spiritual sea realm. Our Blood Feather Tower has tried to assassinate him, but he always survived and became stronger. Now, he has even killed one of our experts in the exceptional Yang Void realm. If he is given several years, won't he easily destroy our Blood Feather Tower? Let alone Blood Feather Tower. I'm afraid that Holy Emperor Palace will not be his match. No one could read the emotion from the figure in blood-red robe's voice. The 2 elders behind were frightened. Jin Wushuang must die. We cannot give him any more chances. This time I will personally fight, the figure in blood-red robe said. What? The 2 elders were startled. One of them instantly spoke. Tower Master, Jin Wushuang improved greatly, but he is not so strong that you need to attack him yourself. Not strong enough? The figure in the blood-red robe snorted and looked at the elder with the black hair coldly. The elder felt as if his breath stopped, then cold sweat formed on his forehead. If you look down on Jin Wushuang right now, you're really idiots. I've got news that Jin Wushuang did not have the upper hand when fighting with Kuya, because he has hidden his strength. After releasing his full power, he overwhelmed and killed Kuya with only 1 stroke. He killed an expert in the exceptional Yang Void realm. What does that mean? If both of you fight with him, do you have the confidence to defeat him? Don't forget that Jin Wushuang has quite a few aces up his sleeve. His strength could improve at an amazing speed, the figure in the blood-red robe said. The 2 elders frowned slightly. Blood Feather Tower had been watching Jin Wushuang for long, so they naturally knew his aces. They all knew that Jin Wushuang had a method to greatly improve his strength in a short amount of time. However, Jin Wushuang had not used that ability when he killed Kuya. Tower Master, Jin Wushuang knows a lot about our Blood Feather Tower. Moreover, he is sly. He often changed his direction between destroying strongholds. He is so strong that we could not catch up with him and figure out his exact position, the elder with the sword-like brows said. Why shall we go looking for him? He will come to us on his own, the blood-red-robed figure said with a cold smile. I originally planned to start this 3 months from now, but I have to bring it out early in order to deal with Jin Wushuang. That thing? The 2 elders raised their brows, with a flicker of craftiness in their eyes. They certainly knew what that thing was. Jin Nantian has been in our hands. Now he's useless to our Blood Feather Tower, as well as Holy Emperor Palace. Since that's the case, let's use him to draw in Jin Wushuang. Go, spread the news. As for the date, it's the 18th of next month. There's a month left. Next month, white snow will fall. It is a good time for killing. The figure in blood-red robe laughed. His body was emitting a surge of natural aura which was superior to that of the Yin-Yang Void realm, and it was as if he was a focus point for heaven and earth. The 2 elders who felt his aura had a flicker of mania appear in their eyes. Then the two of them immediately left to carry out their task. Chapter 243, Bombshell. Chapter 243, Bombshell. Jian Wushuang madly started the massacre, which aroused the attention of each force in the Tianzong dynasty. The experts of these forces were shocked and expected a reaction from Blood Feather Tower. Not only were they overlords in Tianzong dynasty, Blood Feather Tower was also an assassin organization famous for its barbarity. Faced with such crazy provocation, Blood Feather Tower would strike back without a doubt. As expected, on the fourth day after Jian Wushuang began the slaughter, Blood Feather Tower dropped a bombshell. It was a blood-red invitation sent to every force in the Tianzong dynasty. The forces with a good reputation all received this invitation at this time. The words on the invitation caused a sensation in the Tianzong dynasty. The invitation read, "I'm Qi Luosheng, Tower Master of Blood Feather Tower, ranked second on the Heavenly Dragon list. I have been at the peak of the Yang Void Realm for dozens of years. Half a year ago, I achieved divine transcendence. Therefore, I invite you to celebrate with me on Heartless Island on the 18th of next month." The invitation mentioned that Blood Feather Tower would put Jian Nantian to death as a sacrifice to heaven during the party. After receiving the invitation, all of Tianzong dynasty immediately fell into a heated discussion. Divine Transcendence. The Tower Master of Blood Feather Tower had reached divine transcendence. Since the Tianzong dynasty began, a second supreme expert of divine transcendence finally appeared. Innumerable people were shocked. It seemed like the Yin-Yang Void Realm was only one step away from divine transcendence. In fact, the level of divine transcendence was much higher than that of the Yin-Yang Void Realm. It was hard to reach it. There were many experts and geniuses stuck at this step. Di Shi, who was ranked number 1 on the Heavenly Dragon list, still remained at the peak of the Yang Void Realm. He had shocked the Tianzong dynasty with his incredible strength and ranked first on the Heavenly Dragon list for dozens of years, but he had not reached divine transcendence. Now, the Tower Master of Blood Feather Tower, who rarely showed up or fought with others, had quietly made a breakthrough and become the second person to reach divine transcendence in the history of the Tianzong dynasty. This news rocked the Tianzong dynasty. Quite a few experts were somewhat surprised that Jian Nantian would be executed. Jian Nantian, who is he? Which Jian Nantian? I haven't heard of him before. Why would Blood Feather Tower want to put him to death on that day? Haha, Jian Nantian was once an extremely powerful figure. No one knows why Blood Feather Tower wanted to kill him. Jian Nantian had something to do with the Ji clan, one of the 8 clans. It's said that the Ji clan was destroyed by Blood Feather Tower because of Jian Nantian. Jian Nantian is Jian Wushuang's father. Jian Wushuang's father? That's right. It's being called an execution, but I think it was a trap set by Blood Feather Tower. They want to force Jian Wushuang to show up by using Jian Nantian. How vicious. A large number of experts kept sighing while thinking about it. All the forces who had received this invitation responded by saying they would go to the Heartless Island on time. In the Dragon Palace, it's a trap. This is a trap? Palace Master White's pretty face was somewhat distorted, with a flicker of coldness in her eyes. Indeed, it's a trap. Palace Master Black nodded. Palace Master White said in a low voice, Jian Wushuang must know it's a trap. He has a deep affection for his father, so he will walk into it without hesitation even if he knows it. No one can stop him because it's related to his father's life. Damn it, this is so despicable. Despicable. It was indeed very despicable. Everyone knew that there was no justice in this world. The rule was that winner takes all. All the experts could say nothing, even though they saw through Blood Feather Tower's trap and contemptible behavior. In a secret chamber of the Raindrop Pavilion, Tang Wuji found Jian Wushuang and gave this invitation to him. The Raindrop Pavilion had become more famous in the Tianzong dynasty, so it also received a blood-red invitation. After he carefully read this invitation, Jian Wushuang threw it aside and sat alone, without saying a word. Boss, obviously, this invitation is a trap which is used to tempt you. Don't be impulsive, Tang Wuji said in a somewhat anxious voice. I know. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. He knew that it was a trap. However, this was something that he had to do even though he knew that he should not do it. Moreover, it was his father who would be put to death. His father gave him life, raised him, and taught him swordsmanship. In his mind, he was the most respectful father. A man should know what he can do and what he cannot. As a son, I would be unfilial if I ignored it while my father is killed. I'm upright. How can I be an unfilial man? Jian Wushuang said in a low voice. But boss, Tang Wuji wanted to say something, but Jian Wushuang directly interrupted him by waving his hand. Don't say anything. I've made up my mind. It's useless to try persuading me. Jian Wushuang glanced at Tang Wuji. Then he picked up this invitation and continued to read it. On the 18th of next month. I only have 1 month. 1 month. It's fine. Blood Feather Tower gave some time to prepare for it. Tang Wuji. Jian Wushuang looked at Tang Wuji. Boss, I'll do anything you order, Tang Wuji replied. Your raindrop pavilion is good at collecting information, so it should also be fast at spreading news. I want you to help me release some news. Please let all the people in Tianzong Dynasty know it as quickly as possible, okay? Jian Wushuang asked. No problem. Tang Wuji nodded seriously. Fine. Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed with a hint of fierceness. Listen, this is what you should say. Jian Wushuang meditated for a while and then spoke slowly. His cold voice resounded through this secret chamber with a hint of killing intent. On the 18th of the 12th lunar month, there will be boundless white snow. At this time, demons and monsters will abound on the evil heartless island. The mountains will split asunder, the rivers will run dry, and the skies will be stained with blood as swords point towards the demon horde. If the heavens favor me, it would be fortunate. However, if the heavens oppose me, there will be death. With a sword in hand, I am invincible. Chapter 244, Unprecedented and Unparalleled Arrogance. Chapter 244, Unprecedented and Unparalleled Arrogance. On the 18th of the 12th lunar month, there will be boundless white snow. At this time, demons and monsters will abound on the evil heartless island. The mountains will split asunder, the rivers will run dry, and the skies will be stained with blood as swords point towards the demon horde. If the heavens favor me, it would be fortunate. However, if the heavens oppose me, there will be death. With a sword in hand, I am invincible. These words spread out from the Raindrop Pavilion and throughout the entire Tianzong dynasty in less than a day. Without exception, it shocked all of the top organizations in the Tianzong dynasty. Innumerable houses were also shocked by this information. In addition, when the young warriors heard, they burned with even more enthusiasm and their emotions surged forth. Haha, he's taking up the challenge, this Jian Wushuang. But, to say with a sword in hand, he is invincible. Jian Wushuang, he's serious and quite daring. Even though he knows it's impossible, he won't give up. This Jian Wushuang, he really lives up to his name. He really is unprecedentedly unparalleled. I find myself looking more and more forward to that gathering on the 18th of the 12th lunar month. Everywhere, the whole Tianzong dynasty was buzzing with discussions about this topic. The name Jian Wushuang had once again become a hot topic in the Tianzong dynasty. It was impossible to avoid it, and it was as if nothing else was talked about, to the extent that it even surpassed the divine transcendence of the Blood Feather Tower Master, Qi Luosheng. As for the protagonist of this story, Jian Wushuang, his words began to spread from inside the Raindrop Pavilion. At this time, he had already arrived at an ordinary shop in the imperial palace of the Tianzong dynasty. Wang Yuan had once brought him to this shop. As Jian Wushuang stepped inside the shop, an attendant immediately came forward and invited him to the inner hall. Inside the inner hall, he saw a purple-robed middle-aged man with a stocky stature. This purple-robed middle-aged man was Danjiu. Mr. Danjiu. Jian Wushuang had worked with Danjiu before, so they already knew each other. Master Wushuang, the young master of my house, has summoned me and asked me to remain here in case you needed something. Is there, perhaps, something I can help you with? Danju said with a laugh. There is something. I would like to ask eldest brother Wang Yuan for help, Jian Wushuang said directly. As you wish, master. I'll pass your message on to our house's young master, Danju said. I also need 2 infinite pure yang elixirs, Jian Wushuang said. Infinite pure yang elixirs, for breaking through to the yang void realm? Danju stared for a moment, then nodded his head and said, even though infinite pure yang elixirs are of the highest quality, it's not rare in the alchemy school. If I mention the young master's name, I can get 2 of them without any difficulty. I'll pass the message to my house's young master immediately. I reckon that we'll get a response in a few days. A few days? That's good. I'll wait a few days, Jian Wushuang said and nodded. The same day, Danju hastily relayed the information to the alchemy school. The alchemy school was situated deep in a mountain. On top of a giant mountain summit, Wang Yuan stood there with his hands behind his back. Dan Yi, clad in purple robes, stood behind him respectfully, waiting for his response. If the heavens favor me, it would be fortunate. However, if the heavens oppose me, there will be death. Ha, third brother certainly has spunk. Wang Yuan laughed loudly, with a gleam in his eye. Then he turned, glanced at Dan Yi, and said, in other words, on the 18th of next month, third brother will attack Heartless Island on his own? It seems so. Danny nodded. Even though Blood Feather Tower isn't important for much in the entire Nanyang continent, for him to challenge the entire Blood Feather Tower on his own, I'm afraid it would still be fairly difficult. Wang Yuan's eyes squinted, but shortly after he commanded, go find Third Elder immediately. Have him give you 2 infinite pure yang elixirs and deliver them to the Tianzong dynasty. Tell them it's my order. Also, give this message to Danju. Make him tell third brother that on the 18th of the 12th lunar month, I'll be going to the Tianzong dynasty to help him. All right. Danny quickly responded and left immediately afterward. Wang Yuan stared off into space. It's a shame. The relationship between my alchemy school and the Holy Emperor Palace is quite delicate right now. I can't directly use the power of the alchemy school to wipe out Blood Feather Tower. I can only depend on the alchemy guard I have trained, but second brother and fourth sister. Second brother, along with his master, Wine Master, came not long ago to ask my father for a purple fire body shaping elixir. Both he and Wine Master headed back towards that territory. I'm afraid that they'll be unable to quickly return to the Tianzong dynasty. However, shouldn't fourth sister show up? Wang Yuan muttered to himself. 1 palace, 1 school, 3 valleys and 4 temples, 8 sects, and an untold number of dynasties. Amongst the 3 valleys was the Ice Nether Valley. Master, the maiden, Su Ro, clothed in black, arrived in front of a golden-robed man. This golden-robed man's clothes were luxurious, and he had an outstanding complexion. On his face there was a smile that could make any person feel comfortable and at ease. At first glance, each and every aspect of this golden-robed man was nearly impeccable. Ro, what is it? Seeing Su Ro walk towards him, the golden-robed man had immediately came over. I would like to go back to the Tianzong dynasty. Su Ro quietly opened her mouth and said, The golden-robed man's eyebrows lifted and he asked, is it because of those men you've become sworn brothers with? Yes. Su Ro nodded. The golden-robed man looked at Su Ro and immediately sensed a stubbornness in her eyes. The corners of his mouth lifted up and he said, Go, bring my bodyguards as well. Thank you, master, Su Ro said as she stood up abruptly in surprise. Don't worry, because this is the last time. Once this is done, you will come back, and you won't take a single step away from my side for the following years. You will assist me with all your might. Do you understand? The golden-robed man said without sympathy. Yes, Su Ro answered, then gritted her teeth and nodded. Inside the Dragon Palace, the 2 palace masters sat facing each other, one black and one white. Are you sure you want to do this? Palace Master Black looked at Palace Master White with a solemn look on his face. I'm sure. Palace Master White had a look of determination in her eyes as she said, that little fellow, Jian Wushuang. I've watched him grow ever since he entered Dragon Palace. I've always supported him in every way. He's the most exceptional genius in our Dragon Palace. For the meeting on the 18th, it's obvious that there will be traps directed at him. Our Dragon Palace must have people stand up and help him. Only in this way can we be qualified to call him our disciple. But Palace Master Black still wanted to say something. There's no need to say anything. My mind is made up, Palace Master White replied and waved her hands. However, at that exact moment, at the edge of the hall, the palace doors suddenly opened and a golden imperial-robed man quickly rushed in. Seeing this man, Palace Masters Black and White were both startled, and they both quickly stood up and saluted. Greetings, Your Majesty. Both of you get up, said she as he waved his hand, and then wantonly sat down in an open seat. I overheard everything you just said, she lowered his voice and said. Your Majesty, Palace Master White looked at Shi with great anxiety. Then Shi grinned and said, I like it, go ahead. Palace Masters Black and White were both flabbergasted. They both had originally thought she would rebuke them, but who would have thought she would unexpectedly support their decision? Jian Wushuang is the greatest genius of my Dragon Palace after all. For several reasons, my Dragon Palace is unable to protect him, but that doesn't mean there's nothing we can do, she said with great solemnity. Palace Master White's expression changed. Then she immediately nodded her head gravely and said, Your subordinate understands? Chapter 245, Breakthrough to the Yang Void Realm. Chapter 245, Breakthrough to the Yang Void Realm. Having waited quietly in the store for 5 days, the infinite pure Yang elixirs finally landed in Jian Wushuang's hands. Sir Wushuang, the young master said that he will be present at the gathering next month and give you a helping hand, Danjiu said. Please convey my gratitude to him, Jian Wushuang said with a smile before leaving. In a secret chamber, Jian Wushuang sat cross-legged. In his hand were the 2 purple gold elixirs, about the size of a baby's thumb. The infinite pure Yang elixir contained boundless pure Yang energy, which helped accelerate a warrior's breakthrough from an Yin Void champion to the Yang Void realm. Its efficiency was immeasurable, and if he was lucky, 1 elixir would be enough. There are as many experts in Blood Feather Tower as there are clouds in the sky. As for Qi Luosheng, the master of Blood Feather Tower, he is a supreme expert who has reached divine transcendence. There is no doubt that to fight against him is to seek death. Therefore, I have to greatly improve my strength within a month. Jian Wushuang's eyes glinted with a sharp light. There were many ways to improve his strength. However, it was impossible for him to expand his comprehension of the origin in such a short period. He could only count on improving his cultivation level, which was at the level of Yin Void champion. 1 step further, and he would reach the Yang Void realm. Now, he had 2 infinite pure Yang elixirs. After taking a deep breath and calming down, Jian Wushuang swallowed both of the infinite pure Yang elixirs in 1 gulp. They immediately turned into a mighty pure Yang power and began circulating through his body. As the elixirs worked, more and more pure Yang power gathered. Rumble. It was as if a torrent of flood water was flowing throughout all of the meridians in his body. In an instant, Jian Wushuang felt like his bones were going to crack. Jian Wushuang closed his eyes and sweat stood out on his forehead. Pure Yang power, as pure as it could be, flowed through his body. The pain caused by it was almost as bad as when he had used the soul-devouring secret skill. It's begun. Jian Wushuang was stone-faced. As the efficacy of the 2 infinite pure Yang elixirs increased to the utmost, the pure Yang energy reached its limit and formed a mighty torrent that lashed out against the barrier in his body. Bang! The first wave caused a muffled sound within his body. His face turned pale, but the barrier remained intact. Then a second wave of pure Yang energy followed. Bang! 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 5 impacts heavily struck the barrier in quick succession, causing it to vibrate slightly. However, it did not break. On the other hand, Jian Wushuang's face was quite pale, and blood flowed out of his mouth. After those 5 impacts, only less than 1/3 of the power of pure yang in his body was left. Taking another deep breath, Jian Wushuang clenched his fists. Then, in the next moment, he launched a final attack with all the remaining pure yang energy. The surging current lashed against the barrier once more. It will break? Jian Wushuang's face was twisted. Boom! The surging current crashed against the barrier. There was a terrible and explosive impact as the barrier shook fiercely, and then, click, a slight sound arose, causing a feeling of ecstasy within Jian Wushuang. A minute crack appeared, and this crack became like the ant nest that caused the destruction of a mighty dam. Rumble, the barrier finally collapsed, and then a vast spiritual power began flowing through his body. All of the meridians and bones in his body started to change, becoming thicker and more durable. Similarly, his spiritual power also began to transform. In such a short moment, he had completed the transformation. I reached the Yang Void Realm. Jian Wushuang opened his eyes in exultation. He knew how lucky he was to reach the Yang Void Realm this time. After all, he had improved so much in one go, previously, in the Ancestors' Land. Although he had reached the ultimate limit at the peak of the Yang Void Realm, he had not accumulated enough power. So, he assumed he would be stuck at that level for a long time. The odds of making a breakthrough were low, even with the help of the infinite pure yang elixirs. However, he had made it. So lucky. 30% was due to the help of the treasure, 20% from his persistence, and the remaining 50% was pure luck. Compared with Yang Void, the Yang Void Realm is much stronger. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands, feeling the explosive power running through his palms. Once he reached the Yang Void Realm, his strength grew rapidly and his spiritual power improved substantially. Now, he could match up against an exceptional Yang Void Realm warrior with only his explosive power. Maybe he was a little weaker, but not by too much. To reach the Yang Void Realm before the gathering is lucky, but it's not enough. Jian Wushuang soon came down from his great joy. He knew he could not truly fight against a supreme expert who reached divine transcendence if his cultivation only reached the Yang Void Realm. He still had to make more preparations. With this done, he could begin looking for a way to making his secret weapon even stronger. His biggest trump card was the soul-devouring secret skill. Before, in the easternmost hunt, he discovered that the first volume of the soul-devouring secret skill had done little to improve his strength. Therefore, he needed to comprehend the second volume as soon as possible. The soul-devouring secret skill was extremely powerful and would create a large disturbance, so he chose an isolated patch of woods in order to begin delving into the second volume of the soul-devouring secret skill. Half a month later, in the isolated woods, a terrible engulfing force swept out. It came from Jian Wushuang, who sat cross-legged on a stone. The vast natural power of all living things quickly gathered into his body. After a good while, everything quieted down. Jian Wushuang, sitting cross-legged on the stone, opened his eyes slowly with a smile. At long last, I have completely comprehended the second volume of soul-devouring secret skill in this half-month. The second volume was more powerful than the first, so it naturally placed a heavier burden on his body. Fortunately, Jian Wushuang's current power had increased by a wide margin, and he could sustain this burden for a period of time. However, his body would still break down if he used it for too long. There are still a few days before the 18th of the 12th lunar month. During these last few days, I must try to improve the grade of the triple kill sword. While he was thinking about that, the triple kill sword appeared in his hands and leapt about with a whistling sound. Chapter 246, On the Heartless Island. Chapter 246, On the Heartless Island. The triple kill sword had already been a superior third-grade magic weapon since its sword spirit awakened. Since then, he had killed 5 experts of Yang Void Realm from the 9 Emperors sect, the exceptional young Void Realm Kuya, as well as killed many in a several-day successive massacre directed towards Bloodfeather Tower stronghold. In the wake of the numerous massacres, the triple kill sword had become more ruthless. One step further, and it would become a magic weapon of the second grade. In the following days, he would continue the bloodbath in the strongholds of Bloodfeather Tower. One by one, with each endless kill, the frantic bloodbath would strengthen the power of triple kill sword. On the eve before the 18th of the 12th month of the lunar year, the triple kill sword made a breakthrough, leveling itself up from a superior third grade to an inferior second grade and strengthening its power. Thereafter, Jian Wushuang had prepared all that he could, including his personal strength. For the entirety of that night, he quietly sat on a hill. The next morning, the sun had not yet risen on the horizon, but heavy snow fell from the sky. Soon, the heavy snow covered the ground in a white sheet. After sitting on the hill for a whole night, Jian Wushuang opened his eyes, filled with light. "It's snowing." Jian Wushuang stretched out one hand, and a snowflake fell onto his palm. Soon after, it turned into a drop of water. "The snow is beautiful." Jian Wushuang looked around with a smile. "The snow would be more charming if it was mixed with blood. My dear, today, let us enjoy a bloodbath." It seemed the triple kill sword understood what Jian Wushuang said, and it trembled fiercely on his back. As though it was excited, as though it was surprised, Jian Wushuang set off to Heartless Island. On the 18th of the 12th lunar month, it snowed heavily. The whole Tianzong dynasty was covered by white snow, causing the ground to become a vast and endless white sheet. Heartless Island was located 100 miles away from the imperial palace of the Tianzong dynasty. Situated in the center of a vast lake and surrounded by hills, Heartless Island was famous in Tianzong dynasty. It was said that the place where the Heartless Island was located was once a rift. Years ago, two super experts had a fierce fight there and left a huge ravine in the ground, which water gathered into and formed a lake. This left the central piece of land to turn into an island. Today, the atmosphere in the Heartless Island was different. Many figures stood at nearly every corner of the island, and they all wore black robes and masks. Not only that, but all of the masks were golden. Above the void, some purple-masked killers from Bloodfeather Tower welcomed the experts and also acted as guardians watching over all of them. In other words, one could say that the entirety of Heartless Island was now heavily guarded. At dawn, experts from different sects arrived on the island. 1 month ago, Bloodfeather Tower had sent its invitations. All of the sects who received the invitations did not dare refuse, and all sent their experts. The 7 top clans in the Tianzong dynasty, even Dragon Palace, and the Gladiator Arena, all had their experts go forth. Soon many experts gathered on the island, and there was quite a clamor. There was a big drill ground in the center of the island. Many chairs were arranged in rows on 2 sides of the drill ground. Experts from all of the sects of Tianzong dynasty were sitting on their chairs quietly. "Brother Ling Feng, how was it decided that we from the Tianyuan sword sect were to sit here?" At a corner of the drill ground's very edge, experts of Tianyuan sword sect were seated. Among the nearly 10 experts, there was one lady with a cold expression on her face. She was Jian Ming'er, and her current expression was strange. The Tianyuan sword sect is a big sect in Tianyan province, but it is nothing special in the Tianzong dynasty. It's an honor to be invited by Bloodfeather Tower, even if you're seated at the corner. Ling Feng explained. "Is it?" Jian Ming'er still frowned. Ling Feng, the sect master of Tianyuan sword sect, an elder with white hair and a baby face, turned and said to Ling Feng, "It's the highest level meeting in the Tianzong dynasty, and all the experts of those strong sects have come. Later on, I'll introduce you to them to expand your knowledge." "Thank you." Ling Feng nodded respectfully. In the most conspicuous area of the drill ground, 10 figures were seated. Among them, the lead one was a strong man over 2 meters high and as strong as an ox. He was the hall master of the Gladiator Arena. "What I'm most looking forward to with this gathering is Jian Wushuang. When will he show up?" The strong man looked around and smiled. "I'm quite curious about the exceptional genius. By Chong, I heard you knew him? The strong man looked over at an armless middle-aged man. Jian Wushuang would recognize him as soon as he saw the middle-aged man. He was Bai Chong, who once gave him a lucky opportunity when he was in the mansion of the Sword Marquis and saved him from the killers of Blood Feather Tower. Hearing what the strong man said, Bai Chong couldn't help but touch his left sleeve. His left arm was cut off while stopping the killers of Blood Feather Tower for Jian Wushuang. However, he didn't give up because of this, but rather fought against it, and he unexpectedly broke through the bottleneck that had always trapped him, reaching In Void Realm. A little, Bai Chong replied. Hee, I really admire him. If he can survive this time, introduce him to me, the strong man said with a smile. Okay. Bai Chong nodded, but then he frowned. He knew that the danger Jian Wushuang was facing this time was no small matter. Blood Feather Tower had set a trap and had extensively prepared in order to kill Jian Wushuang. On the drill ground, apart from the experts of the sects, there were also many solitary experts who had come without invitation simply for the enjoyment. Among the solitary experts, there was one gentleman with a long sword on his back. He was the master of the mansion of the Sword Marquis, Jin Xinhong. 1 month ago, he had heard that Blood Feather Tower was inviting experts of all sects to watch the sacrifice of Jian Nantian to the heavens, and that Jian Wushuang had replied as well. Therefore, as a solitary expert, he had rushed over today. Blood Feather Tower, they were the overlords of the Tianzong dynasty. I also heard that their tower master had reached divine transcendence. Jin Xinhong had a grave expression on his face, then he shook his head. God bless him. Chapter 247, Qi Luosheng. Chapter 247, Qi Luosheng. Except for those experts from the Heartless Island, there were many experts hidden in and around the void. In one corner of the void, more than 20 people floated in the air, and the lead one was Jian Wushuang's good friend Wang Yuan, the young master of the alchemy school. Half a year ago, he was in the initial gold core realm, but now he was the same as others floating in the air. His cultivation had reached the profound In Void realm. In half a year, he jumped from initial gold core realm to profound In Void realm. Clearly, his strength improved more greatly than Jian Wushuang's. The gathering is going to start. I suppose third brother must be somewhere nearby. Wang Yuan looked around. Many purple-robed figures floated behind him. Among them, there were more than 10 experts in the Yang Void realm, including some who had reached the peak of Yang Void realm and had comprehended the origin, like Dan Yi. Besides, among the purple-robed people, there was one different from them, who wore a gray robe. The gray-robed elder was just like an ordinary man without any breath of cultivation power, floating in the void similar to the others. Sixth elder, it all depends on you. Though Wang Yuan was the young master of the elixir school, he was humble in front of the gray-robed elder without having an air of importance. Because of my sensitive identity, all I could do is help him to escape. I will not save his father, the gray-robed elder said. Wang Yuan's face was solemn. Thank you and please wait here. I hope things go smoothly, but if anything happens, please can sixth elder take third brother away whether he can save his father or not. At least keep him alive. I know. The gray-robed elder nodded slightly. At another corner of the void, there are more than 10 people coming from the Ice Nether Valley, and Su Ro was the leader. After half a year, Su Ro had improved a lot in strength and reached In Void. Additionally, those 12 people beside her were all of high cultivations, among which 8 were experts of In Void and 4 of Yang Void realm. Blood Feather Tower. Su Ro looked at the Heartless Island in the front with cold eyes. It's troublesome that there is one super expert of Blood Feather Tower who has reached divine transcendence. It was still snowing. There was heavy snow on the ground and the weather was cold. However, all of the experts' hearts were warm. As it approached noon, 2 figures suddenly showed up on the high platform at the front of the drill ground. Many people on the drill ground looked over at them. Both of them were elders. One had white hair, a beard, and strong breath, whereas another one had black hair and dashing eyebrows. As soon as they showed up, their strong breath spread out. Both of them had reached the peak of the Yang Void Realm. They are left and right messengers of the Blood Feather Tower. These two elders are over 100 years old. Tut, both of them are on the Heavenly Dragon list. One is ranked 14th and another 11th. Truly, it is Blood Feather Tower. Many experts on the drill ground were discussing, and some of them looked at the left and right messengers with astonished eyes. Peak of the Yang Void Realm. It should be known that experts at this level were rare in the whole Tianzong dynasty. Each of the 7 top clans only had one. Both the left and right messengers were ranked on the Heavenly Dragon list. They were top-level experts in the Tianzong dynasty. Not long after the left and right messengers showed up, a bloody figure fell slowly in the void. He wore a bloody robe and a bloody wicked mask. His appearance attracted everybody's eyes, and as soon as he came to the high platform and sat down on the chair, the whole of the drill ground was silent. Silence. All eyes were concentrated on the bloody-robed figure. Is he the Tower Master of the Blood Feather Tower? What happened? The Tower Master of the Blood Feather Tower looks like an ordinary man. However, why can my eyes not help but look at an ordinary person? Why? Divine Transcendence. Sure enough, the Tower Master of the Blood Feather Tower has reached it. Many of the experts were secretly marveling at it. They were a little doubtful about it when they received the invitation, but now they knew that the Tower Master of Blood Feather Tower had really reached Divine Transcendence when they saw him. Only one who reached Divine Transcendence could control his breath so perfectly without losing any. Only such a man could attract everybody's eyes as soon as he showed up. The bloody and wicked Tower Master of Blood Feather Tower, Qi Luosheng, sat on the chair in the center and waved his hands slightly. A breeze blew, which brushed people's faces and made them feel at ease. Such powerful strength. Those knowledgeable experts of Yang Void Realm felt secretly astonished. Gentlemen. An evil voice, which one couldn't distinguish between a male or a female, spoke out from Qi Luosheng as his eyes swept over them. Welcome to the gathering. I have prepared some wines for you. Have a try. After he finished, a few maids in black walked out with flagons in their hands. Gentlemen, please. Qi Luosheng put a flagon in his hands. Then everybody on the drill ground drank the wine. After a cup of wine, respectable Tower Master of the Blood Feather Tower, a strong man sitting in the front stood up and looked steadily at Qi Luosheng with a smile. I will not say social formulae this time. I come here because I want to know whether you have reached it. The truth is, you did it, and I want to know how you accomplished it. After all, I have been trapped in this stage for years. The strong man said with a fever of enthusiasm in his eyes. Owner Lei of Gladiator Arena? Qi Luosheng looked at him and smiled. No problem. It's also part of my plan for inviting you to come here. Even if you didn't ask, I would still tell you. But before that, I need to deal with one thing first. Qi Luosheng smiled coldly, and the elder with dashing eyebrows standing beside him glanced at his back. Bring him up. Chapter 248. Jian Wushuang showed up. Chapter 248. Jian Wushuang showed up. A man in coarse clothes was brought to the drill ground under the watchful gazes of many experts. His hair was gray, and his face had a mustache on it, showing that he had experienced many vicissitudes of life. People couldn't feel any spiritual power from him. When he was brought to the center of the drill ground, he raised his head slowly. Deep in his eyes, there was a boundless void. His eyes calmly swept from Qi Luosheng to left and right messengers, and then to those experts present at the scene. After a glance, he lounged in everybody's presence and took out a pot of wine, drinking alone. Many surrounding experts felt perturbed by his behavior. He is Jian Nantian? Jian Wushuang's father? He is Jian Nantian? Quite ordinary. Almost all of those present had heard of Jian Nantian 1 month ago, thus they were curious about him. After they saw him, however, most of them secretly despised him and thought that he was quite meager. They didn't see anything special in him. If they didn't know his identity before, perhaps all of them would think he was just an ordinary man or even a beggar. I heard Jin Nanshan's name 1 month ago and knew that he would be executed in this gathering. I had never expected he was such a man. That's Jian Wushuang's father? Too ordinary. Even we couldn't tell apart him from a beggar on the street. Many people said that. Of course, there were some people, most of whom were knowledgeable experts, that narrowed their eyes when they saw Jian Nantian. This man is not simple. Being stared at by so many people, even he will be killed by Blood Feather Tower, yet nothing can be seen in his eyes but calmness. Indifferent. He is so indifferent. It seems that the whole world is nothing to him. Experts from all of the sects, or people from Blood Feather Tower, they are all the same in his eyes. Indifferent, but in other words, he is aloof. Aloof. Upon hearing this word, the people became restless. They asked themselves if they were him, what would they do? All of them could not drink alone whilst indifferently ignoring all of the people present. Who could do that? This only suggested that Jian Nantian was not simple. Young master, is that man your brother's father? Above the void, the gray-robed elder narrowed his eyes. What's wrong? Wang Yuan looked over at him questioningly. Nothing. I just feel that his state of mind is extraordinary. Having lived for 200 years, I couldn't catch him in a state of mind. It's a pity that his Dantian was destroyed, otherwise, he has the hope of reaching divine transcendence in the future, the gray-robed elder said seriously. Oh! Wang Yuan was surprised, and he narrowed his eyes slightly. His father was locked with the spirit-locking spell by Blood Feather Tower before. Now, they bring him to the drill ground without the soul-seizing formation. So clearly they are afraid that the third brother will not come. On the high platform of the drill ground on Heartless Island, the bloody and wicked figure of Qi Luoxing glanced at Jian Nantian. Then his cold voice sounded on the drill ground. Gentlemen, you might not be familiar with this man. Let me introduce him to you. His name is Jian Nantian, who was famous in the Tianzong dynasty years ago. However, he was caught by Blood Feather Tower, which took us a lot of effort, Qi Luoxing said with a cold smile. Besides, he's the father of someone that has made a big disturbance in the Tianzong dynasty. His son is Jian Wushuang, who is known as the first genius of Tianzong dynasty. Many experts on the drill ground were listening carefully. The Tianzong dynasty has not been tranquil in recent years, especially the Blood Feather Tower. We have been provoked many times, and someone even slaughtered the strongholds of Blood Feather Tower and killed experts there. I suppose that you do not need me to tell you who he is, Qi Luoxing said. Many experts on the drill ground were contemptuous of his words. They knew that it was Blood Feather Tower who frequently attempted to assassinate Jian Wushuang. Therefore, Jian Wushuang retaliated against them furiously. However, what Qi Luoxing said implied that it was Jian Wushuang who provoked Blood Feather Tower first. Qi Luoxing's cold eyes looked around, and he said in a deep voice, "Today I invite all of you coming to the Heartless Island to listen to my experience and comprehension. More importantly, it is to warn those sects who are ready to make trouble or benefit from the trouble. Blood Feather Tower is still number one. Being the overlord in the Tianzong dynasty, Blood Feather Tower won't allow anybody to provoke us. Anyone that provokes Blood Feather Tower will die." After saying that, a terrifying pressure emitted out from Qi Luoxing. The force covered the entirety of the drill ground. Many experts who were standing there suddenly looked solemn. Some of the weaker ones were even more horrified. However, as soon as Qi Luoxing finished speaking, suddenly, a loud and clear shout rose seemingly from the sky. "Anyone that provokes Blood Feather Tower will die? I don't think so." At the very moment of this voice rising, rumble, a stream of terrible killing intent rose from somewhere far away. Under the sweeping of slaughter origin, the horrible killing intent flew to the ninth heaven. Immediately, the whole heaven and earth turned silent. He's arrived. Has he really come? With a sword in hand, he is invincible. Jian Wushuang. The entire drill ground was in an uproar, and everybody's eyes turned to the source of the killing intent at that moment. It came from outside of Heartless Island, which was quite a distance away from it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lots of experts of Yin-Yang Void Realm flew up high and stood in the void to look at that direction. Air. It comes from the back of the mountain. So far? Those Yin-Yang Void Realm experts all felt extremely shocked. Heartless Island was surrounded by a lake, and the lake was surrounded by mountains. The strong killing intent came from the back of a mountain, which was far away from Heartless Island. Even though it came from such a far place, it was shocking. Everybody looked at the direction where the killing intent came from, but what they saw was just the mountains in front of them. At this moment, bang! At the end of the horizon, a huge sword shadow suddenly appeared. Though it was far away from them, they felt shocked. Then the sword shadow split directly towards the mountain. What is he doing? All of them were perplexed. But the next moment, they saw that huge sword shadow splitting the mountain. Rumble. The mountain shook crazily. The next moment, it was cut in two. The mountain was split in half, and a 10-meter-wide road appeared. At the end of the split tunnel, a figure with a long sword on his back loomed over them. He was Jian Wushuang. With a sword in hand, he was second to none. Chapter 249. Making a Path by Splitting the Mountains and Lakes. Chapter 249. Making a Path by Splitting the Mountains and Lakes. Everybody watched in shock. It was unbelievable that a lofty mountain was split in half by a single sword stroke. Then, numerous people looked towards the far end of the path that was just created, where a figure with a long sword on the back suddenly appeared. Jian Wushuang. With a sword in hand, no one is his match. He is the most peerless genius in the history of our Tianzong dynasty. The entire Heartless Island began to see the all at once. Although some of the participants in the meeting were young warriors, not just mentioning the young warriors, even experts who reached Yin Void or higher were excited. The young warriors were brought here by their elders to gain experience. Seeing Jian Wushuang, they were extremely excited. After all, Jian Wushuang was a real myth to them. Numerous young warriors were full of blind fanaticism and worship for Jian Wushuang. Thinking about it, who else could lead a small dynasty, like the Tianzong dynasty, to defeat all the other Northwest dynasties in the easternmost hunt? Who else could achieve the peak of the Yin Void Realm before the age of 20? Except, now he had already reached the Yang Void Realm. Who else could force Blood Feather Tower, an overlord in the Tianzong dynasty, to set up such an unbelievable trap? No one. He was truly the strongest in the history of the Tianzong dynasty. Jian Wushuang. In the corner of the drill ground, there was a handsome man who was holding his hands tightly. He was extremely excited, and his eyes were full of fanaticism. However, seeing the handsome man in such a state, Jian Ming'er, who was standing beside him, felt even worse. The gladiator arena gathered a great number of experts, with Bai Chong among them. He looked out towards Jian Wushuang, with his hand touching the left sleeve that was missing an arm. He smiled and muttered, "It was worth supporting the birth of such a peerless genius, even at the cost of an arm." Jian Xinhong stood in the field where the solitary experts gathered. He was already looking at Jian Wushuang as well, with an extremely mixed expression that was excited, pleasantly surprised and satisfied, but most of all, worried. Be sure to survive this fight no matter what. Jian Xinhong snarled deep in his heart. Third bro. Wang Yuan and Su Rou were hiding somewhere in the surroundings of Heartless Island. After seeing Jian Wushuang, their eyes began to glisten. Jian Wushuang stole all the spotlight. Everybody present had fixed their eyes on Jian Wushuang, who had appeared at the far end of this path. Jian Wushuang slightly lifted his head as a surging killing intent began to rush out and fill the area. He looked around and took in everything that was happening on Heartless Island. Then, he began moving forward. Dung! As soon as he stepped forward and placed his foot on the ground, an intangible wave instantly rippled out. At the same time, a light sound was heard. However, that sound quickly became louder and louder. Dung! 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 Jian Wushuang walked forward, one step after another, at a fairly slow pace. Every time he took a step, his killing intent grew a little stronger. Jian Wushuang attracted the attention of all the people on Heartless Island. Soon, he passed through the path and made his way to the lakeside. But he didn't stop there. Instead, he directly stepped on the lake without any hesitation. The instant his foot touched the surface, a rumbling sound was heard, and the whole lake instantly became turbulent. It looked like the water was being crazily engulfed by its surroundings. Within a minute, only a huge ravine, with no visible bottom, remained where the lake was previously. It was as if the whole lake had been cut away. The ravine was several dozen meters wide, and even though water was surging into the ravine from the lake, it was obvious that this ravine would not be filled in a short amount of time. Seeing this, the experts on Heartless Island couldn't help squinting. At this moment, everybody was reminded of a saying. The mountains will split asunder, the rivers will run dry, and the skies will be stained with blood as swords point towards the demon horde. Among them, the first two already occurred, so the next step should be staining the sky with blood. Jian Wushuang didn't stop after he cut through the lake. He continued walking slowly towards Heartless Island. At this exact moment, dozens of figures violently glided close from the nearby area. "Ha ha, third bro, I am here to help you." Bubbling laughter reverberated throughout the area as a heavily built fat guy appeared at Jian Wushuang's side, followed by more than 20 purple-robed figures that landed behind the fat man in succession. All of them radiated a monstrous aura. Among the purple-robed figures, more than 10 were experts in the Yang Void Realm, while the rest were at the peak of the Yin Void Realm. In the Tianzong dynasty, this battle formation could only be called horrifying. Are they from the alchemy school? Qi Luosheng was standing on a raised platform on the Heartless Island. After watching Wang Yuan and his comrades appear, he slightly squinted his eyes. Then he smirked and said, "The alchemy school and Holy Emperor Palace restrain each other, so it's impossible for them to bring in their top experts. They are just some ordinary experts in the Yin-Yang Void Realm. What can they do?" However, as soon as Qi Luosheng uttered these words, 10 more figures glided close and landed behind Jian Wushuang. "Third bro," Su Rou lightly said to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. "Ice Nether Valley?" Seeing this, Qi Luosheng felt a little bit shocked, but it was still not enough to make him feel fear. "Jian Wushuang, we are here to support you." A deep roar suddenly reverberated throughout the area, followed by 6 people gliding close to Jian Wushuang. It was a group led by a white-robed lady. After she appeared, the entire Heartless Island began seething. Palace Master White? Palace Master White from Dragon Palace? Palace Master White came in person. Does Dragon Palace intend to get involved? The people present were all top experts from various sects, so one glance was enough for them to recognize Palace Master White. Bai Ling. Qi Luosheng's face instantly darkened and he asked, "Does Dragon Palace want to join this fight?" Haha. Palace Master Black, who had arrived a long time ago, responded to Qi Luosheng with a light smile. "Tower Master Qi, you misunderstood." Bai Ling and the 4 previous temple masters of Dragon Palace announced their resignation yesterday. Now they are just Golden Dragon ambassadors of Golden Dragon Palace. They have little relationship with our Dragon Palace. Oh. Qi Luosheng frowned. At this point, many experts had an odd look on their faces. Palace Master White resigned from Dragon Palace? Unbelievable. It seems like everyone is here. The young master of the alchemy school, people from Ice Nether Valley, and Bai Ling from Dragon Palace. Whatever, you guys saved me the time of looking for you later, Qi Luosheng said with a cold look in his eyes. By now, Palace Master White and her comrades had already moved behind Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang. Palace Master White gave Jian Wushuang a deep glance. She was followed by the 4 previous temple masters from Dragon Palace and Jian Wushuang's good friend, Yi Rufeng. Jian Wushuang had not said a word since he appeared. He just stared at the Heartless Island in front of him and kept walking ahead without a pause on his steps. At the same time, the killing intent continued to surge out of his body, growing stronger and stronger. Jian Wushuang passed through the lake and stepped onto Heartless Island, slowly walking towards the drill ground center. Finally, he appeared in front of Qi Luosheng and the experts of Blood Feather Tower. At this point, Jian Wushuang stopped walking, then lifted his head and slowly scanned the crowd with a cold look in his eyes. When I was chased by Blood Feather Tower and forced to jump into the abyss 3 years ago, I said, the day I return is the day all you demons die. And today is the day Blood Feather Tower is destroyed. Chapter 250. The Fierce Battle Begins. Chapter 250. The Fierce Battle Begins. His cold words reverberated throughout the sky over the Heartless Island, catching the experts on the Heartless Island by surprise. Today was the day Blood Feather Tower would be destroyed. With such a small group? How dare you say that? It's ridiculous. Qi Luoxing sneered, followed by several whoosh sounds. A large number of figures suddenly glided close and then landed near the center of the island. These figures all wore a black robe and a purple mask. It was a group headed by the left and right messengers from Blood Feather Tower. At a glance, the number was roughly 100. So many people. They are all purple-masked assassins. They are all experts in the Yin-Yang Void Realm. Is this the true strength of Blood Feather Tower? Seeing such a battle formation, the experts from the various sects were all shocked. Anyone in the Yin-Yang Void Realm could definitely be considered a top expert in the Tianzong dynasty. Some top sects of the Tianzong dynasty only had a few of these experts at most. However, at the very beginning of this battle, Blood Feather Tower already dispatched about 100. Even though most of these purple-masked assassins were only at the Yin Void Realm, the number of Yang Void Realm experts was still more than 10. It was a fierce and magnificent battle formation. Wang Yuan glanced at Jian Wushuang and then said with a serious tone, "We can handle these people." "Okay." Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. "None of you guys will leave here today," Qi Luoxing said coldly. He slightly lifted his palm and immediately signaled for the battle to begin. The instant he lowered his hand, the purple-masked assassins immediately took action. "Go!" As soon as Wang Yuan snarled, all the experts from the Alchemy School, Ice Nether Valley, and Dragon Palace violently rushed forward as well. At this moment, Wang Yuan stepped forward as well. In only an instant, the two groups had already engaged themselves in battle on the Heartless Island. The battle began in an instant. Rumble. As soon as the experts collided, several horrible roars were instantly heard. Along with those sounds, violent spiritual power was crazily sweeping in every direction, leading Heartless Island toward its own destruction. "Run, run! Get out of here right away! Hurry, before you get caught up in it! Hurry, leave Heartless Island!" At this moment, the experts from the various sects were rushing to leave the island one after another because none of them wanted to be involved in the battle. They halted once they made it to the island's exterior, but their eyes were still fixated on the battlefield. In terms of quantity, Blood Feather Tower had more experts than Jian Wushuang. But in terms of the strength, Jian Wushuang's side was much stronger. Among the experts of the Alchemy School and Ice Nether Valley, more than 15 were at the Yang Void Realm. The remaining were all at the peak of the Yin Void Realm. As for Dragon Palace, although there were only 6 experts, 3 were in the Yang Void Realm, including Palace Master White, while the rest were at the peak of the Yin Void Realm. In other words, among the experts on Jian Wushuang's side, the weakest ones were at the peak of the Yin Void Realm. However, on the Blood Feather Tower side, even though they had a great number of experts, most were somewhere between the initial Yin Void Realm and the profound Yin Void Realm. Their number of experts who achieved the peak of the Yin Void Realm or the Yang Void Realm was less than Jian Wushuang's side. Because of this, the overall strength of both sides was very close, so it was extremely fierce as soon as the battle began. The experts on both sides were furiously fighting, and it was hard to tell which side had the upper hand. Even though the battle was off to a violent start, Jian Wushuang had not moved a single step. Not just him, Qi Luoxing had not moved either. He was just standing there on the raised platform. Jian Wushuang glanced at the battlefield in the front of him, then turned and looked toward his father, Jian Nantian. Currently, Jian Nantian was lying on the ground and drinking wine alone. His eyelids didn't even flicker until he noticed Jian Wushuang looking at him. Then he gave Jian Wushuang a glance as well. They looked at each other, without needing to say any words. A second later, Jian Wushuang finally began to move. He took one step after another, walking directly towards Jian Nantian. However, when he was about to take his third step, he was stopped by a whizzing sound and 3 figures suddenly appeared in front of him. Huh. After looking at the 3 figures that suddenly appeared, Jian Wushuang halted and the expression on his face darkened. The 3 were not assassins from Bloodfeather Tower, but he knew one of them. Emo Lingtian. Jian Wushuang coldly stared at the vicious-eyed man, who was carrying a long sword on his back and seemed to be the leader. The law enforcement elder of the Wilderness Sword Sect, Emo Lingtian. Jian Wushuang previously met Emo Lingtian during the easternmost hunt. At that time, Emo Lingtian lent his hand to Bloodfeather Tower against him. Without Wang Yuan's support at that time, Jian Wushuang wouldn't have survived Emo Lingtian's attack. Jian Wushuang. Emo Lingtian had a slight sneer on his face as he blocked Jian Wushuang's path. There were 2 people following behind him. One was a man and the other was a lady. Both of them carried a sharp sword on their back. Furthermore, their aura was no weaker than Emo Lingtian's. The peak of the Yang Void Realm. Needless to say, the 2 behind Emo Lingtian were experts at the peak of the Yang Void Realm. So the 3 in front of Jian Wushuang were all at the peak of the Yang Void Realm. Wilderness Sword Sect. They are from the Wilderness Sword Sect. The Wilderness Sword Sect is one of the top 8 sects in the Nanyang continent. Why are they entangling themselves in Bloodfeather Tower's matters? It is already very difficult to deal with Bloodfeather Tower. Now, unexpectedly, the Wilderness Sword Sect has joined in as well. The experts who were watching the battle from outside of the Heartless Island already recognized Emo Lingtian and his comrades. Everybody started to feel sad for Jian Wushuang. No matter what, the Wilderness Sword Sect was one of the top 8 sects in the Nanyang continent. Jian Wushuang, we meet again, Emo Lingtian said while staring at Jian Wushuang coldly. Yes, Jian Wushuang slightly nodded and said, I said it during the easternmost hunt. There will be ample time for us to meet again. But I didn't expect it to happen so quickly. However, since you are already here, let's put an end to our animosities today. It's time to finish it. But it will be me who finishes you, Emo Lingtian said. In no time his eyes turned cold. Shua. Suddenly, the space in front of Jian Wushuang was cut, after which Emo Lingtian appeared, holding a sharp long sword in his hand. At this moment, his long sword was already slashing out at an amazing speed, like a bolt of lightning. However, Jian Wushuang just stood there as if nothing had happened, not making a single move. Go to hell. Emo Lingtian yelled and grinned, his eyes turning even icier. The long sword directly passed through Jian Wushuang's neck, but there wasn't a single drop of blood. Huh. Emo Lingtian was stunned, because he had perceived that his sword did not touch anything. It was a residual shadow. The object that this long sword just passed through was not Jian Wushuang, just his residual shadow. You want to kill me? An extremely cold voice suddenly came from Emo Lingtian's side. What? Emo Lingtian was shocked and looked to the side, where a figure who he didn't expect to see had appeared. What's more, a tremendous killing intent was radiating from this figure and focusing on him. Do you think trash like you can kill me? No sooner had Jian Wushuang spoke than he threw out a slap. The palm, filled with slaughter origin, directly moved towards Emo Lingtian's face. Chapter 251, The Starlight Sword Array. Chapter 251, The Starlight Sword Array. Too fast. Jian Wushuang moved so fast that it took some time for people to notice that he appeared beside Emo Lingtian. Emo Lingtian, however, did notice, but before he reacted, Jian Wushuang's palm already landed on his face. Puff! With a single move from Jian Wushuang, Emo Lingtian spat a mouthful of blood. He shot back like a shell and violently crashed into the drill ground, which made the area shake so much that cracks appeared. Senior brother Lingtian. Seeing this, the man and the lady that Emo Lingtian brought were shocked to the core. Imo Lingtian struggled to stand up slowly with a disreputable state. His chest was swollen like a bun. Blood could be dimly seen in the corner of his mouth, and his whole body was shaking uncontrollably. By then, his eyes were started turning icy. It's just 7 months since we met last time. How could he have increased his strength like this? Imo Lingtian was astounded by Jian Wushuang. Then he looked at the man and the lady next to him and said seriously, "This fellow is a little bit odd. Let's display the Starlight Sword Array together and then kill him." Starlight Sword Array? The man and the lady were shocked. The Wilderness Sword Sect was well known for the sword principle. The sect not only owned a large number of transcendent swordsmanship and sword skills, but also owned some sword formations. The sword formations were extraordinary and gained a good fame in the entire Nanyang continent. Normally, these sword formations were used against the powerful enemies. However, Jian Wushuang was just at the initial completion of Yang Void Realm. Was it necessary for 3 experts of the peak of Yang Void Realm to activate the sword formation by joining hands? Don't underestimate him. Hurry up, Imo Lingtian said without stopping. The man and the lady nodded heavily and moved into action without hesitation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 figures instantly stood together side by side, followed by the burst of 3 sword essences. In no time, the sword essences directly beamed into the sky. Huh. Jian Wushuang held his head up and looked at the 3 with astonishment. Show him what we are capable of. As soon as Imo Lingtian threw a deep roar, the 3 figures violently glided up at once, and in no time appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. A second later, the 3 slashed their swords simultaneously. Hua, 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 hua. 3 streaks of sword light lashed out. Each one was extremely dazzling and held incredible power. The moment the sword light rushed forward, the 3 streaks of sword light merged into one as if they were launched by a single person. The integrated sword light got more and more dazzling as it was flying towards Jian Wushuang in a much fiercer state. Jian Wushuang was holding an ordinary cyan-colored long sword in his hand. Seeing the sword light getting closer, he moved his wrist and fiercely slashed his long sword out. The 4th move of selfless sword technique. He activated the origin of the world. Thud. The 2 sword lights collided together, leaving an almighty bang behind. Huh. Jian Wushuang was a little bit shocked. He could tell there was a force bypassing his attack and coming in close contact with him. However, he couldn't help taking a few steps backwards. After retreating for dozens of meters, Jian Wushuang regained his balance, held up his head and set his eyes upon Imo Lingtian and his companions at the front. Sword formation? There was a surprised look in Jian Wushuang's eyes. Kill him. Imo Lingtian's eyes were icy. With a snarl, the 3 displayed their movements simultaneously again. Interesting. Jian Wushuang sneered. He immediately moved up to them. Boom. The horrible sword essence broke out again. Due to the strength of the sword formation, Imo Lingtian and his 2 comrades seemed to have integrated into one person. They grabbed the sword simultaneously, and by then, both the swordsmanship power and the sword speed got greatly increased. The 3 were all at the peak of Yang Void Realm, which already afforded them an upper hand. Now joint fight made their battle strength reach an even higher level. However, at this moment, Jian Wushuang activated World Origin and Slaughter Origin simultaneously and engaged himself in the fierce fight. In a short time, it was hard to tell who had the upper hand over the other. Is the sword formation that powerful? Jian Wushuang pondered in surprise. If Imo Lingtian and his 2 comrades fought with Jian Wushuang individually, all of them would be easily killed by Jian Wushuang. Even if the 3 allied but did not display the sword formation, Jian Wushuang could handle them calmly and kill them one by one. But now they were displaying the sword formation and seemed like a single person. This greatly enhanced their overall strength. Even though Jian Wushuang already activated the World Origin and Slaughter Origin, he still did not have an upper hand. Jian Wushuang was surprised, while Imo Lingtian and his comrades were shocked. We already displayed the Starlight Sword Array by allying together. How is it possible we still can't kill him? He is just at the initial Yang Void realm. Why is his strength comparable to us three? Origin. He comprehended the origin, and he comprehended more than one. What's more, his strength is stronger than the ordinary initial Yang Void realm. I am afraid his strength is as good as the exceptional Yang Void realm right now. How is that possible that there is such a powerful expert of the initial Yang Void realm in this world? Mo Lingtian and his comrades all felt it was inconceivable. After all, they had already used the Starlight Sword Array. They could even defeat Dan Yi, an expert at the peak of the Yang Void realm who comprehended the origin. However, they couldn't defeat Jian Wushuang, who was merely at the initial Yang Void realm. Your sword formation is indeed excellent, Jian Wushuang suddenly said. Mo Lingtian and his comrades looked toward Jian Wushuang at once. But it's over. Jian Wushuang's eyes were icy. He moved his wrist and got his cyan long sword inserted into the interspatial ring. A second later, he slowly pulled out the triple kill sword that he carried in the back. No sooner had he drew the triple kill sword out from its sheath, a scary killing intent spread out. Mo Lingtian and his comrades darkened their faces. Himph, he changed a sword. So what? Mo Lingtian sneered. Don't waste time on him, just use the unique skill. Let's do it. With a monstrous breath, the three figures fiercely glided out again. Go to hell, Mo Lingtian shouted. At that moment, the three all displayed their own unique skill. Instantly, three towering sword shadows could be seen bursting out almost at the same time. The unique skills they displayed were different, but the power activated by these skills were all earth-shaking. The moment the power was activated, the experts standing outside the Heartless Island immediately looked toward them. Even the experts who were fiercely fighting in the Heartless Island right now also threw their eyes over one after another. A second later, the three sword lights, each having immeasurable power, were instantly combined into one. All of a sudden, the sword light became twinkling and dazzling, as if it was a ray of starlight in the dark void. Rumble. The cold sword light pierced through the air and was tearing everything in heaven and earth. Soon after, it appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang looked cold. Feeling the chill heavy wind, he instantly slashed his triple kill sword out. Buzzing. The towering sword essence was just activated. Then Jian Wushuang slowly waved the triple kill sword down. He was displaying the fifth move of the selfless sword technique. The fifth move was called blood rupturing movement. Unlike the previous four moves, the blood rupturing movement mostly relied on strength. The majestic sword shadow was immediately activated. This was a very slow slash, as if it didn't contain any strength. However, when it collided with the dazzling sword light that Mo Lingtian and his comrades displayed, boom! The horrible roar was heard, and it shook the area so much. A second later, the majestic sword shadow just overwhelmingly smashed the sword light to pieces. Then the sword shadow continued to move toward Mo Lingtian and his comrades. Chapter 252, Displayed the Movements. Chapter 252, Displayed the Movements. Boom! The majestic sword essence kept rolling, and made Mo Lingtian and his comrades violently retreat one after another. The Starlight Sword Array was immediately disintegrated. No sooner had the dignified lady, who was part of the three, regained her balance than a figure appeared beside her like a ghost. What? The dignified lady was stunned. She struggled to turn around and saw a cold sword light flash before her eyes. The light got closer and closer and left the lady no time to resist it. Chi! The sword light ruthlessly passed over the dignified lady. She was killed by Jian Wushuang without having a second to emit a scream. Jian Wushuang didn't stop his advance. He bounded up again and appeared next to the black-haired middle-aged man. Seeing this, the black-haired middle-aged man suddenly shrunk his eyes. He saw how the dignified lady got killed by Jian Wushuang a while ago. The lady was no weaker in terms of strength. Buzzing. There came another beautiful and mournful sword light. The black-haired middle-aged man widened his eyes and his face was filled with a hint of frenzy. At this point, he slashed his sword out in panic, hoping he could stop the sword light. However, the result was not in his favor. The sword light mercilessly streaked from the black-haired, middle-aged man, and his long sword was directly sheared off in the middle. Without a pause, the sword light continued cutting across the man's throat. How could it be possible? The black-haired, middle-aged man felt it was unbelievable even at the last minute before he died. How could his blade just be cut into 2 pieces by Jian Wushuang's sword? Having killed 2 peak of the Yang Void Realm experts in succession, Jian Wushuang now focused his eyes upon Imo Lingtian. By then, Imo Lingtian was already freaking out. Junior brother Luo and junior sister Yu. Imo Lingtian looked extremely frightened. Only 7 months have passed. How could have this fellow enhance his strength like this in such a short time? Imo Lingtian felt it was incredible. When he noticed Jian Wushuang's eyes upon him, he instantly could feel that he skipped a beat. Run. At this point, Imo Lingtian just turned around and ran away without any hesitation. He was running to where Qi Luosheng was. While running, he shouted, "Tower Master Qi, help me, help me." The wicked figure Qi Luosheng had been sitting on the raised platform on the drill ground. He coldly gave Imo Lingtian a glance and said scornfully, "What trash the people in the wilderness sword sect are. No wonder they are about to lose the position of one of the 8 top sects." He still stood up slowly. As soon as he stood up, an intense sense of power was instantly engulfing the area. Having felt the strong force, the experts who were fiercely fighting on the entire field of the Heartless Island couldn't help but stop and look in awe. Countless eyes were fixed upon Qi Luosheng. "You finally decided to get up?" Jian Wushuang half closed his eyes and stared at Qi Luosheng. Qi Luosheng was the tower master of the Blood Feather Tower. His rank was that of a divine transcendence. The fight had been going on for quite a long time. However, Qi Luosheng hadn't displayed any sign of interest. That is until now. Divine transcendence. He was finally about to take action. A top expert of divine transcendence. How powerful can he be? Outside the Heartless Island, a large number of experts from different sects were excitedly staring at Qi Luosheng. In the Tianzong dynasty, the divine transcendence could be called a legend. Everybody knew that such an expert had accumulated incredible strength and skills. However, no one knew the extent of his power. Most of the experts present, including the Yang Void Realm experts, had never seen a divine transcendence expert display a movement before. But finally, they would have the chance to see it. Divine transcendence. Jian Wushuang's eyes were glistening. By no time, there was a monstrous battle intent rising up. Feeling the battle intent, Qi Luosheng on the raised platform threw a sneer on his face. He then bounded up and appeared 10 meters away in front of Jian Wushuang. Qi Luosheng was just levitating on the void and overlooking Jian Wushuang. "You don't feel scared in front of me. Instead, your battle intent is so violent right now. You have a lot of guts." "I don't. I just want to see how strong the divine transcendence top expert is." Jian Wushuang stretched out his tongue and licked his lips as if signifying his desire to experience true power. The battle intent was enormous. "Ha ha, do you think you are qualified to see my real strength?" Qi Luosheng sneered, followed by the display of his 3 fingers, 3 finger points. "If you can survive from my 3 fingers, then you are qualified to see my real strength." There was a tinge of obvious condescension in Qi Luosheng's words. However, none of the experts present could ignore his arrogance, because he was divine transcendence. Divine transcendence and Yin-Yang Void Realm were completely 2 different concepts. How strong the expert in such level would be? 3 fingers? Jian Wushuang sneered. "Then I will wait and see. I won't let you down." Qi Luosheng lightly smiled. A second later, he lifted his fingers. "Watch it. This is the first finger." No sooner had Qi Luosheng uttered the words than he stretched out one of his right fingers. It was a simple and casual pointing. However, as soon as he pointed his finger out, a horrible breath pervaded in the air at once. The void in front of Jian Wushuang was suddenly cut through, followed by the appearance of a giant finger. The huge finger was composed of the vast spiritual power. It sent forth an odd and violent breath, as if it extended from the ancient time. The moment the giant finger appeared, the experts on the Heartless Island were all shocked, horrified, and intrigued. The giant finger contained horrible power, and everybody felt frightened and trembling. At this moment, Jian Wushuang couldn't help but shrink his eyes. A second later, he fiercely slashed his triple-kill sword out without hesitation. The fifth move of the selfless sword technique, blood-rupturing movement. World origin was completely activated. The majestic sword shadow that Jian Wushuang used to cut through Mo Lingtian's sword formation before burst out again at once, and it instantly collided with the giant finger. By no time, the two violent forces were just extruding immense power together. Rumble. The void was shuddering, and the horrible power was splattering. However, suddenly, with a bang sound, the majestic sword shadow directly collapsed. Jian Wushuang was stunned. The giant finger continued pointing towards him, and he couldn't do anything except lifting his triple-kill sword before his chest. A mighty bang was heard, and then Jian Wushuang's body was just destructively forced back. Jian Wushuang had been pushed back for a few hundred meters away, and he didn't keep stand on his feet until he was in the void over the edge of the Heartless Island. At this moment, his face was already pale. You warded off the first finger, good, but I just activated 30% of my strength on this finger. For the second one, I will activate 60% of my strength. Chapter 253, The Might of the Three Fingers. Chapter 253, The Might of the Three Fingers. Every one of the countless experts in the Heartless Island couldn't help but be stunned at Qi Luoxing's words. Merely 30% power? That move just then, which struck fear deep in everyone's hearts, had only consisted of 30% of his strength. 30% power? Jian Wushuang shrunk his eyes. It seemed that the divine transcendence expert was much more frightening than he had imagined. He had used every ounce of his strength implementing his blood-rupturing movement to fend off that move just then, and yet he was still at an enormous disadvantage. With only one finger, Qi Luoxing had used 30% of his strength. If a move with 30% of strength was so powerful, then what about 60%? All right, boy, get ready for the second finger. I'm coming. Qi Luoxing laughed dully. Immediately, he extended a finger of his right hand. Rumble. Once again the void in front of Jian Wushuang was split open. An enormous finger came, which was extruding power that felt as if it came from ancient times. In terms of strength, this was undoubtedly much stronger than the previous one. When it appeared, the power surrounding it seemed to have silenced both heaven and earth. Jian Wushuang concentrated his vision, preparing for the next attack. The next moment, his triple-kill sword suddenly emitted dazzling light. The power of the inferior second-grade magic weapon broke out. The moment he held up the long sword, its power reached its limit. Then he violently thrust downwards. The sixth move of the selfless sword technique. The selfless sword technique attached the most importance to origin of the world and made each other stronger. Before, in the ancestors' land, passing through the Rainstorm Palace in contemplation, he had come to know the fourth and fifth move of selfless sword technique in succession and was only a small step from the sixth move. In the month after leaving the ancestors' land, at the same time as he massacred the Blood Feather Tower's stronghold, he finally grasped the sixth move. Now, he finally was able to put the sixth move to full use. The sword dazzled with incomparable brilliance. With one slash of the sword, it seemed as if it could cleave any living thing and the heavens themselves. However, despite the awesomeness of this mighty sword, when faced with the oncoming attack of the ancient giant finger as they collided, there was a terrible rumble. In merely a flash, this incomparable and brilliant sword was summarily defeated. Bang! As the gigantic blast came forward, Jian Wushuang once more withdrew himself. This time, as he fell back, he spat a mouthful of fresh blood out. Under the attack of the finger with 60% of strength, Jian Wushuang was already seriously injured. Still one finger left. Qi Luoxing's gaze was indifferent as he glanced at Jian Wushuang. With this final finger, I'll use 90% of my strength. You should take it well. As Qi Luoxing's words trailed off, his third finger immediately came out. Boom! The void atop Jian Wushuang suddenly had a large hole split in it. Then a giant finger stretched through that hole and moved toward Jian Wushuang. The power of the finger was much more frightening than the two that had come before. When this finger came forward, countless experts in the arena could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Such a finger was able to kill more than 10 experts at the peak of Yang Void Realm in an instant. Watching this finger, Jian Wushuang was shocked. Merely 60% of strength had caused him to be injured, now 90%. The power of the finger was nearly more than he could bear. No matter what, I need to do my best. Jian Wushuang lifted up his head, and in a split second ferociously burst forward with killing intent. Slaughter origin enveloped his whole body, causing him to look like a peerless Shura that had come from hell. He lifted the triple kill sword once again. The moment he raised up the long sword, the sword's soul in his sea of consciousness madly trembled. Then a giant spectral image appeared behind his back. This spectral image was more than 100 feet tall, like a giant. His body stood straight and tall, coming into view with an ice-cold stare devoid of any emotion, staring straight at the heavens. This gaze seemed full of disdain for everything in the entire world. He stood behind Jian Wushuang, as if he was an unmatched god of war. This giant raised a huge sword and slashed downwards as Jian Wushuang did. Blood-emptying technique, the first move, all-smashing stroke. The unmatched sword. Sword of killing. There was an immediate explosion. When it comes to offensive power, Slaughter Origin was stronger than World Origin. This blood-emptying technique was also Jian Wushuang's strongest move at present. Giving all that he had, his Slaughter Origin exploded with immense power. Even Qi Luoxing couldn't help but be stunned when he saw the stroke. However, he still sneered like before. Your swordsmanship is better than I thought. It's a shame that the difference in strength is so great. In the face of absolute power, it all means nothing. As his voice drifted off, the ancient giant finger that came from atop the void descended and slammed directly into the sword of killing. Boom! The heavens fell, and the earth split asunder. A blast wave seemingly capable of destroying everything formed in the spot where the two of them collided with each other, madly spreading out. This blast wave swept out and reached many of the experts on the periphery. The Yin Void and even the Yang Void experts were shocked, and their bodies were involuntarily slammed back. Go to hell, Qi Luoxing said softly with cold eyes. Snap! Jian Wushuang's expression immediately changed as the giant behind him dissipated. The giant finger had pulverized his swordsmanship, and afterwards the merciless attacks on his body continued downwards. Finally, it violently hit the ground of the Heartless Island. Boom! The entire Heartless Island swayed, which had never happened before. After everything had settled, everyone couldn't help but look at the direct center of the Heartless Island. There appeared a giant circular pit more than dozens of meters in diameter. It was so deep that you could not see the bottom. Jian Wushuang fell into the lowest part of that pit. No one knew whether he was alive or dead. How terrible! This is the strength of a divine transcendence expert? No, he still hasn't used all of his abilities. Just then he only used 90%, but the results. For all of the countless experts inside and out of the Heartless Island, this moment shook them to their core. The divine transcendence expert was so powerful and unbelievable. He was strong enough to make people choke in desperation. Is Jian Wushuang dead? The experts of each side were shaken, and they all simultaneously one after the other stared towards the bottom of the pit. Everyone was curious about whether Jian Wushuang could survive such a terrible attack. Brother! Wang Yuan and Su Rou had a worried look. At the same time, Jian Nantian, who had been lying on the drill ground and casually drinking, narrowed his eyes as he looked towards the pit. Qi Luosheng stood above the pit and coldly looked downward. Such a little expert of the initial Yang Void Realm could make me use 90% of my strength. Even though you're dead, you should be proud. Qi Luosheng laughed coldly, but suddenly his laughter was cut off. Chapter 254. Chapter 254, Devourment of Heaven and Earth, Soul-Devouring Secret Skill. Jin Wushuang was lying at the bottom of the giant pit. There were remnants of blood in his mouth. His face was deathly white. He felt a sharp pain throughout his entire body. The divine transcendence expert was quite powerful indeed. Fortunately, the heavenly creation skill has continuously remolded my body. It made all of the bones and muscles in my body much tougher and durable than the average warrior. Otherwise, the third finger would have finished me off, Jian Wushuang muttered. The power of the three fingers was earth-shattering. Under the attack of the three fingers, he was seriously injured. Can only rely on the final trump card, Jian Wushuang said with a twinkle of madness in his eyes. His most powerful trump card was Soul-Devouring Secret Skill. Soul-Devouring Secret Skill had saved his life from crises many times before. Now, the Soul-Devouring Secret Skill had become his final hope. Secret Skill, Soul-Devouring, Jian Wushuang shouted. Then within his body there exploded out a violent and terrible power. The first volume of the Soul-Devouring Secret Skill absorbed all natural power within a 100-meter radius, and was extremely potent. However, the second volume of the Soul-Devouring Secret Skill was even more frightening. As the Soul-Devouring Secret Skill was performed, there was a rumble and the heavens and earth changed color. Under the gaze of the countless experts inside and out of the Heartless Island, an unprecedented terrific power exploded out from the bottom of the pit. Devourment of heaven and earth. In an instant, a giant engulfing whirlpool formed at the bottom of the giant pit. At this moment, a vast amount of natural power coming from all things of the universe headed towards that engulfing whirlpool. What's this? What is that? A whirlpool? Such frightening power to engulf everything. The countless experts on the edges were shaken as they watched this giant whirlpool appear. Everyone felt as if their hearts were going to leap out from their chests. Even when Qi Luosheng saw a giant swallowing whirlpool appear at the bottom, his face fell. Using your final trump card, eh? He knew Jian Wushuang was the type to have an ace up his sleeve, and was able to make his power rise sharply in a short span of time. However, this kind of trump card was not Qi Luosheng's concern at all. You can only go up one level in regards to your own realm. Even if you can go from the initial Yang Void Realm to profound Yang Void Realm, then what? Qi Luosheng said with disdain. Jian Wushuang ever used this trump card before when he was in the easternmost hunting. He then elevated himself from the exceptional Gold Core Realm to initial Yin Void Realm, but he had only gone up one level. In Qi Luosheng's mind, by using this trump card, Jian Wushuang could at best just go from the initial Yang Void Realm to profound Yang Void Realm. But he didn't know that Jian Wushuang just grasped the first volume of the Soul-Devouring Secret Skill when he was in the easternmost hunting. Now, he had grasped the second volume. Look around. Look at those trees. What's wrong? A voice cried in alarm. Everyone then saw that in the Heartless Island, a great number of flowers, plants, and trees all dried up one after the other. Just in an instant, all of them had been deprived of their life force. The ground of the Heartless Island was affected. The earth that had originally been full of vitality had become dry and yellow in an instant, to the point where cracks have started appearing as if a long drought befell the island. The Heartless Island that had previously been abundant with life had seemingly become a place of death in an instant. How big was the entire Heartless Island? No less than a considerable amount of miles. Could any skill really kill off an entire island of this size so quickly and efficiently? Everyone saw this act, and it was nearly enough to make their heads explode in a fit of terror. Once the entire Heartless Island's natural power had been swallowed up, the force of the giant swirling whirlpool at the bottom of the pit stood stagnated and then dissipated. Jian Wushuang, who had originally been lying down, slowly stood up. As he stood up, a frightening aura exploded out from his body. With the help of the first volume of the soul-devouring secret skill, he could merely swallow up all of the natural power within a radius of 100 meters. However, after performing the second volume, he devoured all of the natural power on the entire island without exception. His cultivation of spiritual power rose sharply in an instant. He had achieved the peak of the Yang Void Realm. Peak of Yang Void Realm. Jian Wushuang glanced at his palms and then clasped them together. A blast of cracking sounds came out as if he scratched the air. Going directly from the initial Yang Void Realm to the peak of the Yang Void Realm, he had advanced by no less than 3 levels, and this was all within the Yang Void Realm. In the Nanyang continent, there were some extremely powerful elixirs that could sharply increase one's power in a short span of time. With regards to Yang Void experts, there are limitations. They could improve 1 level at most. However, the soul-devouring secret skill had allowed Jian Wushuang to advance by 3 levels. How powerful! Of course, this potent secret technique placed also a heavy burden on the body. The natural power is too much. The longer I utilize the soul-devouring secret skill, the greater effect it has on my body. Jian Wushuang frowned and suddenly raised his head. Boom! With a terrifying aura, Jian Wushuang leapt out from the bottom of the pit and once more appeared in front of Qi Luosheng. Immediately, his terrifying aura swept out and caused many of the experts around the perimeter to feel it. Such a strong aura. How could his cultivation of spiritual power improve to such an extent? All of that just then, that was all his doing. What on earth kind of method is this? A terrifying method. Numerous of the surrounding experts were all dumbstruck. As he watched Jian Wushuang's aura, Qi Luosheng was also astonished. Peak of the Yang Void Realm? But he still smiled just as before. Even with the cultivation of spiritual power advancement, then what? In the end, it's still only the Yang Void Realm. In the face of the Saint Realm, he's a mere ant and that's all. For this next move, I'll use full power. When Qi Luosheng finished speaking, a finger of his right hand once again slowly raised up. It just so happens that I also don't want to waste time, Jian Wushuang said coldly. The triple kill sword in his hand trembled with excitement. Behind him, the towering figure of the giant had once again emerged. It was still the first move of the blood-emptying technique, but in the wake of Jian Wushuang's sharp rise in cultivation of spiritual power, the power of the stroke had advanced to a truly terrifying state. The unmatched stroke once again descended. Qi Luosheng's finger extended, and the giant finger lashed out once again. In a split second, the two terrifying powers collided with each other. It was as if two stars were colliding head-on. Slam! There was a world-shaking tremor. The earth quaked and the mountains shook. Swoosh! The awful blast waves viciously swept out. The entire Heartless Island started to violently shake. At the core of the collision, a streak of sword light flew off without warning. It mercilessly swept across the Heartless Island. Rumble. In an instant, the Heartless Island split in two. Chapter 255, Half a Palm. Chapter 255, Half a Palm. What? Get out of this island as soon as possible. Oh my God! The Heartless Island was split in two. Countless experts were petrified at the sight of it. Indeed, the vast Heartless Island was split in two at the moment. If it was due to Jian Wushuang's or Qi Luosheng's attack on the Heartless Island, the onlookers would not be surprised for that to be the case. However, it was just because of the aftermath of the two of them colliding with each other. The wave could affect the island thousands of meters away. What did it mean? All of them were shocked. Many experts, who were having a fierce fight, retreated from the Heartless Island and left the battlefield for Jian Wushuang and Qi Luosheng. In the void over the island, two roaring powers were still up against each other. Their explosive power spread madly, which formed a great energy storm around them within a 100-meter radius. No one dared to intrude into this storm. Even an expert of Yang Void Realm might disappear once he entered it. In the center of the battlefield, Jian Wushuang looked cold, with continuous sword essence bursting out. Qi Luoxing's face fell slightly. He did not expect that his full attack would have been blocked by Jian Wushuang. Although Jian Wushuang improved his strength greatly, he remained at the peak of Yang Void Realm. There was a huge gap between his level and divine transcendence. However, Qi Luoxing did not know that Jian Wushuang had cultivated heavenly creation skill. It made him 10 times stronger than that of cultivation of spiritual power at the peak of Yang Void Realm. More importantly, Jian Wushuang comprehended origin more deeply than Qi Luoxing. Jian Wushuang's triple kill sword was the inferior second-grade magic weapon, and the sword skill he displayed was superior third-grade. As for weapon and unique skill, Qi Luoxing was much weaker than Jian Wushuang. Qi Luoxing. Jian Wushuang suddenly spoke and looked towards Qi Luoxing with cold eye. Qi Luoxing slightly raised his head. Do you know I just struck the blow with 70% of my strength? Jian Wushuang said. What? Qi Luoxing was shocked. He had already tried his best to attack him, but Jian Wushuang just used 70% of his strength? How could it be possible? It's said that payback in one's own coin. Now I will pay you back, Jian Wushuang said coldly. Therefore, I'll let you know my full strength. Jian Wushuang instantly burst out his full strength. Thump! The sword shadow, who had been collided with the ancient giant finger, suddenly had immense roaring power. The two forces had been in stalemate, but now as the power of sword shadow increased greatly, the ancient giant finger immediately showed a sign of being in a huge disadvantage. Chi. A hole was pierced in the center of the ancient giant finger, which was made of spiritual power. Then the giant finger lost its defense and was shattered in the blink of an eye. After the giant finger was crushed, the powerful force swept over. Qi Luoxing could not help but step back. When a figure suddenly appeared beside him, Qi Luoxing immediately felt a strong killing intent attack his body. This is bad. Qi Luoxing was scared, with a sense of crisis starting to emerge in his heart. Whoosh! A flash of sword shadow rushed towards him. After the sword shadow came out, the long sword was still shaking madly, letting out the echo of sword, as if it was extremely hungry. Humph! After all, Qi Luoxing was the super expert of divine transcendence. Despite being faced with a crisis, he was still composed. A large quantity of spiritual power gathered in his left hand and formed armor-like black crystals. Then he used it against the splendid sword shadow. Ridiculous! Jian Wushuang mocked. With the outburst of his strength, Triple Kill Sword emitted a cold light, slashing at the layer of the black crystals on Qi Luoxing's palm. When touching the crystals, the sword light just stopped for a second, and then cut through the layer of the black crystals, as if it was cutting a piece of tofu. It even hurt Qi Luoxing's palm. Qi. 5 fingers flying out at the same time. The sword? Qi Luoxing glanced at the long sword with a flicker of terror in his eyes. Then he retreated as far as possible. After stabilizing his stance, Qi Luoxing held his severed palm tightly. Crack! His blood-red wicked mask, which had been broken during the fight, cracked at this moment. An extremely old, ugly face showed up. His face was completely distorted. A large number of warriors out of the Heartless Island were immediately exhilarated. They were shocked at Jian Wushuang's strength. Jian Wushuang cut off a palm of a super expert of divine transcendence. They were also shocked at Qi Luoxing's face. It was unexpected that an old ugly woman was the Tower Master of Blood Feather Tower. Unexpectedly, the legendary Tower Master of Blood Feather Tower is an old woman. Jian Wushuang held Triple Kill Sword, with the soaring sword essence. At this moment, he had appeared beside Jian Nantian. The magic weapon? Jian Wushuang, you are just at the Yang Void Realm. How can you own such a weapon? From the power of the weapon, it might not be a usual third-grade magic weapon. Qi Luoxing Slight raised her head with her distorted look. She looked at Triple Kill Sword with a flicker of fear and fever in her eyes. The magic weapons were definitely treasures in the Nanyang continent. Expert for Jian Wushuang. No one in the Tianzong dynasty had magic weapons. She had noticed that the long sword was extraordinary, but she did not expect that the sword was a magic weapon. With the help of this weapon, Jian Wushuang had just cut off her palm. However, you are too naive if you thought you would be able to leave this island alive. Qi Luoxing suddenly laughed hideously. Huh. Jian Wushuang squinted, with an ominous presentiment. Master Xiao Nan, it's your turn. Qi Luoxing spoke in a low voice. The moment Qi Luoxing finished her words, a terrifying power suddenly swept over from a corner of the Heartless Island. The power was much stronger than that from Qi Luoxing, who attacked with her full strength. In the blink of an eye, the whole Heartless Island went still. All people present were terrified. No one expected that another divine transcendence was on the Heartless Island. The man was even stronger than Qi Luoxing. Chapter 256, A Fight with Two Experts of the Saint Realm. Chapter 256, A Fight with Two Experts of the Saint Realm. Whoosh! A white-robed elder with white hair suddenly appeared beside Qi Luoxing. His breath was even stronger than Qi Luoxing. Everyone knew his identity. Divine Transcendence. There's still one more person. Jian Wushuang looked at the white-robed elder with an upset look. If the newcomer had only reached the peak of Yang Void Realm and even comprehended origin, Jian Wushuang would not have minded it. However, this elder was a super expert of divine transcendence. Even Qi Luoxing called him Master, which indicated the elder's strength. He is Lin Xiaonan of Holy Emperor Palace? Wang Yuan's face fell when he saw the elder. This old monster. Danny was also shocked. Qi Luoxing reached divine transcendence half a year ago, so he had just achieved the Saint Realm at the most ordinary level. Both Wang Yuan and Danny knew that the white-robed elder had been at the level of Saint Realm for dozens of years. The old guy has created a saintly body. He is much stronger than Qi Luoxing. Bastard! Wang Yuan cursed in private. The number of experts of Elixir School was comparable to that of Holy Emperor Palace. Wang Yuan had joined this fight out of his own volition. He could not represent Elixir School, so he could not use the experts of Elixir School, but Holy Emperor Palace could. Blood Feather Tower was the underling of Holy Emperor Palace. In order to kill Jian Wushuang and Jian Nantian, Holy Emperor Palace had intentionally dispatched a superior of the Saint Realm to hide himself as a backup, in case events that unfolded were not in their favor. Now, the expert of the Saint Realm showed himself. Master Xiao Nan. Qi Luoxing looked at the elder with respect. Tower Master, even though your breakthrough was recent, you're still supposed to be a super expert of the Saint Realm. Unexpectedly, you couldn't even defeat an insignificant person of the Yang Void Realm, and lost half of your hand. If this news spreads, you'll lose face. Lin Xiaonan glanced at Qi Luoxing. The thunderous look on Qi Luoxing's face immediately went stiff and became more distorted. Master Xiaonan, less nonsense, please kill the boy as soon as possible. I know. Since I have come here, I won't let him go. Lin Xiaonan looked confident and stroked his beard. Jian Wushuang was a little scared. Then he waved his hand and released a streak of flowing light towards Jian Nantian. Jian Nantian caught the streak of flowing light and opened his hand. There was a brown elixir on his palm. Father, this is Reversal Red Scorching Elixir, which can fix your broken Dantian and enhance your strength. However, the elixir will squeeze out all of your potentials. If you eat it, you will not be able to reach the further realms. Jian Wushuang explained the effect of the elixir. Oh! Jian Nantian blinked and ate the Reversal Red Scorching Elixir without hesitation. Then he instantly sat down with his legs crossed. Give me 10 minutes, Jian Nantian said, and closed his eyes. 10 minutes? Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes. 10 minutes was not long, but many fights could take place within 10 minutes. Fourth younger sister. Jian Wushuang shouted. Whoosh! Su Rou immediately appeared beside Jian Wushuang. Please protect my father. Don't let anyone disturb him, Jian Wushuang said. Okay. Su Rou nodded heavily. She was not adept at frontal attack, but as a protector, she was stronger than all other experts. Jian Wushuang was relieved that Su Ro could protect his father, provided that the two experts of the Saint Realm did not attack her. "Let me deal with the two guys of the Saint Realm," Jian Wushuang said calmly. "Third elder brother, are you sure that you can handle it?" Su Ro looked at Jian Wushuang. "I'll try." Jian Wushuang smiled, with a flicker of madness in his eyes. Boom! Emitting a terrifying wave of breath, Jian Wushuang dashed out with strong vigor. Whoosh! Jian Wushuang struck a blow with his sword. The sword light whistled. Qi Luoxing and Lin Xiaonan dodged and let the sword light slash through the space between the two of them. Thump! The half part of the island was cut in two by the streak of sword light. Whoosh! An old figure soundlessly appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. It was Lin Xiaonan. He glanced at Jian Wushuang indifferently. Shaping his hand into a claw, he struck back at a lightning speed. Jian Wushuang twisted his body. A streak of white sword light flashed through swirling snow. Lin Xiaonan sneered. Then he clenched his fist and smashed it toward the white light. Clang! Jian Wushuang's sword light collided with the fist, letting out a metal-like bumping sound. What? Jian Wushuang was astonished. I made a powerful attack. Moreover, it came from triple kill sword. It was able to cut off Qi Luoxing's hand. A layer of the black crystals could not block my stroke. However, his stroke could not slash into Lin Xiaonan's fist. It's a good sword, but it's wasted on you. You haven't displayed the real power of the sword. Lin Xiaonan sneered. Then he tried to attack Jian Wushuang with a succession of punches. Each punch was extremely powerful. Jian Wushuang waved his long sword to deflect them. While Jian Wushuang and Lin Xiaonan were fighting with each other, Qi Luoxing took the chance to appear beside Jian Wushuang. "Kiddo, go to hell." Qi Luoxing's distorted face became more horrible. He gathered terrifying power in his remaining hand and launched an attack on Jian Wushuang. Ridiculous! Jian Wushuang did not look at Qi Luoxing and brandished his sword towards Qi Luoxing. The latter was instantly forced to retreat. At this moment, a giant elephant appeared behind Lin Xiaonan. The giant elephant was as large as a mountain. Then Lin Xiaonan's body changed into a mountain and rushed towards Jian Wushuang. Hum! Jian Wushuang snorted. His body turned into ghosts. Streaks of residual shadow appeared around the void nearby. When Lin Xiaonan eventually crashed into a streak of residual shadow, the sword light immediately dashed towards him. Jian Wushuang made this stroke with roaring battle intent and invincible momentum. He was fighting two experts of the Saint Realm, but there was no sign that he would lose the fight. Chapter 257, 10 minutes. Chapter 257, 10 minutes. Snow continued to fall. The unprecedented battle continued on the Heartless Island. There were only 3 people left, Jian Wushuang, Lin Xiaonan, and Qi Luoxing. Wang Yuan and other experts of Blood Feather Tower had stopped stepping in and stood outside the island to watch this unprecedented battle. The entire Heartless Island was filled with jubilation when all the spectators saw Jian Wushuang fighting against the 2 super experts of the Saint Realm. Oh God, he's fighting against 2. He's fighting with the 2 super experts of divine transcendence and remains neck and neck with them. How is this possible? How could Jian Wushuang be so strong? Jian Wushuang lives up to his name. He is peerless. He is 20, right? As a 20-year-old man, he could cut off the hand of an expert of the Saint Realm and could fight against 2 experts of the Saint Realm. It's incredible. Monster. A real monster. Such a monster has never appeared since our Tianzong dynasty was established. Countless experts marveled at it. The younger generation of warriors were in a complete frenzy. Jian Wushuang, amazing. Ling Feng from the Tianyuan sword sect was howling, his hands grasped together. His mania and worship for Jian Wushuang had reached a new peak. Incredible. I've lived for so long and have never seen a peerless genius like him. Our Tianyuan sword sect is famous for sword principle. If our sect could have a genius at just half of Jian Wushuang's strength, I can die without any regrets, a white-haired elder with a young face, who was sect master from the Tianyuan sword sect, said. Jian Ming'er was petrified by those words. After all, Jian Wushuang had numerous ties to her. She had already been shocked by the achievement Jian Wushuang had obtained. Now she felt completely desperate. She was well aware that Jian Wushuang was now so strong that he could single-handedly exterminate her Tianyuan sword sect. Above the void not far from the Heartless Island, a gray-robed elder stood quietly and stared at the unprecedented battle. He's only 20 years old and can already fight against the super experts by himself. Even though he used some special tactics, it's miraculous. Our young master's brother is great indeed. The gray-robed elder was the 6th elder from alchemy school. Even he was greatly shocked by Jian Wushuang's strength. There were 2 figures standing above another void. One was Di Shi, monarch of the Tianzong dynasty. The other was a red-robed man. The red-robed man looked younger than Di Shi, but Di Shi stood behind the red-robed man, showing a hint of respect for the red-robed man. After all, the red-robed man was the real pillar of the Tianzong dynasty. He was the founding emperor of the Tianzong dynasty and the creator of formless swordsmanship, which meant that he had been a super expert of divine transcendence for hundreds of years. The red-robed man was named Hong Shuzi. An amazing kid. Hong Shuzi could not help exclaiming while watching what happened in the battlefield. Your Majesty, should we really be just watching like this? Di Shi could not help but ask. What else can we do? Hong Shuzi replied with a hint of resignation. I want to save him, but once I step in, I will be in trouble with Holy Emperor Palace. Our Tianzong dynasty is just a small empire in the Nanyang continent and doesn't have a backer. How can we piss off the Holy Emperor Palace? On hearing this, Di Shi's expression changed. Indeed, the Tianzong dynasty was not a super force like the Alchemy School or Ice Nether Valley. If they offended Holy Emperor Palace could easily wipe them out. Alas, our Tianzong dynasty finally has such a genius. Unfortunately, he has pissed off the Holy Emperor Palace. I'm afraid it will be his last fight. Hong Shuzi shook his head. The last fight? Your Majesty, hasn't Jian Wushuang been neck and neck with them? Di Shi asked, voice filled with doubt. Yes, he has, but it won't stay that way for long. Hong Shuzi still shook his head. I know the kid has improved his strength greatly because of a special tactic. It should be a cultivation method or a special martial arts technique, which can absorb natural power to serve himself. It breaks the natural balance, so it will cause severe damage to his body. He won't be able to sustain this for long. Moreover, Lin Xiaonan hasn't yet used his full strength, Hong Shuzi said. What? Di Shi was startled and said, Lin Xiaonan has hidden his strength? Sure. Hong Shuzi nodded. It won't be so easy to fight an expert of the Saint Realm. Qi Luoxing has just reached the Saint Realm, so the kid could cut off his hand. However, Lin Xiaonan has reached the Saint Realm for dozens of years and even created the saintly body. He is much stronger than Qi Luoxing. Look, he's using his full strength. Di Shi immediately looked toward the battlefield. Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship was perfect with the help of Origin of the World. He could block the joint attack from Lin Xiaonan and Qi Luoxing. He did not seem to be weaker than them. However, Lin Xiaonan's strength abruptly burst out. Lin Xiaonan appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. Then he changed himself into a peerless beast. Each part of his body, such as his hands, fingers, fingertips, elbows, shoulders, and knees, was transformed into a weapon. Boom, 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 boom. The continuous powerful attack lashed out at an amazing speed. Astonished, Jian Wushuang immediately used his swordsmanship to block the attacks. Each of his strokes crashed into Lin Xiaonan's body parts, but they could not split his body. Lin Xiaonan suddenly opened his mouth and let out a low howl. In the blink of an eye, a blast of sound waves rushed towards Jian Wushuang. The sudden onslaught of the sound waves seriously injured Jian Wushuang. Blood spurted from his mouth. Like a cannonball being fired, his body was thrown backward. He fell heavily, causing the ground on the Heartless Island to be crushed. Jian Wushuang's aura immediately faded away. Alas, he is defeated. Even if he's peerless, he ultimately lost. The countless experts could not help but sigh on witnessing this scene. Jian Wushuang, who seemed to have lost his battle strength, did not look panic-stricken. He had a meaningful smile on his face, because 10 minutes had passed. Chapter 258, A Sword to the South. Chapter 258, A Sword to the South. Is he smiling? How can he smile at this point? Is he crazy? Numerous experts outside the Heartless Island were staring at the smile on the face of Jian Wushuang, who was now lying on the ground. The next moment, a monstrous aura could be seen slowly rising up, as if it was a huge dragon that had slept for billions of years, but now had just awakened. In no time the aura flew to the ninth heaven. Many experts outside the Heartless Island couldn't help looking towards the root source of that aura. Lin Xiaonan and Qi Luosheng looked towards it as well. At this moment, the white-haired man slowly opened his eyes. He had been sitting with crossed legs on the drill ground of the Heartless Island. By then, there was a violent aura rising up from the white-haired man. The aura was much stronger than that of the ordinary expert at the peak of the Yang Void Realm, but compared to the experts of divine transcendence, it was a little bit weaker. It seemed a level between the Saint Realm and the Yin-Yang Void Realm. Half-step Saint Realm? Noticing the aura, Lin Xiaonan couldn't help changing his expression. Many experts outside the Heartless Island were all stunned at this moment. Jian Nantian. It's him. Is it him? Unbelievable. His Dantian was destroyed, wasn't it? The warriors were all shocked. They had already seen Jian Nantian when the meeting began. At that time, his Dantian was destroyed and he looked like an ordinary person. He looked extremely dirty. At their first glance, he was no better than a beggar on the street. However, it was just such a person who activated a terrifying aura that was more violent than the experts present. Only Lin Xiaonan and Qi Luosheng were qualified to be his match. Were they really the same person? Before everybody's eyes, Jian Nantian slowly stood up. He looked towards his hands with wandering eyes, and then tightly grasped his fists. Instantly, a horrible strength was gathered in his hands. Reversal Red Scorching Elixir. You want to squeeze my full potential strength? What a joke. Jian Nantian chuckled to himself. The chuckles contained a tinge of a casual air and more overbearing arrogance. When Jian Wushuang gave the Reversal Red Scorching Elixir to Jian Nantian, he already told him that the elixir would greatly squeeze his potential strength to enhance his strength. However, Jian Nantian took the elixir down without any hesitation. The reason was that he was extremely confident in his potential. The truth was that the Reversal Red Scorching Elixir did recondition his Dantian, and his potential strength had been squeezed. However, only a small amount was squeezed before it stopped. Jian Nantian's potential strength was too strong, so even the Reversal Red Scorching Elixir had no way and no ability to get it completely released. After a part of his potential strength was unleashed, his cultivation of spiritual power was greatly enhanced, and it reached the half-step Saint Realm level. The half-step Saint Realm is powerful enough to end everything in front of me. Jian Nantian smiled lightly. He then came up to Jian Wushuang. By now, Su Rou already helped Jian Wushuang up. Jian Nantian and Jian Wushuang looked at each other. Both of them showed a smile on their faces, without an exchange of words. Shuanger, borrow me your triple kill sword, said Jian Nantian. With a wave, Jian Wushuang just threw his triple kill sword to Jian Nantian. As soon as Jian Nantian took the triple kill sword, his aura was instantly changed. Jian Nantian was originally amiable and ethereal, as if he was standing on the cloud. However, at this moment, there was an extremely horrible killing intent bursting out from his body. He could definitely be called the matchless killing god. His face turned cold and solemn. Then he slowly turned around and looked towards Lin Xiaonan. You've not only reached divine transcendence, but also had a saintly body. While Jin Nantian was muttering, he fiercely bounded up. Whoosh! Jin Nantian appeared less than 1 meter away in front of Lin Xiaonan. He then casually slashed his triple kill sword out. It indeed looked like a random slash. The triple kill sword waved out at a seemingly slow speed. In the eyes of the experts present, it could be called a slow slash. The slash was too slow, as if it didn't contain any strength. Many experts present were confused, because this slash was too ordinary. Even an expert of the Yin-Yang Void Realm could easily ward off his stroke, not to mention his opponent who was an expert of the Saint Realm. Lin Xiaonan frowned as well. He was about to display the movements, but he was stopped by a horrible killing intent engulfing his body all of a sudden. Rumble. Lin Xiaonan felt as if there were 10 million flashes of lightning and thunder roaring over his head, which made him stunned as once. Lin Xiaonan stood motionless in the void, with his eyes appearing empty. At the same time, his whole body became muddle-headed. The sword shadow was gliding towards Lin Xiaonan slowly. However, he was standing still like a fool, and letting the sword shadow strike at him. Lin Xiaonan's body was extremely hard. Even Jian Wushuang couldn't prick his skin with his strongest strike. However now, facing the slow sword shadow, his body was soft like being curd. Shua. The sword shadow relentlessly cut through Lin Xiaonan's body. Then Jin Nantian stopped his sword and stood still again. Lin Xiaonan didn't regain consciousness until he felt a prick on his body. At the same time, he could obviously feel that his aura was reducing. Lin Xiaonan widened his eyes, which were full of unprecedented panic at that moment. When his aura was about to die, he shouted to Qi Luosheng who was next to him. Space travel spell. Use the space travel spell right away. He was shouting, and his voice gradually became weak. Finally, he crumpled to the ground, under the eyes of numerous experts in shock. Lin Xiaonan had entered the Saint Realm for dozens of years, and he even had created the saintly body, but he was just killed with a single strike. Crazy. All the onlookers went crazy at this moment. Impossible. Killed a divine transcendence expert with a stroke? How can it be possible? Fake. This must be fake. How can the expert at the Saint Realm be killed so easily? Is he really the super expert of divine transcendence? Why he was killed by Jian Nantian like a chicken? Everybody widened his eyes. They couldn't believe what they just saw. Nobody had ever seen Jian Nantian display his movements before, except Jian Wushuang, Wang Yuan, Su Rou, and Danjiu. It happened when they were at the Nine Emperors sect. At that time, Jin Nanshan's Dantian was destroyed. However, he still killed a Yin Void expert with a slash, with an unbelievable strength. Now, Jin Nanshan's cultivation of spiritual power had been enhanced to the level of half-saint. Therefore, it was not hard for Jian Nantian to kill the expert of the Saint Realm with a stroke. Chapter 259. The Blood Feather Tower, Vanished. Chapter 259. The Blood Feather Tower, Vanished. The experts on or outside Heartless Island were shocked speechless. The warriors who looked down on Jian Nantian and thought he was just so-so, and the ones who thought Jian Nantian was no different from the beggars on the street, were now stunned with their mouths opened. An expert of the Saint Realm was killed by Jian Nantian with an ordinary stroke. It was indeed an ordinary slash. Normally, an expert at the Yin-Yang Void Realm could ward off easily. However, when facing the slash, Lin Xiaonan acted like a fool. He didn't move, nor blocked it. He just stood still, letting Jian Nantian kill him. This was most mysterious and let everybody in a state of confusion. Hong Shuzi was levitating on the void nearby. Seeing this, he couldn't help shouting, "Domain! Domain! Domain?" Di Shi, who was behind of Hong Shuzi, rushed to look towards Jian Nantian. It is indeed the realm. Jian Nantian should have reached great heights in the ability of controlling the domain. That's why he could cause an expert of the Saint Realm to lose his consciousness. I am afraid this ability is even stronger than mine. There was a hint of shock flashing in Hong Shuzi's eyes. It was known that Hong Shuzi had broken through the Saint Realm for hundreds of years, so his strength was naturally even more terrifying. He didn't think highly of Lin Xiaonan, but he couldn't kill him with a stroke like how Jian Nantian did. In other words, Jian Nantian's strength might be stronger than his. What an exceptional genius! Both Jian Nantian and his son Jian Wushuang are exceptional geniuses. One is 20 years old, but he was powerful enough to fight the expert of the Saint Realm. The other one gained half-saint cultivation and killed Lin Xiaonan, who created the saintly body. Tut-tut, Hong Shuzi couldn't help sighing. The experts on and outside the Heartless Island sighed one after another as well. At the same time, most of them threw their compassionate eyes upon Qi Luosheng. Even Lin Xiaonan, who created a saintly body, was killed by Jian Nantian with a stroke. Would Qi Luosheng have a better end? By now, Qi Luosheng was already stunned by what just happened. Jian Nantian's indifferent eyes upon her had already scared the living daylights out of her. At this moment, what Lin Xiaonan said before he died suddenly flashed into her head. Space travel spell, right? I have the space travel spell. Qi Luosheng's eyes were glistening with a slight of hope. She then rushed to take an object out from the interspatial ring with her shaking right hand. That was a travel spell with a light golden color and with a layer of vast energy covering the surface. Qi Luosheng took out the travel spell and was about to crush it. But she was stopped by the appearance of a sword light. The sword light came to her without premonitions, and it just moved over her arm. Ah! A screech came from Qi Luosheng's mouth. A second later, she found her whole right arm was cut off. The travel spell had fallen away together with the severed arm. At this moment, this fell onto a hand, which easily collected the travel spell. Needless to say, the hand was Jian Nantian's. This should be the space travel spell that Lin Xiaonan just mentioned? Jian Nantian looked at the travel spell coldly. I have heard of it before. It is said that this travel spell contains a wormhole. The wormhole will awaken once it is activated. Then the experts in the Holy Emperor Palace will immediately come here through the wormhole. Good thinking, but would she have a chance to do it? Seeing the space travel spell was now in Jian Nantian's hand, and her right arm was amputated, Qi Luosheng's face was icy. A second later, Jian Nantian displayed another movement. It was another slow sword slash which seemed to have no strength. It looked extremely ordinary as well. This time, everybody closely watched the sword, hoping to figure out the mystery of the sword. Qi Luosheng fixed her eyes on the sword light that was gliding close to her as well. She struggled to ward it off. However, a horrible killing intent covered her, making her eyes become dull at once. Like Lin Xiaonan a while ago, Qi Luosheng was like a fool and let Jian Nantian's sword light cut through her body. Thus, the Tower Master of Blood Feather Tower, who was well known in the Tianzong dynasty, and a terrifying existence in the whole Tianzong dynasty, died, just with a single sword slash. Efficient and quick. Seeing this, a great number of experts around couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. They still couldn't figure out how Jian Nantian killed these two experts of the Saint Realm, but they knew clearly that the slash Jian Nantian displayed seemed ordinary, but it actually contained horrifying strength. After killing the two experts of the Saint Realm, Jian Nantian turned around and walked to Jian Wushuang. Here you are. Jian Nantian gave the triple kill sword to Jian Wushuang. Father, the triple kill sword. Jian Wushuang frowned. The triple kill sword was originally owned by Jian Nantian before. Later on, he knew he was chased by the Blood Feather Tower and he barely had the chance to get away. So he found a way to send the triple kill sword to the mansion of Sword Marquis. That's why afterwards the sword was owned by Jian Wushuang. You are more its master than I am. Jian Nantian smiled slightly. He then found a seat, sat down, took out his flagon, and began to drink on his own. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly, without saying too much. He moved his eyes upon the experts remaining in the Blood Feather Tower. The Blood Feather Tower still had some experts left, such as the left and right messengers. At this moment, both the left and right messengers and the purple-masked killers were trembling in the hearts. After all, their tower master, who was their backbone, was killed with a slash. The people in the Blood Feather Tower are an eyesore. Just kill them all, Jian Wushuang said coldly. No problem, we will handle it. Wang Yuan grinned. Danny and other comrades next to him also smiled. The master of the Blood Feather Tower was killed, which meant their backbone was lost, so the Blood Feather Tower was not a concern to him at all at this moment. The remaining experts were like loose sand, which was easy for them to handle. The experts present knew that the Blood Feather Tower was defeated and in a terrible state. Even the Tower Master of the Blood Feather Tower was killed. In other words, the Blood Feather Tower was finished. There was a saying that everybody would hit a man who was down. The Blood Feather Tower hadn't built a good reputation in the Tianzong dynasty. They had lots of enemies, and most of them were at the meeting as well. Seeing that the Blood Feather Tower was about to collapse, the enemies joined in Jian Wushuang's side without hesitation. The whole Heartless Island was immediately in chaos again. The experts in the Alchemy School, Ice Nether Valley, and Dragon Palace led the revenge. Then a large number of experts or sects who had hatred for the Blood Feather Tower took action one after another. They surrounded and attacked the Blood Feather Tower. Although the Blood Feather Tower still had some experts, facing such a formation, they couldn't withstand this. Soon after, lots of experts, including left and right messengers, were killed one by one. When the whole battlefield calmed down, Jian Wushuang looked at the bloody field with a hint of sparkle in his eyes. From today onwards, there will no longer be Blood Feather Tower in this world. Chapter 260, The Exceptional Father and Son. Chapter 260, The Exceptional Father and Son. Over. After killing all the experts in Blood Feather Tower, the war finally came to end. After the end of the war, many experts at the court found that Heartless Island, which originally stood at the center of the lake, had disappeared. It was gone indeed. The main island had sunk into the bottom of the lake except for some fragmented and patchy lands. Outside Heartless Island, a group of experts who attended this gathering had witnessed the war. They were hot-blooded and excited and couldn't calm down for a long time. Everyone here was talking about the brutal war just now. It was not until dusk that the experts of the clans and other forces left gradually. The next day, the Millennium Chronicle from Gladiator Arena described the war. This war was named by the Millennium Chronicle as a war enough to surpass the ancients and amaze the present. The Millennium Chronicle depicted in detail all the scenes of the war at Heartless Island, including splitting the mountain to make a path and cutting off the lake at the beginning. It also described how Jian Wushuang killed 3 warriors at the peak of the Yang Void Realm from Wilderness Sword Sect, and fought alone against 2 experts of the Saint. The description was very detailed, in which all aspects were described and explained. In addition, the Millennium Chronicle also mentioned that Jian Wushuang was only 20 years old. 20 years old, fighting alone against 2 experts of the Saint Realm? Amazing! Unbelievable! He was only 20 years old. How could he be so strong? Countless warriors of the Tianzong dynasty felt shocked when they saw the description of this page of the Millennium Chronicle. In their heart, experts of divine transcendence were almost like deities, but a 20-year-old little boy fought against 2 experts of the Saint Realm and even cut off half of a palm of one of them. Everyone was naturally amazed by the terrifying talent. At the end of the Millennium Chronicle, Jian Nantian was mentioned again. First, it simply described some experiences of Jian Nantian before he was at Blood Feather Tower, and then mentioned his 2 gorgeous and dazzling strokes on the Heartless Island. The 2 experts of the Saint Realm were killed by the 2 strokes. Seeing this, those warriors of Tianzong dynasty were all excited. More importantly, the Millennium Chronicle said that Jian Nantian himself was not in the Saint Realm. A man who did not reach divine transcendence had killed 2 divine transcendence experts with only 2 strikes. Everyone felt overwhelmed and thought that it was incredible. There was a sentence that evaluated these father and son at the end of the Millennium Chronicle. Both father and son are exceptional geniuses who are as splendid as the heaven and earth. Countless people admired this sentence and all agreed with what it said. It was really outstanding that both father and son were such geniuses in defiance of the natural order. After the Millennium Chronicle updated, the Earthly Dragon List and Heavenly Dragon List from the Golden Dragon Palace had great changes. Jin Wushuang always ranked number 1 on the Earthly Dragon List, but now his name disappeared from the list. The Heavenly Dragon List recorded 18 experts at the peak of the Yang Void Realm from the Tianzong dynasty, and the left and right messengers of Bloodfeather Tower were also on the list. After the war, Jin Wushuang and his father rose while the left and right messengers died, so the list naturally changed. The Heavenly Dragon List updated its rankings. The top 1 on the Heavenly Dragon List, Jin Nantian. The top 2, Jin Wushuang. The top 3, Dishi. No one in the Tianzong dynasty dared to question about the rankings. Even Dishi, who originally ranked number 1 on the list, had no disagreement about that because everyone knew that Jin Nantian and Jin Wushuang were qualified for their rankings. Their battle results were recognized by the public and their strength were not in doubt. While the whole Tianzong dynasty was shocked by the earth-shattering war, something happened in the Sword Marquee Mansion. After a few years, Jin Wushuang came back to the Sword Marquee Mansion again. In the courtyard where Jin Wushuang lived, several purple-robed figures stood there without any emotions and sent forth powerful breaths. Outside the courtyard, many disciples of Sword Marquee Mansion excitedly gathered there and stared at these purple-robed people. They are the super experts of the Yinyang Void Realm. Yes, all of them are at Yinyang Void Realm. Any one of them is much stronger than our mansion master, but now they are our brother Wushuang's guards. Brother Wushuang is so great. When Jin Wushuang came back the Sword Marquee Mansion, the news about the war at Heartless Island was known by the disciples of Sword Marquee Mansion. The whole mansion of Sword Marquee was astonished about that, and all disciples worshipped Jin Wushuang. The purple-robed people at Yinyang Void Realm in front of them were legends for the disciples of Sword Marquee Mansion, but now they stood reverently out of the room and apparently only acted as guards. A warrior at Yinyang Void Realm worked as a guard, which was unbelievable to the disciples of Sword Marquee Mansion. In the room, Jin Wushuang sat on a seat and his face was pale while his father and Wang Yuan sat beside him. Third younger brother, what's wrong with your injury? I gave several excellent pills to cure your injury, but 3 days passed. You still have not recovered, Wang Yuan frowned and said. After hearing that, Jin Wushuang smiled. My injury was caused by some special means. Even though I have your elixirs, it will still take me a dozen days to recover. Jin Wushuang clearly knew that it cost him a lot to perform Volume 2 of Soul-Devouring Secret Skill, let alone lasting for a long time. Even when he was heavily hurt by Lin Xiaonan, it was lucky for him to save his life. Jin Nantian moved his gaze and glanced at Jin Wushuang. In the Heartless Island, he saw Jin Wushuang performing Soul-Devouring Secret Skill and secretly guessed some taboos because of that, but he didn't say any more. Where is the fourth sister? Jin Wushuang suddenly asked. She's gone, Wang Yuan said. After sending you back the Sword Marquee Mansion, she took her people away. Maybe she hurried to Ice Nether Valley. Oh, so urgent? Jin Wushuang couldn't help but be surprised. The fourth sister was not urgent, but the master behind her might already be impatient, Wang Yuan said a little coldly. Master? Jin Wushuang frowned. Wang Yuan, you have never mentioned the master behind the fourth sister. It seems that you're not happy with him. What's the matter? I'm not satisfied with him, because I always think that guy is very hypocritical. I'm afraid that it's not a good thing that the fourth sister stays with him, Wang Yuan said. Hearing this, Jin Wushuang could not help squinting. Chapter 261. I just need 5 years. Chapter 261. I just need 5 years. Besides his father Jin Nantian, Jin Wushuang cared for his brothers most in this world. Jin Wushuang regarded Su Ro as his biological sister. No matter who would harm Su Ro, he would defeat him first. I can see that the little girl you mentioned possesses a special constitution, Jin Nantian also looked over and said indifferently, generally, the more special a constitution, the greater possibility of being used. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang's face sunk suddenly, looked to Wang Yuan and said, Wang Yuan, you are the young master of the alchemy school. Could you manage to protect the fourth sister in secret? Although Ice Nether Valley cannot yet be compared with my alchemy school, it also is a large sect in the area. Su Rou stays in the Ice Nether Valley, but the experts of our alchemy school have no chance to enter. How could I protect her? Wang Yuan shook his head. But I will try my best to supervise Yi Chen. Once I find that he mistreats Su Rou, I will instantly take action. It's no big deal to look for an opportunity to kill him. Jian Wushuang couldn't help shrugging. As Su Rou was staying in the Ice Nether Valley now, he was unable to help her and had to depend on Wang Yuan. Dad, what are you going to do next? Jian Wushuang looked at Jian Nantian again. I'm going to do one thing, Jian Nantian said directly. What is it? Asked Jian Wushuang. This thing is related to your mother, said Jian Nantian. Mom? Jian Wushuang felt rather surprised and merely said, Didn't Mom die? His mother, Ji Wuming, was killed by the experts of Blood Feather Tower many years ago. It's Wu Yue who told you that your mother died, right? Zhang Nantian looked at Jian Wushuang and said. Yes, Jian Wushuang said and seriously nodded. This thing news, including the genocidal killing of Ji Clan, was heard from his aunt, Ji Wuyue. It's understandable. Jian Nantian shook his head and smiled. At that time, Ji Clan was implicated due to me and involved in genocidal killing. But Ji Wuyue was not there, so she didn't witness the disaster, which made her think that all clansmen of Ji Clan, including your mother, were killed by the Blood Feather Tower. However, your mother didn't die. What? Jian Wushuang was astonished. His mother was still alive? Mom! Jian Wushuang felt overwhelmed and murmured. He had never seen his mother since he was young. Therefore, he always felt curious about his mother. At that time, when he heard the news from Ji Wuyue that his mother died, he was upset and indignant. But now Jian Nantian told him that his mother, who he had never seen, was still alive. Wuming is really alive. Jian Nantian was narrating. Originally, in the massacre, a lot of experts and clansmen of Ji Clan were killed. However, only your mother survived and was caught by a young man. A young man? Jian Wushuang was shocked. I will never forget that man. Jian Nantian's indifferent gaze suddenly became a little ruthless. A heavy killing intent appeared around him, which made the whole room become cold. The young man, with a golden robe, looked gentle and cultivated. There was a horrent and bloody red scar between his eyebrows, which might be a sword scar. He is very strong. The original Ji clan was one of the 8 top clans in the Tianzong dynasty and ranked high, even though the Blood Feather Tower took a long time and paid a high price to destroy Ji clan. But it was this man who killed all the high-ranking members of Ji clan without any effort, leaving only your mother who was taken away by him. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang was shocked. Killing many high-ranking members without any effort? Someone with such a strength might be an expert of the Saint Realm at least. Who is he? Jian Wushuang asked. I don't know. Jian Nantian shook his head. His identity was very special. Even the Tower Master of Blood Feather Tower didn't know his true identity. However, I met him again half a year ago. Half a year ago? Jian Wushuang was intrigued by this information. Half a year ago, he stayed in the Ancestors' Land and received the first test of the Ancestors' Land. When I met him at that time, his exposed strength made him unfathomable. I don't know how he took away my sword soul, Jian Nantian said seriously. What is this? Jian Wushuang was shocked. Sword soul? Dad, your sword soul was taken away by him? Jian Wushuang was really shocked. He and his father both awakened sword soul. When in the Ancestors' Land, he knew from Jin Ling that only the real genius of sword principle would be qualified to awaken the sword soul. Jian Wushuang believed that someone would be able to destroy the sword soul, but it was much harder to take it away. It was just like that the cultivation of spiritual power a warrior gained with great efforts was completely stolen and transplanted into another man. Such a method was incredible. The means of that man was really extraordinary, and his strength was even more unfathomable, Jian Nantian said seriously. I'm afraid that I will fail when fighting him, but I must find out his identity and your mother's whereabouts. I don't feel guilty about anything, except for your mother and G-Clan. I will try my best to find your mother. I see. Jian Wushuang wore a serious look. Dad, I will go with you. You? Jian Nantian looked at Jian Wushuang, shook his head and smiled. You are too young and weak to help me. But Dad, Jian Wushuang was anxious. When he opened his mouth, Jian Nantian interrupted him suddenly, and then said with a grin, as long as you withstand 3 strikes from me, you can go with me. Jian Wushuang was shocked. Even Lin Xiaonan, who reached divine transcendence and formed a saintly body, could not withstand a strike from Jian Nantian. It was impossible for Jian Wushuang to survive 3 strikes. Jian Nantian said with a smile, Shuanger, if you really want to help me, cultivate yourself and leave the Tianzong dynasty to go to the vast expanse of the world. Only in this way could the nestling become an eagle, and you have a long way to go. The Holy Emperor Palace, I left it for you. That's your first target. If you could destroy the Holy Emperor Palace within 10 years, you are really qualified to help me. Destroying the Holy Emperor Palace within 10 years? Jian Wushuang's eyes turned cold. 10 years is too long. I just need 5 years. Chapter 262, Tang of the East. Chapter 262, Tang of the East. 5 years. Jian Nantian looked at Jian Wushuang. After perceiving the determination in his gaze, he could not help but nod. I'm looking forward to it. On hearing this, Wang Yuan could not help but acclaim. In the whole Nanyang continent, I'm afraid that only Jian Wushuang and his father dare to say that they would trample Holy Emperor Palace underfoot in 5 years. Jian Nantian turned over his hand and took a manual out of his interspatial ring. Here you are. This is? Jian Wushuang took it with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. A top expert kept a record of some tips about the origin. I found it when traveling around. Now it's useless for me, but will be helpful for you, Jian Nantian said. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly and immediately accepted it. Jian Nantian brought a pot of wine and said, Shuanger, let's have a drink. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded and took the wine pot. After drinking a pot of wine, Jian Nantian smiled slightly and said, Shuanger, you need to depend on yourself from now on. I hope you will trample Holy Emperor Palace underfoot in 5 years. I'll wait for you. Then his body flashed, and he left with the wind. Jian Nantian desired freedom. He was destined to rove the world. Jian Wushuang stood still in the room and watched his father disappear with tears in his eyes. I'll catch up with you in 5 years. Jian Wushuang thought secretly, with his hands clenched. After a while, Jian Wushuang and Wang Yuan sat down at the same time. Third younger brother, what are you going to do? Wang Yuan asked. Jian Wushuang's face fell and answered, I originally planned to look for a strong sect to improve my strength, but now I have offended Holy Emperor Palace. I'm afraid few sects will accept me in the Nanyang continent. He spoke the truth. Holy Emperor Palace was known as the overlord of the Nanyang continent. So few sects dared to protect the person that was being hunted by Holy Emperor Palace. Alchemy School was able to protect you, but it's up to my father. I've mentioned you to him, yet he just smiled without saying a word, Wang Yuan said discontentedly. Jian Wushuang kept silent. Third younger brother, you cannot enter those sects, but I know a place where you can practice. It might be not worse than those sects you want to join, Wang Yuan suddenly said. Where? Jian Wushuang immediately looked toward him. Tang of the East, the first empire in the Nanyang continent, Wang Yuan replied seriously. The first empire? Jian Wushuang asked with a doubt. The Tang dynasty was known as the first empire in the whole Nanyang continent. It covers a vast land, which was over 10 times larger than any other large empires. Moreover, it's full of experts, so it's much stronger than the other old sections. The forces of the Nanyang continent belong to one palace, one school, 3 valleys and 4 temples, 8 sects, and thousands of dynasties. In fact, as for the overall strength, the Tang dynasty is definitely superior to the 3 valleys. Even our alchemy school and Holy Emperor Palace hold the Tang dynasty in awe, Wang Yuan said. It's so strong? Jian Wushuang was surprised secretly. The Tang dynasty has another 2 names, the Slaughterous dynasty and the Country of Death, Wang Yuan said in a low voice. He continued, the other empires of the Nanyang continent follow the law of the jungle, but they have a bottom line and set some rules for themselves. In contrast, there are no rules or bottom lines in the Tang dynasty. The strong have all the say. As long as you are strong, no one cares even if you slaughter in the palace of the Tang dynasty. If you're strong enough, you can slaughter thousands of warriors or wipe out cities one by one as you like. No rules or constraints. It's up to your strength. Therefore, it could be compared to Sharaba. The more chaotic a place is, the more appealing it will be for militant warriors. A large number of warriors go to the Tang dynasty every day. Many warriors die there, so it's known as the Country of Death. It's a paradise for killers and hell for the merciful. A glimpse of crazy battle intent flashed in Jian Wushuang's eyes. The Slaughterous dynasty? The Country of Death? It's a paradise for killers and hell for the merciful? There exists an empire like that in the Nanyang continent? It's crazy and horrible in the Tang dynasty. With countless experts, it would be the most suitable place for cultivation. The second younger brother has been brought there by Wine Master, Wang Yuan said. The second younger brother has gone there too? Jian Wushuang raised his brows. In fact, he was already at fever pitch. He was adept at sword principle. Sword principle was used for killing. He also comprehended slaughter source. He was born to be a fighter. The place might be unacceptable for ordinary warriors, but it was a place he was longing for. Without the threat from Holy Emperor Palace, he would desire to go there. Now, since he was completely targeted by Holy Emperor Palace and places for his practice were limited, the Tang dynasty would be his best choice. I have decided to go to the Tang dynasty, Jian Wushuang said seriously. Wang Yuan shrugged his shoulders, as he knew Jian Wushuang would go. Third younger brother, if you go to the Tang dynasty, you'll pass by the northern region. I happen to have one thing that needs your help. I believe you won't refuse my request, Wang Yuan said with a smile. Oh, say it. Jian Wushuang looked toward Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan began to narrate the whole story. You must know the whole setup of the Nanyang continent. Our alchemy school has kept a delicate relationship with Holy Emperor Palace. We've never started a war, but we have an explicit or implicit contest with each other. The Wilderness Sword Sect, one of the top sects. The disciples of the Wilderness Sword Sect have been disappointing these years. The sect has declined, so it will be expelled from the 8 sects, but during this period, it seems that the Wilderness Sword Sect got support from Holy Emperor Palace because of you. Our alchemy school doesn't want to see the Wilderness Sword Sect become the Holy Emperor Palace's affiliate, so we want to remove it using special tactics. We'll take action in a month, so I need your help. Do you want to go against Holy Emperor Palace? You can wipe out the Wilderness Sword Sect first at your convenience. Chapter 263, A Spar. Chapter 263, A Spar. Wilderness Sword Sect? Jian Wushuang smiled. He might hesitate to launch an attack on other sections, but he had a grudge against the Wilderness Sword Sect. During the easternmost hunting, Emo Ling Tian wanted to strike him to death. Then in the Heartless Island, the experts of the Wilderness Sword Sect wanted to kill him. Now this sect followed Holy Emperor Palace. Therefore, Jian Wushuang was willing to attack the Wilderness Sword Sect. Well, I'm in. Jian Wushuang nodded with a smile. But what can I do? This is a token. Take it and go find the Daluo Heaven sect in the northern region in a month. You need to give the token to the 9th Elder Ling Han. Then he'll tell you what to do. Wang Yuan smiled. Daluo Heaven sect? Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. Okay. When are you going to leave? Wang Yuan asked. I'll wait until I get better, Jian Wushuang answered. It's okay. You just need to reach there in a month. I'll order someone to give you a map of the Nanyang continent. You might need it, Wang Yuan said with a smile. After staying in mansion of Sword Marquis for a day, Wang Yuan left for alchemy school with his underlings. Jian Wushuang left the Tianzong dynasty and started his real trip to train after a few days. The young eagles spread their wings to travel into the vast sky. A month later, it was still chilly, while snow covered the ground. The northern region was located in the north of the Nanyang continent and covered a vast land. There were more than 100 dynasties in the northern region. More than 10 of them were large empires. The northern region also had a powerful sect. This was one of the 8 top sects, the Wilderness Sword sect. In recent years, experts and disciples from the Wilderness Sword sect had not made any progress, so the strength of the sect had been going backwards, its position hanging by a thread. In the northern region, there was another sect which could fight against the Wilderness Sword sect. That was the Daluo Heaven sect. The Daluo Heaven sect was at the peak of the mountains. Jian Wushuang with a long sword on his back was walking slowly on the road to the Daluo Heaven sect. Deep footprints were left behind him in the snow. Momentum. Lift heavy weights easily and shake heaven and earth. Jian Wushuang was studying the manual his father gave him while walking. The manual provided some tips about the origin written by a top expert. The manual mentioned source enlightenment was divided into 3 levels. The first level referred to momentum. The second level referred to domain. The third level referred to pinnacle. Jian Wushuang started to comprehend world origin and slaughter origin, so he had not reached the first level momentum yet. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang stopped walking, with his triple kill sword out of the sheath. Then he began to practice swordsmanship alone in the snowfield. Shua. The sword light was waving slowing, with little strength. Every streak of sword light lashed out and made the snowflakes drift beside him. At this moment, 2 figures were just flying over his head. One of the 2 women looked less than 30 years old. We're going back to the sect. You'd better behave yourself after returning. Although you didn't make a big trouble this time, you've caused our sect some trouble. You'll be punished, but it won't be severe, the white-clothed woman said. I know, senior sister. I'll accept my punishment after returning to our sect. You've said many times along the road. The green-haired maiden, less than 20-year-old, said and stuck out her tongue. Suddenly, she glanced at the ground and happened to see Jian Wushuang, who was practicing swordsmanship in the snowfield. Senior sister, look, there's a man who's practicing swordsmanship, the green-haired maiden cried out. The white-clothed woman looked downward and could not help but raise her brows. The man looks very young. His swordsmanship is quite slow. I haven't studied swordsmanship, but I know it's quite ordinary. The green-haired maiden curled her lip. Shut up. The white-robed woman rebuked her. You don't understand. His swordsmanship looks slow, but every stroke is very delicate. I'm afraid that his strength is higher than mine. What? The green-haired maiden asked in surprise. It's not far from our Daluo Heaven sect. This man practices swordsmanship here. Does he want to come to learn kung fu? The white-robed woman could not help but think. She thought the young expert of sword principle must want to join the Daluo Heaven sect. Senior sister, this man's cultivation of sword principle is not weaker than yours? The green-haired maiden looked toward her senior sister. I don't know, but why not have a try? The white-robed woman laughed and then moved downwards. Jian Wushuang was absorbed in practice for a while, and then he stopped. Shake heaven and earth. How does it work? Jian Wushuang withdrew his sword and was still puzzled at it. The moment he raised his head, he just saw 2 women landing on the ground. They were quite pretty, especially the white-robed woman. She was a great beauty, with black brows, big eyes, red lips, white teeth, and fair skin. Even Jian Wushuang could not help but praise her to the bottom of his heart. Jian Wushuang was more surprised at their cultivation. The green-robed maiden was around 20-year-old and had reached the initial Void realm. The white-robed woman was less than 30-year-old, but Jian Wushuang was not sure about her cultivation, at least the profound Yang Void realm. In the Tianzong dynasty, it was almost impossible to see someone that had such cultivation of spiritual power at her age. I've been a person living at the bottom of a well. Jian Wushuang could not help but sigh. I'm Jun Yi from the Daluo Heaven sect. The white-robed woman stood in front of Jian Wushuang and introduced herself modestly. Jian Wushuang touched his nose and smiled slightly. I'm Swordsman. Swordsman? Junie frowned, but immediately said with a smile, I saw you perform swordsmanship. You must be adept at sword principle, and I've also studied sword principle, so I want to learn some moves from you. Would you like to spar with me? Chapter 264, Throw Him Out. Chapter 264, Throw Him Out. Spar with me? An interested smile showed on Jian Wushuang's face. Junie explained, Take it easy. I just want to have a competition with you in martial arts. Nothing to do with cultivation of spiritual power. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. Sparing when one ventured outside was normal. Besides, the white-robed woman, Junie, standing in front of him was humble. It was hard to refuse her. Okay, please. A cyan long sword showed in her hands. Sir, be careful. After she had said that, wow. In a second her figure turned into a sharp sword, breaking through the void and hurtling at Jian Wushuang. The sword light seemed to penetrate everything. Seeing that, Jian Wushuang couldn't help marveling at Jun Yi's outstanding mastery of sword principle. He moved and brandished his triple-kill sword casually. An ordinary move hit right on the sword edge of Jun Yi's long sword and deflected her attack instantly. Then 3 more moves went towards Jun Yi in succession. It horrified Jun Yi. She brandished her long sword and barely managed to block those attacks, while her body took a few steps backward. His swordsmanship is so fast. Stabilizing herself, Jun Yi looked over at Jian Wushuang. I have to go all out to beat him. As soon as she finished saying this, a mighty sword essence burst from her. It turned into a fog, coming at Jian Wushuang. What's this? Jian Wushuang looked at the gray fog with confusion. The next moment he felt traces of killing intent from it, but he found that he was trapped and couldn't move. Such a strange skill. Jian Wushuang was shocked by this. Junie attacked again, bang. Her body suddenly flew at Jian Wushuang. Then her long sword turned into a flowing light rushing towards him at an amazing speed. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes slightly and lifted up his long sword, in which a trace of the origin of the world was contained. Clang! Jun Yi's cyan long sword was knocked off, and her body was also beaten back. Coming to a stop, Jun Yi looked at Jian Wushuang with shocked eyes. Though I have used Sword Realm, I still lose completely. His swordsmanship is so strong. What's the skill of turning sword essence into fog? Suddenly Jian Wushuang asked her. Sword fog. Jun Yi told him, one move of Sword Realm, which is a sword principle secret in Daluo Heaven sect. Sword Realm? Jian Wushuang felt curious. It was so special. Trapped in the fog, he found it hard to move. If he didn't use his origin power, he could not defeat her so easily. You said that you were a disciple of Daluo Heaven sect. I am just about to go there. Would you mind leading the way? Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Both Jun Yi and the green-haired maiden behind her smiled. They thought Jian Wushuang was going to Daluo Heaven sect to learn, and it was a good thing, especially after they saw that he was quite good at sword principle. We welcome you, please follow us. Junie said this, then she and the green-haired maiden led Jian Wushuang along. Soon they came to an old sect. Located at the top of a mountain, the old sect was magnificent, much larger and awe-inspiring than those Jian Wushuang had seen before. Led by Jun Yi, Jian Wushuang wasn't stopped by the gatekeepers of Daluo Heaven sect. They came to a hall. Please wait here for a minute. After saying this, Jun Yi and that green-haired maiden left. A while later, Jun Yi and a black-haired elder came. Jun Yi, is he the one you told me who is much stronger than you in sword principle? The black-haired elder looked at Jian Wushuang. Yes. Jun Yi nodded. Then she said to Jian Wushuang, Swordsman, this is our law-enforcing elder, Elder Chiu-ing. Oh, law-enforcing elder? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. He knew there were law-enforcing elder in older sects, such as the law-enforcing elder in Wilderness Sword sect. They were more like senior servants dealing with affairs of the sect, but they were actually not the top executives of the old sections. There was House of Elders in these old sects, and these elders were top powerhouses and the core of an old sect. Nice to meet you, Elder Chiu, Jian Wushuang said politely. Make yourself at home. Chiu-ing waved his hands and sat on a chair in front of him casually. Junie said that your swordsmanship was good. Judging from your age, you came here for a coach, right? No, Jian Wushuang shook his head and replied. No? Junie was surprised, and Chiu-ing frowned as well. What are you coming for? Chiu-ing asked. I was asked by someone to visit Ling Han, the ninth elder of Daluo Heaven sect. Is he here? Jian Wushuang said. The ninth elder? Chiu-ying's face changed, looking Jian Wushuang up and down, then sneered, Young man, is Elder Ling Han someone you can see if you want to? Even it were me, I see him only a few times every year. I was asked to see him. Besides, he would have been told that I would come. Jian Wushuang said with a calm voice. Enough. Chiu-ing shouted in a deep voice. He sneered, Young man, how could you boast without shame at such a young age? Elder Ling Han does not know you, and apparently, you are here to make trouble. Throw him out. Elder Chiu. Junie was a little worried. Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes slightly. Chiu-ing was kind before he knew that he didn't come here for a teacher, but was looking for Elder Ling Han. Two disciples outside the gate came in. Seeing that, Jian Wushuang's face turned cold. Then he sneered, I didn't expect that the Daluo Heaven sect would treat a guest like this. I will leave. Jian Wushuang wasn't in the mood to explain. He stopped just before leaving. By the way, this is the token, proving that I have come and kept my promise, but you didn't believe it. Jian Wushuang threw the token which Wang Yuan gave him to Chiu-ing. Then he left directly. Chapter 265, An Apology. Chapter 265, An Apology. After Jian Wushuang left, Elder Chiu, Swordsman might really come to visit Elder Ling Han. Isn't it a little overbearing to throw him out without checking? Junie said in a low voice. Junie, you think highly of him. He is so young. How could he have a relationship with Elder Ling Han? It must be because he heard about Elder Ling Han and came here to acknowledge Elder Ling Han as a master. Many came for that each year. Chiu-ing didn't take it seriously. Besides, Elder Ling Han and other Daluo Heaven sect elders are busy in an event. Even it was me, having no chance to see him, let alone him. How is it possible? As for the token, Chiu-ing glanced at the token Jian Wushuang threw on the ground with disdain. While he looked at the token more carefully, his face changed at once. The token, Chiu-ing stared at it, is the Grand Elixir token. Chiu-ing was struck dumb with amazement. No matter Holy Emperor Palace or Alchemy School, they had their own token as a pledge. There was a special mark on it. No one dared to counterfeit it. Holy Emperor token represented Holy Emperor Palace and Grand Elixir token represented the Alchemy School. Could it be the Grand Elixir token? Chiu-ing was shocked with mouth and eyes opening wide. A moment later, dozens of roars in Daluo Heaven sect rose to the sky. Hurry up, act separately, find him. They were led by a silver-robed and gray-haired elder, who was the ninth elder of Daluo Heaven sect. Ling Han, however, his face was filled with sadness now. You were so overbearing to throw him out without asking clearly. When did the people of Daluo Heaven sect become so rampant? Chiu-ing, you better pray he hasn't gone far, so that Daluo Heaven sect could make up for this. Otherwise, you will be sacked from the law-enforcing elder position. Ling Han scolded him with a raspy voice, such a good-for-nothing. Scolded by Ling Han heavily, Chiu-ing lowered his head and dared not to look at him at all. He knew he was in trouble this time. He had never thought that such a young man who was about 20 years old at most could have such a background. Elder Ling Han, there he is. Jun Yi, who followed as well, shouted suddenly. Ling Han immediately looked down and found a black-robed man with a long sword on his back sitting quietly at the top of a mountain, who seemed to be waiting for them. Thank God, he is waiting for us. Things aren't going so bad. Ling Han breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Jian Wushuang. Then he and others landed slowly in front of Jian Wushuang. Fellow swordsman, I am Ling Han. Ling Han said with a humble voice. Jian Wushuang, sitting cross-legged on the ground, opened his eyes slowly. Then he closed his eyes again after glancing at them, saying, Such an arrogant Daluo heaven sect. It's hard to imagine what would become of you if you were one of the 8 top sects in Nanyang continent. I must give you an apology for the oversight. Ling Han played up to Jian Wushuang with a smile. Then he glanced at Xiaoying next to him. Come over here. Xiaoying walked to Jian Wushuang in dejection and apologized. Mr. Swordsman, please excuse me for having offended you just now. I'm so sorry. Jian Wushuang opened his eyes, glanced at Xiaoying. Daluo Heaven Sect is big and well off and will soon replace Wilderness Sword Sect as one of the 8 top sects in Nanyang continent. How could you care about a young man? Xiaoying was embarrassed. Xiaoying. Ling Han looked at Xiaoying and shouted, From now on, you are removed from law-enforcing elder and will be punished by sweeping the floor in front of the mountain gate. Even if a normal gold core disciple comes to learn, you have to lead him into the sect respectfully. If you do it well, in 3 years, I will consider reinstating you. Understand? Hearing this, Xiaoying stood in astonishment. Then he nodded vigorously. After punishing Xiaoying, Ling Han turned to Jian Wushuang with a smile. Fellow swordsman, what do you think now? Jian Wushuang raised his head, looked at Ling Han in surprise, and then nodding slightly, You are a reasonable elder in Daluo Heaven Sect. Haha, since we have cleared the air, would you like to come over to have a chat? Ling Han invited him. Okay, Jian Wushuang didn't refuse him this time. Led by Ling Han, Jian Wushuang went to the Daluo Heaven Sect and walked into the same hall. In the hall, Ling Han and Jian Wushuang sat on 2 chairs respectively. Xiaoying, Junyi, and others were waiting outside the hall. Swordsman, you are the one alchemy school sent to give Daluo Heaven Sect a helping hand, aren't you? Ling Han looked at Jian Wushuang with a smile. Yes, Jian Wushuang nodded. But what can I do? Jian Wushuang was curious about that. Daluo Heaven Sect, which was strong enough to be a match for Wilderness Sword Sect, had lots of powerhouses including some in the Saint Realm. Is there anything which they could not do that needed his help? Here is the thing, Ling Han explained to him. You might know that this time Daluo Heaven Sect and Alchemy School are going to root out Wilderness Sword Sect together. However, not only does it require absolute power, but also a reasonable excuse is needed. After all, it is one of the 8 top sections. An excuse? Jian Wushuang frowned. Alchemy School and Daluo Heaven Sect could root Wilderness Sword Sect out directly. Why would you need an excuse? Haha, you might not know that the 8 top sects in Nanyang continent were a group. If Daluo Heaven Sect and Alchemy School rooted Wilderness Sword Sect out without any excuse, the Daluo Heaven Sect would be expelled by the other 7 top sects and cannot rank among the 8 top sections. Besides, Wilderness Sword Sect is backed by Holy Emperor Palace. If we attack Wilderness Sword Sect without any reason, Holy Emperor Palace will not leave the matter at that. Ling Han explained. So is that it? Jian Wushuang understood. But how do you find an excuse? Chapter 266, Questioning. Chapter 266, Questioning. It's quite easy to find an excuse. Ling Han said with a smile. In 3 days, Wilderness Sword Sect and Daluo Heaven Sect and many other old sects in northern region will hold a competition for disciples. It's held every year, and disciples of these sects under 30 years old are qualified. This year, the best genius of Wilderness Sword Sect is called Qin Feng, son of Wilderness Sword Sect Master. Oh! Jian Wushuang realized what Daluo Heaven Sect needed him to do. Wilderness Sword Sect Master is strong and steady, but his Achilles' heel is his son. Once his son dies, he will go mad, said Ling Han. Jian Wushuang asked. So you want me to kill him in the competition? Yes, Ling Han nodded. It happened in the past that some disciples were killed during battles. They didn't mind too much. Therefore, if you kill Qin Feng accidentally, you will not be blamed. Don't worry about your identity. There are so many disciples in Daluo. It's normal for a genius appears. What we only worry about is Chun Feng's strength. Ling Han stopped, then he continued. Chun Feng has great talent, and his cultivation of spiritual power has reached peak of the Yang Void Realm. Only one in Daluo Heaven Sect could be a match for him, but he is incapable of killing him. That's why we sought help from Alchemy School. I understand, Jian Wushuang nodded. Daluo Heaven Sect needed an excuse to deal with Wilderness Sword Sect. If Qin Feng was killed in the competition, Wilderness Sword Sect Master would go mad and do something crazy. Therefore, Daluo Heaven Sect would have a good excuse to fight back. Do you agree? Ling Han looked over at him. I have one condition, replied Jian Wushuang. What is it? Ling Han didn't turn a hair. On my way here, I was curious about a sword skill called Sword Realm which Junie brandished when we fought with each other. I study sword principle, so I want to have a look. Could I? Jian Wushuang said. Jian Wushuang was curious about it, and at the same time he looked forward to it. Sword Realm? Ling Han raised his eyebrows. It is an extraordinary sword skill of high 3rd grade and even could be a match for a low 2nd grade, which is a high-level sword skill in Daluo Heaven Sect. In general, outsiders could not get it, but... In the next breath, Ling Han said, you are not an outsider strictly. If you promise to help us kill Qin Feng in the competition, what will a sword skill of 3rd grade be? Okay, no problem. Jian Wushuang agreed. Ling Han smiled, and then he asked in an intentional way, by the way, you look very young. How old are you? My age. 21 years old, answered Jian Wushuang. He was over 20. Certainly he could say he is 21 years old. 21. Ling Han frowned. How strong could he be at such a young age? May I know your cultivation of spiritual power level? Ling Han asked. Though Ling Han was the 9th elder of Daluo Heaven Sect, his cultivation was at half saint and did not reach the saint realm yet. Besides, Jian Wushuang was good at hiding his level because he cultivated heavenly creation skill, so he couldn't tell which level Jian Wushuang was at. Jian Wushuang didn't answer him, but his spiritual power spread after a quick action. As soon as his power was unleashed, Ling Han perceived it. Initial Yang Void Realm? Ling Han frowned more. Qin Feng was at the peak of the Yang Void Realm. Does Elder Ling Han think I am not strong enough? Jian Wushuang looked over at him with a smile. No, Ling Han shook his head, smiling. Since you are recommended by Alchemy School, there must be a reason. Okay. Jian Wushuang smiled and didn't say more. Friend, let me take you to the place you shall live in. Ling Han brought Jian Wushuang to a courtyard. In the night there was a full moon. The main meeting hall of Daluo Heaven Sect was closed. Daluo Heaven Sect's master and many elders gathered here, among whom 4 were experts of the Saint Realm. Everything is ready and experts of the Saint Realm of Alchemy School will arrive in 2 days. Waiting for the start, Daluo Heaven Sect's master, a handsome middle-aged man, said in a deep voice. Elders in the hall were all excited at hearing that. They had waited for this day for so long. Elder Ling Han, did the genius sent by Alchemy School arrive? The middle-aged man looked over at Ling Han. He has come, but, though Ling Han nodded, his expression was strange. What? The middle-aged man asked. The genius called Swordsman, he is only 21 years old. More importantly, his cultivation of spiritual power is at Initial Yang Void Realm, Ling Han said. Initial Yang Void Realm? The middle-aged man's eyes turned cold. Most of the Daluo Heaven Sect elders presented were also dissatisfied with it. What the hell is Alchemy School is doing, sending one of Initial Yang Void Realm? There are many of Initial Yang Void Realm in Daluo Heaven Sect. Why would we seek for one more from them? Initial Yang Void Realm, no matter how strong he is, how could he kill an expert at the peak of the Yang Void Realm? Hearing their questioning, Ling Han frowned because he also doubted Jian Wushuang's strength. A powerhouse in Initial Yang Void Realm, Even if he is an exceptional genius, how strong could he be? While Qin Feng, not only was he in peak of the Yang Void realm, but he was also a nurtured genius in Wilderness Sword Sect. We have prepared so much for this day, any failure is not allowed in the final push. The handsome middle-aged man said with a cold voice, Elder Ling Han, try to figure out his real strength. You can send some geniuses to test him, openly or secretly. Figure out whether he is really in defiance of the natural order, otherwise, we have to make other plans as soon as possible. Yes. Ling Han nodded and left immediately. Chapter 267, Potential. Chapter 267, Potential. Dim moonlight shone over the earth. Ling Han came to the courtyard where Jian Wushuang lived, followed by a noble and dignified young man. Listen, Yi say, try your best to make that man battle with all his strength. You can invite him to fight with you. If he doesn't agree, you can force him to do so, but do not hurt him too badly, understand? Looking at the young man, Ling Han warned. The young man was called Yi Sei, the strongest among the young generation in Daluo Heaven Sect. In the young generation of Daluo Heaven Sect, he was the only one who was capable of fighting with Qin Feng. I got it. Yi Sei nodded slightly. As he was talking, he was ready to go to the courtyard. Wait a minute, suddenly Ling Han shouted to stop him. What happened? Yi Sei looked over at him. Ling Han didn't say anything, but his eyes had turned to the courtyard. They could see Jian Wushuang, wearing black, practicing swordsmanship alone. There was nothing special before, but when Ling Han saw Jian Wushuang practicing swordsmanship, his eyes narrowed by instinct. That is the origin? Ling Han was shocked. As a powerhouse of half-saint level, he had comprehended the origin and he was familiar with it. He was not shocked that Jian Wushuang had comprehended the origin, but that while Jian Wushuang was practicing swordsmanship, the origin had inspired the force of the heaven and the earth. In the courtyard, Jian Wushuang was brandishing the sword freely. The sword light was sparkling under the moonlight. Those normal sword shadows seemed to shake the heaven and the earth. Each move inspired the source of heaven and earth. Motivating the heaven and the earth, this is potential. Ling Han's eyes were full of astonishment. It's weird. Seeing Jian Wushuang practicing swordsmanship, Yi Sei also narrowed his eyes. Yi Sei, go to the hall immediately, bring the sect master and elders here. Ling Han told him. What? Yi Sei was shocked. Hurry. Ling Han spoke seriously. Yes. Yi Sei left. Soon Daluo Heaven Sect's master and elders came to Ling Han. When they arrived, they were attracted by what was happening in the courtyard. This is motivating the source of heaven and earth. Potential, the first level of source enlightenment. How old is he? How could he reach such a level of source enlightenment? The sect master and elders were all shocked. There were 3 levels of source enlightenment. The first one was potential. Even though it was the first level, it was hard to reach. It would take a normal expert of the Saint Realm dozens of years to reach it. If one reached it, he would be recognized as a powerhouse in the Saint Realm. But now, they saw a young man, who was about 20 years old and his cultivation of spiritual power was in the initial Yang Void realm, who had reached such a level of source enlightenment. Ling Han, he is the genius invited by alchemy school? An elder asked directly. Yes, he is. Ling Han nodded seriously. He is just 21 years old. How could he reach such a level of source enlightenment? The elder sighed with emotion. Among these people, sect master and 2 elders, who were in divine transcendence, both the 2 elders had not reached the potential level of source enlightenment. That is to say, Jian Wushuang's level in source enlightenment was higher than them both. While I'm just getting Yi Sei to sound out his real strength, I saw that. Therefore, I let him bring you here. Ling Han said. Well done. The sect master nodded. Even though his cultivation of spiritual power was in initial Yang Void realm, he could fight with one in peak of the Yang Void realm with his source enlightenment. Maybe he has other cards. Perhaps he could really kill one at the peak of the Yang Void realm. Hearing that, elders around him all agreed. Haha, I thought he was a normal person of initial young void realm. It turns out that I am wrong. Thinking about this carefully, it's beneficial for the alchemy school to wipe out Wilderness Sword Sect. How could they send a normal initial young void realm here? Though his cultivation of spiritual power is a little bit low, it's hard to judge his real strength. After seeing Jian Wushuang's performance in Source Enlightenment, those elders who were not satisfied with Jian Wushuang's low cultivation of spiritual power changed their attitude. It was incredible for a 21-year-old youth to reach the potential level in Source Enlightenment. Compared with that, it was easier for one in initial realm of Yang Void Realm to kill one at peak of the Yang Void Realm. By the way, did the young man request for something when he promised to give us a helping hand? The sect master asked. Yes, he asked for the Sword Realm, Ling Han replied. Give it to him, the sect master said smilingly. Give it to him now. The competition will start in 3 days. If he could comprehend the Sword Realm, his strength will improve, and he would be much more capable of killing Qinfeng. Yes, master. Ling Han nodded. After taking the Sword Realm, he wanted Jian Wushuang. In the courtyard, Jian Wushuang had stopped practicing. He stood there, closing his eyes. Potential. Lift the heavy as if it is light. Motivate the heaven and the earth. I was wondering how it motivated. Now I know it is the origin that motivates the source energy. Jian Wushuang opened his eyes with a smile. These days he was studying the first level of source enlightenment, potential. Just now, something flashed in his brain. It happened. People would be jealous if they knew how he got it. After all, so many powerhouses, including some experts of the Saint Realm, went at great pains but failed. However, Jian Wushuang reached it by random inspiration. Of course, this was because Jian Wushuang had great talent in meditation, but partly also because of his sword soul. Sword soul not only made it easier for him to comprehend sword essence, but also played an incomparable role in origin comprehension. Chapter 268, Let the Games Begin. Chapter 268, Let the Games Begin. I'll prove myself to be worthy of Sword Soul. The corners of Jian Wushuang's mouth raised, originally during the destruction of the bloodline of Sword Ancestor and all of its extreme power. None of the ordinary disciples paid any mind to the mansion of Sword Marquis. However, when the awakening of a genius with Sword Soul appeared, they immediately sent someone to dispose of him. Sword Soul truly is extraordinary. Sword Soul not only allowed him to grasp sword essence faster than ordinary people, but he could also sense the origin at a similarly fast rate as well. It wasn't surprising then that when that mysterious man had been sent to seize his mother and father, he had used the Sword Soul's Jian Nantian to wrest them away. He's grasped the origin up to this level. However, my strength has also increased by no small amount. Jian Wushuang thought. Suddenly, as he raised his head, he saw a figure descending into the courtyard. Swordsman, my friend, Ling Han said with a smile. Elder Ling Han, what have you come at such an hour to find me for? Jian Wushuang glanced over. Just then, as he had been practicing his swordsmanship, he had faintly sensed that someone was around. Now he could see that this had been the case. Does my friend the swordsman not want my Daluo Heaven Sect's sword realm? I've come here just for this purpose. As he spoke, Ling Han took a tome out from the interspatial ring and handed it to Jian Wushuang. Sword realm? Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up, but then he laughed. I thought that the Daluo Heaven Sect would hand me this only after the task was completed. Ling Han laughed, but inwardly he felt embarrassed. Previously, they indeed had planned to hand him the sword realm after Jian Wushuang had completed the task of beheading Qinfeng. However, just a moment ago they had seen Jian Wushuang's understanding of the origin, causing them to temporarily change their minds. My friend swordsman, there are still 3 days remaining. You can take this sword skill and study it well. Perhaps it will have numerous benefits for you. I won't bother you any further today and take my leave. Ling Han left immediately after he was finished speaking. Jian Wushuang immediately began to flip through the tome. After some time, Jian Wushuang closed the tome. Sword Realm, not bad, Jian Wushuang said with a grin. Sword Realm truly was a rather unique sword skill. It would propel the sword essence into becoming a small-scale realm of sword essence, and would constantly attack and hinder the opposition. Even though it was quite difficult to accurately read an opponent, with this you could exert a tremendous influence over them. That time when Jian Wushuang had fallen into Junyi's realm of sword essence, it was as if he had fallen into a deep quagmire, and it had become significantly more difficult to move. Also, the sword realm had 3 types: sword fog, sword tide, and sea-like sword form. As Junyi had implemented the sword fog, it was only the first move of the sword realm. Grasping this first move was not difficult at all. However, the second move sword tide and third move sea-like sword form were not as simple. Once in the Daluo Heaven sect, there were quite a few people studying these sword skills, but the majority of them could only reach the level of sword fog. Very few could reach sword tide, and as for sea-like sword form, the Daluo Heaven sect had never had any person who was studying the sword realm reach that stage. I'm afraid the reason that the Daluo Heaven sect has given me this sword realm tonight is that they want me to grasp this move sword fog within these 3 days. After 3 days when I battle Qin Feng, he'll have grasped some higher level moves. Jian Wushuang sneered. He also guessed there existed some doubt amongst the people in the Daluo Heaven sect in regards to his power, but he didn't care. He would handle this. After 3 days, he would kill Qin Feng, and with the matter settled, he would leave. As for how the people in the Daluo Heaven sect saw him, he couldn't care less. 3 days' time passed quickly. Every year, all of the old sects in the northern region would hold the first meeting of the disciples, and it had begun. In the early morning, as the sky glimmered with the first light of dawn, a few genius disciples from the young generation of the Daluo Heaven sect, as well as Jian Wushuang, arrived at the giant martial arts practice field, Ling Han craning his neck to see all the way. The martial arts practice field was already packed with spectators who had come to see this coming together of so many experts. The geniuses from the Daluo Heaven sect sat down in the seats at the top row of the martial arts practice field, but Ling Han had left for the moment. Jian Wushuang was also close behind as he sat down in the back row, his eyes slightly closed. The genius disciples from the Daluo Heaven sect that were around would glance at him from time to time, odd expressions on their faces. Senior brother Yi say, who is this? Is he also a disciple of our Daluo Heaven sect? Why have I never seen him before? A disciple couldn't refrain from inquiring. Shut up, don't ask questions. Yisei chided and said no more. As the Daluo Heaven sect had been planning this matter, only the elders of the highest level were aware. Yisei was the first person amongst the younger generation of disciples, and the only person who was qualified to contend against the genius Qin Feng. He knew about this matter and knew all about Jian Wushuang's identity. As for the other geniuses, however, including Jun Yi, they knew nothing. Just then, a row of a dozen or so people slowly came out of the void and onto the martial arts practice field. When these people appeared, they immediately drew the attention of all the experts of all the sects in the martial arts practice field. These dozen or so people, they came from the Wilderness Sword sect. Even though the Wilderness Sword sect had declined much in recent years, they were still overlords in this northern region and were still number one of the top 8 sections. Even though the Daluo Heaven sect's strength was sufficient to go up against the Wilderness Sword sect, when faced with the might of their reputation, it started to feel like they were a bit inferior to them. Due to this, the Daluo Heaven sect always wanted to take the place of the Wilderness Sword sect. This group of people was headed by a baby-faced, purple-haired man. He had a slender frame, and there seemed to be some arrogance in his appearance. After he had sat down and seen the geniuses from the Daluo Heaven sect, the corners of his mouth had perked up. Yisei, long time no see, the purple-haired man said with a smile, but as he raised his head, you could sense that he was looking down on them. Qin Feng. Yisei raised his head and glanced at the purple-haired man. It has been a long time. It seems that the two of us have never fought either. In today's match, you must lose too terribly. Qin Feng said as if he was joking. Yisei's eyes narrowed, and he didn't respond. Qin Feng also didn't press. Afterwards his gaze moved, and concentrated on Jun-E. Seeing Jun-E, a look of surprise spread across Qinfeng's face. Jun-E, it's been a long time for the two of us as well. I heard that you were outside training, and in the course of your training you ran into a conflict with a middle-sized empire. What's wrong? Did you sustain any injuries? What middle-sized empire would dare disrespect you? Tell me. I'll send someone to take care of them and give them a taste of your wrath. It's just a misunderstanding between me and that middle-sized empire. There's no real conflict at all. I can only express my appreciation for your kind gesture. Jun-E sat with an ice-cold expression, appearing utterly detached and indifferent. Oh, so it's like this? Qinfeng nodded, but then smiled. Then you should be careful. If you run into any issues, let me know directly. If I run into any trouble, I have my own sect's senior brothers or elders. I won't cause you any trouble. Jun-E said coldly. Hearing this, Qinfeng's face brightened like before and seemed full of delight, but there was a certain foreboding in his eyes. After he turned around, his face changed and became distorted. He cursed quietly, "Filthy bitch, sooner or later there will be a day where I'll make you kneel down in front of me and obey." Chapter 269, Qinfeng. Chapter 269, Qinfeng. He's Qinfeng. Sitting in his chair, Jin Wushuang had also seen the purple-haired man. However, Qinfeng only had eyes for Yisei and Jun-E. He hadn't paid him any mind at all. The gathering would begin soon. The process for this gathering between the disciples of the various old sects was exceedingly simple. They would simply go out onto the martial arts practice field, and every sect's genius disciple could make contact with whomever they wished. Whoever you wanted to fight with, you would step in front of them and ask for a fight. For the most part, none of them would refuse. They quickly went out onto the martial arts practice field, and each match began amongst the disciples. In the beginning, Jin Wushuang watched with keen interest. He had to say, the theory and power of these old sect geniuses was not ordinary. Whether it was their cultivation of spiritual power or realization of various concepts, they were all significantly stronger than the geniuses of the 12 Northwestern dynasties. However, after watching 3 matches, he lost interest. The reason was simple. In all of the fights between the disciples, they pulled their punches. It was merely an ordinary battle in order to compare notes with one another. None of them were true life-or-death brawls. When he had been a part of the easternmost hunting in the beginning of the Tianzong dynasty, the selection battles were all life-or-death struggles from the start. For the sake of gaining the favor of the old sects, everyone used every last ounce of their strength in order to attempt to kill their opponent. A great number of experts perished. The cruelty of the easternmost hunting was extreme compared to this so-called gathering of disciples. In comparison to the easternmost hunting, even though the level of power of the disciples in this gathering between the old sects was quite high, the nature of the whole event was completely different. Swordsman, my friend, what do you think of these sect's geniuses? Ling Han glanced over. They're all right. Jin Wushuang responded unenthusiastically. Ling Han raised his eyebrows and said no more. Half the day passed quickly. During this period of time, there were no less than a dozen of these matches where the old sect disciples took notes and learned from one another. However, despite the fact that there were so many confrontations, the most disastrous event was merely that one genius sustained an injury. In all of the other matches, they pulled their punches and didn't overdo it. Every sect's disciple has come out. All that's left is our Daluo Heaven sect and the Wilderness Sword sect. Ling Han's eyes narrowed. Yisei, it's almost time. Ling Han looked at Yisei, who immediately nodded his head in understanding and then stood up. As he got up, nearly all eyes in the entire martial arts practice field were on him. Yisei's coming out to the arena. Haha, finally the climax of this gathering of disciples has arrived. We've been here all day. Finally there's something worth seeing. All of the sect experts in the arena sighed. After Yisei stood up, He quickly walked into the center of the martial arts practice field and directed his gaze towards the wilderness sword sect. Qin Feng, come out. Out of all of the young generation disciples in all of the sects of the northern region, only you can battle with me. Yisei's voice carried forward, echoing throughout the interior of the entire martial arts practice field. Even though his words were somewhat arrogant, there was no expert from any sect in the entire arena who was rubbed the wrong way. After all, Yisei spoke the truth. After hearing Yisei's words, that baby-faced purple-haired man who was in the midst of the wilderness sword sect stood up. Qin Feng. Beside him, a voice rang out. It came from the tall and sturdy middle-aged leader of the wilderness sword sect. The cultivation of this tall and sturdy middle-aged body was at the half-saint level, and he was an elder of the wilderness sword sect as well. This gathering of the disciples would happen once every year. It was just an ordinary occasion to exchange ideas and compare notes. So many of the sects from the northern region didn't attach a great deal of importance to it. The wilderness sword sect was like this as well, so ordinarily an expert of the saint realm would not make an appearance. Be careful, and for the honor of our wilderness sword sect, defeat this Yisei, the tall and sturdy middle-aged man said. Elderly, you can rest easy, Qin Feng said confidently. Soon after he appeared atop the martial arts practice field. In merely an instant, Qin Feng and Yisei were trading blows. The power of these two was far stronger than the rest of the geniuses in the gathering. As they fought, the activity was enormous and it attracted the gaze of everyone. Even Jian Wushuang looked over in this moment. Not bad. Jian Wushuang watched the fierce battle between the two of them. The two of them had already been fighting for some time. They had fought to a standstill, and Jian Wushuang had a definite understanding of their strength. Either of these two is much stronger than Imo Lingtian whom I killed. However, power has its limits, and even though their realization of some concepts are exceptionally high, neither of them has comprehended origin. Jian Wushuang said inwardly. Origin was far greater than any high-end concept. In the entire Nanyang continent, the amount of those who had grasped the Yinyang Void Realm's origin was incredibly scarce. It seemed in the ancestor's land, the first trial was to allow him to grasp the origin of the Yinyang Void Realm. Even though Qin Feng and Yisei could be considered first-class geniuses in the Nanyang continent, the distance between their grasping of the origin still left them coming up short. Swordsman, my friend, what of Qin Feng's strength? Are you sure you can face him? Ling Han looked towards Jian Wushuang. I'll kill him, I'm sure. Jian Wushuang replied with indifference. He spoke the truth. At peak of the Yang Void Realm cultivation, but to still have not yet grasped origin, even if it had been a month ago, it wouldn't have been hard for him to kill this Qin Feng. However, now that he had attained the level of source enlightenment, his power has increased exponentially. Killing him would be even easier. Ling Han furrowed his brow, and a smile revealed itself on his face. At this moment, in the middle of the martial arts practice field, the battle had reached a fever pitch. There was the sound of a violent clash, and in the wake of it there was finally an outcome in this confrontation between the two of them. Yisei's face was pale as he stood there, and remnants of blood were on the corners of his mouth. Ha, Yisei, your strength, is that all you've got? Qin Feng stood tall and upright, as arrogant as he had seemed before in the void. He looked at Yisei with a high and mighty air. Himph, you got lucky. Yisei feigned anger as he snorted coldly, then turned and walked back towards the direction of the Daluo Heaven sect. Senior brother Yisei. Junie stood up and came over, astonishment in his eyes. How could you lose to Qin Feng? Your finishing blow obviously still hasn't come to full fruition. Don't ask so many questions. Ling Han immediately chided. Junie was startled, and his brow furrowed more deeply. Yisei glanced at Ling Han, who nodded, relax. Yisei sat down and lightly let out a breath of air. He aimed his gaze at Jian Wushuang. At this moment, Ling Han also looked towards Jian Wushuang. Swordsman, my friend, you're up? Ling Han began to speak. I'm a man of my word, and I keep my promises. Jian Wushuang stood up. Be careful, Chun Feng's power isn't so simple. Even though just then I didn't do my utmost, I could sense that if I had it still wouldn't be easy to defeat him. Yi Sei warned. I'm not you. Jian Wushuang laughed insipidly, then strode towards the martial arts practice field. Chapter 270. Jian Wushuang displays his moves. Chapter 270. Jian Wushuang displays his moves. Yi Sei is defeated. Chen Feng is definitely the number one among the young disciples in the Wilderness Sword Sect. His strength is really powerful. Before, I had been thinking that Yi Sei would win. However, the result is, what a disappointment Yi Sei is. I don't know what's wrong, but I have the feeling that Yi Sei didn't seem to have tried his utmost. At the exchange meeting, the experts from different sects were casually talking about the fight between Yi Sei and Chen Feng a while ago. But no matter how they analyzed, the fight was over, and Yi Sei had lost. The disciples in the Wilderness Sword Sect were all pleasantly surprised. The heavily built, middle-aged man who seemed the leader even laughed out brightly. Who else present wants to step up and take the challenge? Standing at the center of the martial arts practice field, Chen Feng looked across, with a slight sneer flashing across his eyes. The disciples who were standing around the martial arts practice field looked at each other in dismay, with their heads secretly shaking. Even Yi Sei was defeated by Chen Feng. How would the disciples in these sects have the courage to fight with Chen Feng? However, at this moment, a black figure stood up from the disciples of the Daluo Heaven sect. He then slowly walked towards the center of the martial arts practice field. Suddenly, a large number of eyes moved upon the black figure from across the martial arts practice field. Everybody was staring at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang ignored their eyes and walked to the center on the martial arts practice field. Looking at Chen Feng, who was in front of him, a clear and cold voice suddenly spewed out of his mouth. I am Swordsman from the Daluo Heaven sect. Please enlighten me. The martial arts practice field was in tumult at once. Swordsman? Who is Swordsman? I have never heard of you. Daluo Heaven sect? Is there a disciple named Swordsman in the Daluo Heaven sect? The genius disciples of the old sects all looked odd. Being the two strongest sects in the whole northern region, the Wilderness Sword Sect and the Daluo Heaven sect were naturally very attractive. So people knew how many disciples these two sects had and who they were. However, they had never heard that there was a genius disciple called Swordsman in the Daluo Heaven sect. Where are you from? I have never heard of you, and you want to fight with me? Get out of here, Chen Feng snarled. He then lifted his hand and slashed his sword directly towards Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang shifted his body and warded off this sword easily. Finally, the sword light landed on the martial arts practice field, and suddenly there came to a huge sword scar on the ground. The sword scar was more than a half-meter wide. Although Jian Wushuang was warding off the sword, however, at the same time while he was warding off, he was activating his spiritual power. By then, his spiritual power broke out, and then his cultivation was naturally revealed in public. Noticing the spiritual power and breath spread out from Jian Wushuang, the experts on the whole martial arts practice field were stunned, followed by an outburst of laughter. Haha, is this person kidding us? What did I see? An initial Yang Void Realm? Where is the idiot from? How dare an initial Yang Void Realm challenge Chen Feng? Does the Daluo Heaven sect have no experts now? Why they send a young man who just achieved the initial Yang Void Realm to challenge? Numerous eyes around the practice field were fixed on Jian Wushuang with contempt and arrogance. The disciples from the Daluo Heaven sect who were standing aside also darkened their faces. Elder Ling Han, what's going on? A disciple from the Daluo Heaven sect asked. It was known that among the disciples from the Daluo Heaven sect who were at the meeting, the weakest one was in the exceptional Yang Void Realm level. No matter who stepped on the practice field, he might fail in defeating Chen Feng, but at least he wouldn't cause laughter from the different sects. A disciple with initial Yang Void Realm level from the Daluo Heaven sect, and he attempted to challenge Chen Feng, who was at the peak of the Yang Void Realm level. If this got out, the Daluo Heaven sect would be a joke. Shut up, just watch. Don't ask too much, Lin Han snarled, without explaining too much. Standing on the martial arts practice field, Chun Feng also noticed Jian Wushuang's cultivation of spiritual power. He was extremely stunned, but followed by his laughter. Haha, are the experts in the Daluo Heaven sect all thoughtless people like you? Hearing this, the genius disciples from the Daluo Heaven sect all felt shame. They even wanted to find a rock and hide themselves under. However, Jian Wushuang's face was extremely cold. No need to talk nonsense. Just display your moves and show me your full strength. Otherwise, you will have no chance, Jian Wushuang said coldly. I won't have a chance? It's you who won't have a chance. Chun Feng's face was cold. What an ignorant idiot. Since you are looking for a death, then I will help you out. No sooner had he uttered this, that Chun Feng suddenly moved his body. With a gliding move, Chun Feng appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. At the same time, he fiercely stabbed his long sword, and an overpowering wind-thunder essence realm suddenly broke out. The sword essence broke through the void and caused a burst of crackling sounds on the void. This sword was full of monstrous power. Chun Feng had apparently activated his full strength. How come Chun Feng dealt with an initial Yang Void realm with his full power? Does he want to? He didn't spare his strength. Is he trying to kill that young man? Even if that fellow is killed, so what? He is just initial Yang Void realm, and he dares to challenge Chun Feng, which was very arrogant. It's reasonable if he gets killed by Chun Feng, and the Daluo Heaven sect can't say anything afterwards, since their disciple is overconfident. Everybody was looking at them. It's unbelievable that Chun Feng wants to kill me, Jian Wushuang sneered. Well, it saved me a lot of trouble. A second later, Jian Wushuang moved his body. Chun Feng's eyes turned cold. He almost slashed his sword out with his utmost, which was even difficult for an expert at the peak of the Yang Void realm to block. Chun Feng indeed wanted to kill Jian Wushuang. He didn't worry about the Daluo Heaven sect giving him trouble, since Jian Wushuang was too overconfident. His sword had reached near Jian Wushuang and was about to stab into Jian Wushuang's body. However, at this moment, Jian Wushuang suddenly looked up and gave Chun Feng a cold glance. The glance freaked Chun Feng out, and Chun Feng felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. Instantly, Jian Wushuang disappeared from Chun Feng's view. Jian Wushuang just disappeared in front of Chun Feng's eyes. What? This caught Chun Feng by surprise. He had not reacted before he noticed a strong wind blowing from the side. Chun Feng struggled to turn around, and happened to see a cold sword light gliding to him, and it glanced off his neck. Chi! There came the sound of a sword edge stabbing into the body, followed by a huge head flying off. Chun Feng remained with his eyes widened. He felt a spell of dizziness, and with his fading vision, he saw a black figure in front of him. What is that? Chun Feng subconsciously thought, but soon after, he saw it clearly that the black figure was his body. Chun Feng tried to say something. However, he could only utter a word. A second later, his head just fell on the ground. It rolled on the ground for a few circles, and then no more movements were heard. Chapter 271, Shocking Everyone. Chapter 271, Shocking Everyone. The whole martial arts practice field turned still immediately. Those geniuses and experts from different sects, including Daluo Heaven sect, were shocked when they saw that Chun Feng's head was thrown on the ground. Just now, they all thought that Jian Wushuang, who was at the initial Yang Void realm yet still dared to fight with Chun Feng, was just a joke. But now, in a flash, Chun Feng was killed. Good job. Ling Han looked to be in ecstasy. He had been anxious whether Jian Wushuang would be able to kill Chun Feng before, but now, just one move. On the other hand, in the Wilderness Sword sect, the robust middle-aged man, the leader, and those geniuses were all shocked and speechless. They had looked down on Jian Wushuang before. The robust middle-aged man was shocked initially, and then he became infuriated. Damn it, How dare he kill my disciple of the wilderness sword sect? After roaring, the robust middle-aged man's figure moved out just like a thunderbolt. A salvo of horrible killing intent fell on Jian Wushuang instantly. Chen Feng, who Jian Wushuang killed, was the son of the wilderness sword sect master. Because of the death of Chen Feng, as a leading elder, he was unable to shoulder the guilt. Based on the character of wilderness sword sect master, he would be killed cruelly if he returned to his sect without killing the murderer. The moment that the robust man approached Jian Wushuang, Ling Han also moved. Ling Han was ready to block the experts from the wilderness sword sect if they joined in the fight. However, Ling Han did not have enough time to block the robust man. Jian Wushuang, who was standing at the center of the martial arts practice field, dashed toward the robust man at this moment. What is he doing? Ling Han was confounded. Based on his plan, Jian Wushuang would flee after killing Chen Feng. However, he did not escape but dashed toward the robust man. If Jian Wushuang fled or even stood still, Ling Han was confident that he could block the robust man before he attacked Jian Wushuang. But now, Jian Wushuang had dashed and the distance between Jian Wushuang and the robust man was narrowing. Ling Han was unable to block the robust man. He is crazy. Ling Han was overwhelmed. The experts from the different sects were looking at Jian Wushuang in shock. A super expert, who was at the half-saint level, approached him. He did not escape but dashed toward him. Was Jian Wushuang really insane? Of course not. A month ago, without executing soul devouring, based on the comprehension of origin and my swordsmanship, I could outclass the three-person sword formation executed by the three warriors at the level of the peak of the Yang Void Realm, including Mo Ling Tian. My battle strength was not weaker than the warriors who was at the level of peak of the Yang Void Realm and had comprehended origin, even a little bit stronger. And now, my comprehension of origin has achieved this level, so my strength surged again. Warriors who are at the half-saint are not qualified to let me retreat. A salvo of terrific battle intent was condensing in Jian Wushuang's body. Other experts, who were at the Yang Void Realm, would escape without hesitation. However, at this moment, he wanted to fight with the half-saint. An expert at the half-saint level. Let me try. Jian Wushuang's eyes gleamed, and a terrific sword essence burst out from his body at the same time. Instantly, a thick blanket of gray fog covered the robust middle-aged man. Sword Realm, Sword Fog. After 3 days of learning Sword Realm, he had thoroughly mastered the moves, and this move he displayed was stronger than that which Junie displayed. The robust middle-aged man was caught in the Sword Realm, and his body was affected by the surrounding sword essence. At this time, both his speed and power were hindered. Do you think that with this little trick you can save yourself? The robust middle-aged man roared and lots of thunderbolts burst out from his body surface to destroy everything in the world. His whole body became a thunder god of war, appearing in front of Jian Wushuang. Boom! A fist containing thousands of thunderbolts slammed directly into Jian Wushuang's head, and the terrible spiritual power burst out instantly. Jian Wushuang's eyes shrank, and the triple-kill sword was trembling in his hands. Afterward, an imperious force of origin of the world was accumulating. During this accumulation, the origin shook the heaven and earth, and then the origin surged to a new level. Selfless sword technique, 6th move. Shua. The incomparably gorgeous move, also containing a terrible incomparable power, flashed out. It collided with the overpowering fist. Boom! A loud noise like a roar of thunder erupted. Immediately, they saw the place where the two attacks met. Boom! The terrific power was crazily crashing and colliding and formed many blast waves. These blast waves materialized and rippled like water. And then those blast waves smashed into the ground below. The ground of the martial arts practice field was made of firm carbonite. Although more than 10 battles had occurred in the previous gathering, the ground was not damaged, barring a few little depressions made by the fiercely fight between Chen Feng and Yi Sei. But at this time, the ground of the entire martial arts practice field was torn up and turned into powder, blowing away. Only one confrontation and the effects were so surprising. Around the martial arts practice field, the geniuses and experts from different sects were also affected. Many people closed their eyes. Only a few strong experts could squint at the fierce battle at the center of the martial arts practice field. All right, it was a duel. At the center of the martial arts practice field, the two tyrannical forces madly collided, and no one was the clear winner. How could this be? That robust middle-aged man, who was from the wilderness sword sect, was astonished. He was indeed a half-saint expert. Although he was still not doing his best, his fist could not be parried by a warrior who was at the level of the initial Yang Void realm. Jin Wushuang, who was in front of him, said coldly, "A half-saint expert is not bad." After saying that, the power in the Jin Wushuang's sword surged again, and then it directly forced the robust middle-aged man to retreat. The robust middle-aged man retreated to the void and was still confounded. Soon, he raised his head again and his eyes filled with panic were focusing on Jin Wushuang firmly. He was ready to kill Jin Wushuang with his whole strength. However, at this point, humph! A cold groan was sounding out above the martial arts practice field suddenly. At the same time, a transcendent breath appeared. The breath represented an owner who was at the level of the divine transcendence. The people from the wilderness sword sect are really overbearing. After the words finished, an expert of the saint realm from the Daluo heaven sect, who had been hiding in the dark for a long time, appeared. Chapter 272, Making Unfounded Charges. Chapter 272, Making Unfounded Charges. An expert of the saint realm, the robust middle-aged man, who was ready to kill Jin Wushuang with his whole strength, was surprised. In the previous disciples' gathering, the team leader of every sect was only a half-saint expert. However, this time, the Daluo Heaven sect had dispatched an expert of the saint realm to this gathering. This expert of the saint realm wore a gray robe and had gray hair but was very eye-catching. The fourth elder in the Daluo Heaven sect, Lu Hanyue. It's him. The gray-robed elder was recognized by the surrounding experts from different sections. An expert from Wilderness Sword Sect wants to bully the juniors? Since that is the case, I also must bully juniors today. The gray-robed elder Lu Hanyue said coldly. Then, like a breeze blowing, his figure floated out. Elder Lu, the robust middle-aged man, who was from the Wilderness Sword Sect, was speaking but interrupted by an incident where the space before him cracked. A hoary palm, containing vast spiritual power, slapped on his chest in an instant. Although he was a half-saint level expert, he had absolutely no resistance when he fought with a real saint realm expert, especially Lu Hanyue, who had stayed at the level for more than 10 years and had formed the saintly body. Immediately, he only felt that an unprecedented giant force had passed from him. His dantian shattered, and he was crushed at this moment. Immediately, he spouted a large mouthful of blood. His body was flung like a broken kite. When he stabilized his body, his face was already pale. My dantian, the robust man yelled in a fury. Lu Hanyue displayed this move with his whole strength and directly destroyed his dantian. Because of the Wilderness Sword Sect Sake, I have left your life. But your Wilderness Sword Sect must give me an account of what happened today. Lu Hanyue's voice reverberated through the whole martial arts practice field. All experts were shocked this time. The robust middle-aged man from the Wilderness Sword Sect looked furious. Obviously, your disciples of the Daluo Heaven sect killed Qin Feng, and then you destroyed the dantian of the half-saint expert from the Wilderness Sword Sect. But now you made unfounded claims that you should force the Wilderness Sword Sect to give you an account. Thinking about it more, in this disciples' gathering, it was normal that disciples couldn't control themselves and couldn't help but kill the other disciples. At the beginning, Chen Feng wanted to kill Jin Wushuang, but Jin Wushuang killed him. It was not a crime. However, a half-saint expert from the Wilderness Sword Sect wanted to fight with Jin Wushuang. That was indeed excessive. Fortunately, Jin Wushuang had great strength. If a normal disciple fought with the half-saint expert, the disciples would be killed directly by the robust middle-aged man. Therefore, Lu Hanyue wanted Wilderness Sword Sect to give him an account. It was logical and reasonable. After thinking that, those experts from different sects all understood Lu Hanyue's request. However, the people from the Wilderness Sword Sect all gave a grievous look. An account? The robust middle-aged man muffled his voice at this time. Lu Hanyue, you are from the Daluo Heaven Sect and killed the disciple of our Wilderness Sword Sect. Besides, the disciple was the son of our sect master. In addition, you have destroyed my Dantian, and you want our Wilderness Sword Sect to give you an account. This is too much bad. Wait for our Wilderness Sword Sect's account. Go. After saying that, the people from the Wilderness Sword Sect took Chan Feng's body and then they left. After seeing the people from the Wilderness Sword Sect leave, Lu Hanyue smiled coldly. He waved his hands, and then the people from the Daluo Heaven Sect also left. On the way to the Daluo Heaven Sect, Chen Feng was killed and one elder's Dantian was destroyed by fourth elder. They lost a lot. However, the Daluo Heaven Sect is always overbearing, so they will counterattack, Ling Han said with a smile. Thank you for today's achievement. Ling Han looked at Jian Wushuang. Not only him, but also at this moment, all the disciples of the Daluo Heaven Sect were looking at Jian Wushuang with veneration. No one ever thought that the merely 21-year-old swordsman had such great strength, although his cultivation of spiritual power was only the initial Yang Void realm. Chen Feng was the peak of the Yang Void realm at least, and he was as strong as Yisei, who was the strongest among them. However, he was killed by Jian Wushuang's one move. What's more important was that Jian Wushuang did not retreat but dashed toward the half-saint expert from the Wilderness Sword Sect. And then the half-saint expert retreated. It was incredible. These events looked impossible for those disciples, but Jian Wushuang had done it. Not to mention them, even the fourth elder Lu Hanyue, who was at divine transcendence, looked at Jian Wushuang strangely. Before he had been hiding in the dark, he saw everything, including the scene that Jian Wushuang displayed his move. The strength Jian Wushuang showed did not match with his age. Not long after, everyone returned to the Daluo Heaven Sect. The Daluo Heaven Sect Master and many elders had been waiting outside the gate. You are back? Daluo Heaven Sect Master, a mighty handsome middle-aged man, smiled gently and looked at Jian Wushuang with interest. Sect Master, Chen Feng was killed and the Wilderness Sword Sect half-saint expert's Dantian was destroyed by the fourth elder, Ling Han directly said. Oh. Daluo Heaven Sect Master lifted his brows and nodded without any surprise. That made Ling Han surprised. Thinking about this, Sect Master had been worried about whether Jian Wushuang could kill Chen Feng before leaving. But now, Sect Master's attitude had changed thoroughly. My little friend, Swordsman, Daluo Heaven Sect Master looked at Jian Wushuang and said, I have a letter from the alchemy school. You should read it. After saying this, he handed the letter to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang raised her eyebrows. After taking the letter, he opened it and skimmed it. And then Jian Wushuang laughed. Daluo Heaven Sect Master also looked at Jian Wushuang with a smile and said, Father and son are both exceptional geniuses and pursue their own goals together in the heaven and earth. Although you are young, your strength, even in our sect, is amazing. A small battle result. It's not bad, Jian Wushuang smiled slightly and said, Everybody, I am here because of the invitation of Alchemy School. I have completed your request. I have other things to do. Goodbye. Do you want to leave now? Daluo Heaven Sect Master was slightly surprised, and then he nodded. Okay, we will meet again. If you face any troubles, you can contact our Daluo Heaven Sect. We will try our best to help you. Jian Wushuang lifted his brow and cupped his hands before his chest. Then, he turned around and left. Chapter 273, The Bounty. Chapter 273, The Bounty. After Jian Wushuang left, Ling Han asked in amazement, What's going on? Your Honor. The sect master of the Daluo Heaven sect handed over the letter to Ling Han. Read yourself. Taking the letter, Ling Han unfolded it and started reading. Yisei, Jun Yi, and other disciples of the sect gathered around him. A bounty? As soon as Ling Han read the letter, he seemed to realize something and continued reading. This letter was about a reward offered by Holy Emperor Palace for two people. The first one was Jian Nantian. Jian Nantian, who was from Tianzong dynasty with half-saint cultivation, killed an expert of the saint realm of us Holy Emperor Palace. Jian Wushuang, Jian Nanshan's son, who is in the initial Yang Void realm and has comprehended the slaughter source and origin of the world, had successfully contended with two experts of the saint realm at one time for a while. He is a top genius of the Nanyang continent. These two people are the mortal enemies of us Holy Emperor Palace. Whoever of the sects or solitary experts kills one of them will be awarded a third-grade magic weapon of high rank. Besides, he will also be able to choose one second-grade source secrets of high rank of the palace from 8 at will. Reading the letter, Ling Han and others were both startled. How formidable they are! Can you believe they're actually father and son? The father killed one expert of the saint realm by one shot, while the son, in the initial Yang Void realm, contended with two experts of the saint realm at one time. How incredible! It was indeed incredible. Geniuses such as Yisei, Jun Yi, and the others of the Daluo Heaven sect were very gifted, but compared with the two men who were wanted in the letter, they were no match for them. What's more, that two were father and son. Their portraits are below the words. Take a careful look, said the sect master of the Daluo Heaven sect. Ling Han and others immediately looked down at the two portraits. The first portrait was of an ethereal gray-haired man with whom they were both unfamiliar. The second one was a young man. Looking at him, Ling Han and others were frozen. He is, Ling Han widened his eyes. Yes, he is that swordsman. Jun Yi and Yisei gasped. Although this portrait was not that clear, they recognized Jian Wushuang at one glance, as they had stayed with him for a few days. He helped them kill Qinfeng and left just now. It was until now that they finally understood why the sect master of the Daluo Heaven sect seemed not surprised at all at Jian Wushuang's killing Qinfeng. The reason was that he had already read the letter before and knew that Swordsman was Jian Wushuang. After all, it was no surprise that a top genius, with the ability to contend with two experts of the saint realm at one time, could kill a man who was in the peak of the Yang Void realm and had never comprehended origin. Amazing, Ling Han said in admiration. Yet, the man he was praising had already left Daluo Heaven sect. In the void above the snow-covered land, Jian Wushuang sped up, flying ahead, thinking about the bounty. How surprising! The Holy Emperor Palace would think so highly of father and me. Jian Wushuang thought with a smile. He had read the letter too, and it was really astonishing even to him. A third-grade magic weapon of high rank, one second-grade source secrets of high rank. Both the two were very valuable and rare. As for the magic weapons, they were rarely seen in the whole Nanyang continent. Normally, a third-grade magic weapon of low rank would be enough to make the ordinary experts of the Saint Realm green with envy, let alone the one of high rank, which would drive them crazy. When it came to the second-grade source secrets of high rank, it must be reminded that even the top sects like the Daluo Heaven sect and the Wilderness Sword sect only had second-grade source secrets of low rank or middle rank at best. Only the super sects like the Holy Emperor Palace and the Alchemy School could own second-grade source secrets of high rank. As rich and powerful as the Holy Emperor Palace was, it could only get 8 such kinds of source secrets, which clearly revealed the difficulty to get such things. The experts of the Saint Realm would definitely fight fiercely for it. Putting the two conditions together, the reward would set the whole Nanyang continent alight. My triple kill sword is a magic weapon as well, and it has restored to second grade. I also got 2 kinds of third-grade source secrets in my ancestors' land. But most of the experts of the Saint Realm and Nanyang continent don't have such good luck as I do. I guess large numbers of the experts of the Saint Realm are eyeing father and me after the reward was offered. Jian Wushuang thought. He was right. The Holy Emperor Palace's posting the bounty got the whole Nanyang continent astir. The forces of the various sects, including countless solitary experts, were shocked about the great value of the reward. To be able to choose a third-grade magic weapon of high rank and a second-grade source secrets of high rank was absolutely a sky-high reward. Many senior experts bore both Jian Wushuang and Jian Nantian names and appearance in their mind. Once they found their tracks, the other experts would certainly try to find Jian Wushuang and Jian Nantian and kill them, carrying their bodies to Holy Emperor Palace for the reward. The bounty had made Jian Wushuang and Jian Nantian the enemies of the numerous experts of the Saint Realm in Nanyang Continent, making the choices the two faced difficult. Nanyang Continent is large, but now the places I can go are fewer because of the bounty. Maybe Tang Dynasty is the only choice for me. Jian Wushuang thought. In Nanyang Continent, Tang Dynasty was the place of the most disarray and anarchy. A great number of experts wanted by various sects could be found therein. Therefore, even if Jian Wushuang sometimes showed his strong battle strength in the Tang Dynasty, it wouldn't draw others' attention, as it was a vast land of multitudinous experts. Pass over the northern region and I can get to Tang Dynasty within 10 days at my full speed. Eyes shining, Jian Wushuang started rushing toward the Tang Dynasty with full strength. At the same time, on the peak of a giant mountain in one large empire, a white-haired man, who seemed to be a bit gloomy, was drinking all by himself with his hair fluttering. Beside his feet lay several corpses, and one of them was an expert of divine transcendence, whose breath was still roaring even after dying. Reading through the bounty in his hand, the man, Jian Nantian, smiled contemptuously, and with power gathering in his hand, the bounty instantly turned to ashes. Come for my head, if you dare. Chapter 274, The Kingdom of Death. Chapter 274, The Kingdom of Death. As the number one dynasty in Nanyang Continent, the Tang Dynasty was famous as a slaughter dynasty. It was vast with an area 10 times larger than that of ordinary large empires, and was internally divided into 21 large prefectures, each prefecture taking up a large space with many cities. Jian Wushuang rushed along the northern region, and 10 days later, he made it to the domain of the Tang Dynasty. The first city he saw was the Devil Heart City of Skywave Prefecture. This city was just one common city among the thousands of cities in the Tang Dynasty. In spite of this, the city was still full of chaos and danger. Among the many gangs in the Devil Heart City, the Bloodseeker Gang and the Hungry Wolf Gang were the strongest. These two evenly matched gangs had been battling with each other all the time in the city, leading to a violent fight every 2 or 3 days. Long sword on his back, Jian Wushuang, who looked young but frosty, stepped into the Devil Heart City in black. There were a few people in the street. The surrounding buildings were tattered mostly because of the fierce battles, while the ground was riddled with potholes. However, in those dilapidated houses gathered some vociferous warriors in 2s and 3s. Those warriors' strength differed widely. The weaker ones were at the level of Gold Core, while the stronger ones were at the level of Een Void. What they had in common was that they all showed a strong desire for killing. The Tang Dynasty was the heaven of killer, but the hell of the merciful. Everyone here was decisive in killing, as all of them were the real experts who struggled up from nothing. When Jian Wushuang appeared, the entire street suddenly became quiet. The warriors in the surrounding buildings stopped talking, casting their cold eyes on Jian Wushuang. Such a young man, he seems no more than 20. That's very bold of him to come here at such a young age. Generally, there are only 3 kinds of people who'd like to venture out in the Tang Dynasty. The first kind is the people wanted by powerful forces. They come in despair and want to seek their survivals here. The second kind is the genius from the big sections. They're gifted with extraordinary talent and come here on purpose for experience. The last kind is the warlike maniacs with the burning desire to kill and to grow stronger in the killing. I was wondering which kind of person this young man is. Whichever, there must be a story behind him. A man like him is always worth much. The surrounding warriors stared at Jian Wushuang, and some of them even stuck out their tongues, licking their lips. There were countless experts in the Tang dynasty, but they were generally older. When a young expert appeared in the Tang dynasty, it always meant that he was one of the three kinds of people and might have many treasures like an interspatial ring with him. Thus, Jian Wushuang's appearance attracted everyone's attention. Some of them were even targeting him. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two figures abruptly appeared beside Jian Wushuang like ghosts, and immediately two chilly flashes thrust toward Jian Wushuang's vitals from both left and right. Damn it! They are one step ahead of us. There. Qing Ling and Qing Hai, two brothers. Both of them were the experts in the initial Void realm. Beyond that, they were well-trained killers before coming to the Tang dynasty. Being attacked jointly by them, this young man is dead. All the surrounding warriors sighed when they heard this. Jian Wushuang stopped walking when he noticed two strong wind coming toward him, but he still looked calm. In the twinkling of an eye, he unsheathed the triple-kill sword on his back, showing a cold sword light. PSSSH. PSSSH. When the sound of sword penetrating into flesh was heard twice, Jian Wushuang had already pushed his triple-kill sword back into the sheath. He kept going forward while Qing Ling and Qing Hai were staying still in the void. But soon, the brothers fell down to the ground. The street fell into silence for a moment. Until Jian Wushuang walked away, it suddenly burst into roaring. Qing Ling and Qing Hai were killed. Anyone spotted how he stabbed the brothers? No, I didn't even see him draw his sword. The warriors were all in amazement. An expert with the cultivation of spiritual power in the Yang Void realm said with a smile, "Even if it's me facing the attack like that, I could not say I can withstand it. Apparently, we got another big fish in the city." But Qing Ling and Qing Hai were at high positions in the Hungry Wolf gang. I guess the gang won't let the young man go easily, according to their usual style. After casually killing the two men, Jian Wushuang went ahead, but he could not help thinking, as was said, the Tang dynasty is indeed a place of no rule and no bottom line. In such a place, the strong will kill the weak for the interspatial ring without hesitation as long as they spot one. Jian Wushuang shook his head. Besides, there are so many experts. In other dynasties, it's hard to see experts in the Yang Void realm, but in the Tang dynasty, they are everywhere. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang was also shocked. Along the way he walked just now, he had seen more than 100 of warriors, and among them, there were more than a dozen of the people in the Yang Void realm, even including an expert in the Yang Void realm. I'm a newcomer in the Tang dynasty, so I must find a way to orient myself here first. Just as Jian Wushuang was thinking, he suddenly caught the sight of a restaurant in front of him. A restaurant? Jian Wushuang was surprised. He had passed through the street and had found no shop but shabby houses. This was the first restaurant he had seen in the city, which was also the only one there. Blood Moon Hotel? Jian Wushuang thought for a while after seeing the restaurant signboard and stepped directly into it. The first thing Jian Wushuang saw in the restaurant was a huge tablet, on which it was written, "Whoever damages anything like chairs, stools, wine pots, and bowls herein will be charged for 100 times the value of the damage, excluding the experts in the Blood Moon list." The handwriting on the tablet was elegant and stately. But upon seeing the tablet, Jian Wushuang's complexion turned odd. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.